1898 की जगह भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता प्रस्तापित होगी और इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट 1872 की जगह भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम 2023 प्रस्तापित होगा। यह कानूनों की जो कानून रिपील होंगे इस तीनों विधेयक से, वो कानूनों की आत्मा जो है, वो कानूनों का मध्य बिंदु है कानून बनाने का, वो अंग्रेज शासन को मजबूत करने की दृष्टि से कानून बनाए गए थे। अंग्रेज शासन की रक्षा करने के लिए कानून बनाए गए थे और उसका उद्देश्य दंड देने का था, न्याय देने का नहीं था। ये दोनों मूलभूत चीजों पर हम परिवर्तन करने जा रहे हैं। ये तीनों कानूनों को रिप्लेस कर इनकी जगह जो 3 नए कानून बनेंगे, उनकी आत्मा होगी भारत के नागरिकों को संविधान प्रदत्त सारे अधिकार जो मिले हैं इसकी सुरक्षा। ये कानूनों का उद्देश्य किसी को दंड देना नहीं होगा, इन कानूनों का उद्देश्य सबको न्याय देना होगा। और न्याय देने की प्रक्रिया में, ये न्याय देने की प्रक्रिया में दंड वही होगा जहां अपराध रोकने का बोध खड़ा करने की जरूरत है, अपराध रोकने के लिए एक प्रकार की भावना खड़ी करने की जरूरत है, वही होगा। और मैं ये तीनों कानूनों को आगे मैं बताता हूं, बड़े ध्यान से इस प्रक्रिया में मैं इन्वॉल्व रहा हूं। अध्यक्ष जी, मैं सदन को आश्वस्त कर सकता हूं कि 1860 से लेकर 2023 पर 23 तक अंग्रेजों ने बनाए, अंग्रेज पार्लियामेंट ने बनाए हुए कानून के आधार पर इस देश की क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम चलती रही। इसकी जगह भारतीय आत्मा के साथ ये 3 कानून अब प्रस्तापित होंगे और हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के अंदर बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन आएगा। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं ये बिल स्टैंडिंग कमेटी को भेजने वाला हूँ, इसलिए बहुत लंबा नहीं बोलूँगा, परंतु इतना जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ कि जिन्होंने भी ये कानूनों को पढ़ा होगा, इसकी प्रायोरिटी क्या थी? मानवी की हत्या से या महिला के साथ दुराचार से बड़ा कोई कानून अपराध नहीं हो सकता, तो इसको 302 नंबर पर स्थान दिया गया। इसके पहले क्या था? राजद्रोह था। इसके पहले क्या था? खजाने की लूट थी। इसके पहले क्या था? शासन के अधिकारी पर हमला था। ये जो अप्रोच है, ये अप्रोच को हम बदल रहे हैं। सबसे पहला चैप्टर इसमें आएगा महिलाओं और बालकों के साथ अपराध। दूसरा चैप्टर आएगा मानव वध और मानव शरीर के साथ जो अपराध होते हैं उसका आएगा। तो हमने शासन की जगह नागरिक को केंद्र में लाने का एक बहुत बड़ा सैद्धांतिक निर्णय कर हम ये कानून लेकर आए हैं। मान्यवर, इस कानून को बनाने के लिए बहुत लंबी प्रक्रिया हमने की है। मोदी जी ने 2019 में ही हम सबका मार्गदर्शन किया था कि अंग्रेजों ने बनाए हुए जितने भी कानून जिस विभाग में है, सभी कानून पर पर्याप्त चर्चा विचारणा और सोच विचार कर इसको आज के समय के अनुरूप और भारतीय समाज के हित में बनाना चाहिए। वहीं से ये प्रक्रिया माननीय अध्यक्ष जी चालू हुई। ढेर सारी कंसल्टेशन की प्रक्रिया इसके लिए हुई है। मान्यवर, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, हर जगह पे व्यापक कंसल्टेशन किया गया है। मैंने अगस्त 2019 में ही देश के सारे हाईकोर्ट चीफ जस्टिस को पत्र लिखा था, सर्वोच्च अदालत के सारे न्यायाधीशों को लिखा था, देश की सारी लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी को पत्र लिखा था। 2020 में थोड़ी बेस बनने के बाद सारे सांसदों को लिखा, सारे मुख्यमंत्रियों को लिखा, सारे राज्यपालों को लिखा, संघ शासित प्रदेश के प्रशासकों को लिखा और ढेर सारे कंसल्टेशन के बाद ये प्रक्रिया आज कानून बनने में सफल हुई है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, इसका मुझे बहुत बड़ा संतोष है कि बेस बरुआ समिति विश्वनाथन समिति, मलिमत समिति, माधव मेनन समिति और गृह मामलों की स्थायी संसदीय समिति 2011, 2005, 2006, इसकी रिपोर्ट 111वीं, 110वीं, 146वीं, ये सारी रिपोर्टों का बृहद संकलन कर सभी राज्यपालों, मुख्यमंत्रियों, सभी विधायकों, सभी सांसद और सभी न्यायाधीशों से, हाई कोर्ट से, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से और लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी से आए हुए सारे प्रस्तावों को, सारे सुझावों को कंसीडर कर लाइन बाय लाइन इसको पढ़कर ये विधेयक लेकर मैं आज सदन के सामने उपस्थित हुआ हूँ। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, 18 राज्यों, 6 संघ शासित प्रदेश, भारत की सुप्रीम कोर्ट, 16 हाई कोर्ट, 5 न्यायिक एकेडमी, 22 विधि विश्वविद्यालय, 142 सांसद और लगभग 270 विधायकों ने इसमें सुझाव दिए हैं। जनता के भी बहुत सारे सुझाव आए हैं जिसको कंसिडर किया गया। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, 4 साल तक इस पर गहन विचार विमर्श हुआ है। मैं जिसमें उपस्थित हूं, ऐसी 158 बैठकें हमने रिकॉर्ड पर करी है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बाय लाइन इसको हमने पढ़ा है। मान्यवर, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता जो सीआरपीसी के को रिप्लेस करेगी, इसमें अब 533 धाराएं बचेगी, 160 धाराओं को बदल दिया गया है, 9 धाराएं नई जोड़ी गई है और 9 धाराओं को निरस्त किया गया है। भारतीय न्याय संहिता जो आईपीसी को रिप्लेस करेगी, इसमें अब पहले 511 धाराएं थी, इसकी जगह 356 धाराएं होगी, 175 धाराओं में बदलाव हुआ है, 8 नई धाराएं जोड़ी गई है और 22 धाराएं निरस्त कर दी गई है। भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम जो एविडेंस एक्ट को रिप्लेस करेगा, इसमें 170 धाराएं होगी, पहले 167 थी, 23 धाराओं में बदलाव किया है, 1 धारा नई जोड़ी गई है और 5 धाराएं निरस्त की है। मान्यवर, मैं सदन को बताना चाहता हूं, ये तीनों कानूनों में गुलामियों की निशानी से भरे हुए कानून। सबसे पहले तो इसको ब्रिटेन की पार्लियामेंट ने पारित किया था, हमने अडॉप्ट किया था, यहीं से शुरुआत होती। परंतु इसके अलावे आज भी जो कानून आज इससे निरस्त होंगे, जब सदन पारित करेगा, तब वो कानूनों के अंदर कुछ शब्द थे मैं जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, जिससे हमें मालूम पड़ेगा कि 75 साल तक हम किस कानूनों के आधार पर क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम को चलाए हैं। पार्लियामेंट ऑफ यूनाइटेड किंगडम का जिक्र है, प्रोविंशियल एक्ट का जिक्र है, नोटिफिकेशन बाय द क्राउन रिप्रेजेंटेटिव का जिक्र है, लंदन गैजेट का जिक्र है, ज्यूरी और बैरिस्टर का जिक्र है जो हमारे यहाँ कब के चले गए, लाहौर गवर्नमेंट का जिक्र है, कॉमनवेल्थ के प्रस्ताव का जिक्र है, यूनाइटेड किंगडम ऑफ ग्रेट ब्रिटेन एंड आयरलैंड पार्लियामेंट का जिक्र है, हर मेजेस्टी और बाय द प्रिवी काउंसिल, ऐसे हर जगह रेफरेंस दिए हुए हैं। कॉपीज एंड एक्सट्रैक्ट्स कंटेंट इन द लंदन गैजेट, इसके आधार पर एक कानून को बनाया गया है। पोजेशन ऑफ द ब्रिटिश क्राउन, इसका भी जिक्र आज भी है। कोर्ट ऑफ जस्टिस इन इंग्लैंड, इसका भी जिक्र 33 से ज़्यादा जगहों पे है। हर मैजेस्टी डोमिनियंस का इस अधिनियम के अंदर ढेर सारे जिक्र है। टोटल 475 जगह ये गुलामी की निशानियों को समाप्त कर आज हमने एक नया कानून मान्यवर लेकर आए हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, इस कानून से हमने नए युग को जोड़ने का भी प्रयास किया है। हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम में बहुत समय लगता है। कानून में कोई कानून की अदालत में जाए तो न्याय इतनी देर से मिलता है कि न्याय का कोई मतलब ही नहीं है। लोगों की श्रद्धा उठ गई है, कोर्ट में जाने से डर है। मैं गुजरात का कानून मंत्री भी रहा हूँ, विधि मंत्री भी रहा हूँ। कई लोगों ने मुझे कहा था कि साहब पनिशमेंट की कोई ज़रूरत ही नहीं। मैंने बोला क्यों? कि कोर्ट में जाना इटसेल्फ पनिशमेंट है। इस प्रकार की मानसिकता लोगों के दिमाग में घर गई। हमने इसीलिए आधुनिक से आधुनिक तकनीक को इसके अंदर समाहित करने का निर्णय किया है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, दस्तावेजों की परिभाषा का विस्तार कर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक या डिजिटल रिकॉर्ड, ईमेल, सर्वर लॉन्ग्स, कंप्यूटर, स्मार्टफोन, लैपटॉप, एसएमएस, वेबसाइट, लोकेशनल साक्ष्य, डिवाइस पर उपलब्ध मेल और मैसेजेस, ये सभी को कानूनी वैधता इस देता है, जिससे अदालतों के अंदर जो कागजों के ढेर लगते हैं, अंबार लगते हैं, वो समाप्त हो जाएंगे। एफआईआर से केस डायरी और केस डायरी से चार्जशीट और चार्जशीट से जजमेंट तक की सारी प्रक्रिया को डिजिटलाइज करने का प्रावधान इस कानून के अंदर मैं लेकर आया हूं। अदालत की सभी कार्यवाही को टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से करने के लिए हम करते हैं। अभी आरोपी की पेशी ही सिर्फ वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस से हो सकती है, अब संपूर्ण ट्रायल क्रॉस सहित की वो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस से होगी। शिकायतकर्ता और गवाहों का परीक्षण भी होगा, जांच पड़ताल और मुकदमे में साक्ष्यों का रिकॉर्डिंग जो करना है वो भी होगा, और उच्च न्यायालय के मुकदमे और सभी अपीलीय कार्यवाही भी डिजिटली संभव होगी। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये करने से पहले इसमें कोई न्याय के बारे में कोई गोता ही न हो जाए, इसलिए हमने नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी और देश भर के सारे विद्वानों को, इस विषय के विद्वानों के साथ बैठकर इसकी चर्चा कर टेक्नोलॉजी के एक्सपर्ट के साथ बैठकर उसको बनाया गया है। सर्च और जब्ती के वक्त मान्यवर हमने कई सारे ऐसे प्रावधान किए हैं जिससे निर्दोष नागरिक को फंसाया न जा सके। सर्च और जब्ती के वक्त ढेर सारी ऐसी फरियादें, मेरे यहाँ रख दिया गया, मेरे यहाँ था नहीं, पुलिस लेकर आई, रख दिया। अब हमने सर्च और जब्ती में वीडियोग्राफी को कंपलसरी करा है, जो अब वीडियोग्राफी केस का हिस्सा होगी। पुलिस द्वारा ऐसी रिकॉर्डिंग के बिना कोई भी चालान, चार्जशीट रखा जाएगा वो वैध नहीं होगा। हमारा दोष सिद्धि का प्रमाण बहुत कम है। आज़ादी के 75 साल के बाद भी हम दोष सिद्ध नहीं कर पाते हैं मान्यवर, इसीलिए फॉरेंसिक साइंस को हमने बहुत बढ़ावा देने का काम किया है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिया है नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी बनाने का। मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से पूरे देश को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि 3 साल के बाद हर साल 33,000 फॉरेंसिक साइंस के एक्सपर्ट और साइंटिस्ट इस देश को मिलने लगे। ये इसलिए किया गया कि ये कानून हम लेकर आने वाले थे मान्यवर। एक कानून में हमने लक्ष्य रखा है कि दोष सिद्धि के प्रमाण को, कन्विक्शन रेशियो को 90% से ऊपर लेकर जाना है, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है। इसलिए हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रावधान किया है कि 7 वर्ष या उससे ऊपर की सजा जिस धाराओं में है, वो सभी क्राइम सीन पर फॉरेंसिक टीम की विजिट को हम कंपलसरी कर रहे हैं। और मान्यवर, इसके माध्यम से एक वैज्ञानिक साक्ष्य, एक साइंटिफिक एविडेंस पुलिस के पास होगा, जिसमें कोर्ट में दोषियों को बरी होने की संभावना बहुत कम हो जाएगी। माननीय, ये दोनों चीज़ें हैं। इसमें एक ऐसा सवाल कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स ने बताया था कि ये इसके लिए शायद देश अभी तैयार नहीं है। ये कानून में हमने ये भी प्रोविज़न रखा है कि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक तरीके से केस चलाने के लिए कोर्ट, जिला, राज्य, ये सभी प्रकार के नोटिफिकेशन निकलने के बाद ही वो अप्लाई होगा। मानो एक कोर्ट किसी राज्य ने तैयार कर दी तो वो कोर्ट नोटिफाइड कर सकते हैं, एक जिला जब हो जाएगा तो वो जिला नोटिफाइड कर सकते हैं, एक क्षेत्र हो जाएगा तो वो क्षेत्र, अंततोगत्वा 27 के पहले पूरे देश की सभी कोर्टों को हम कंप्यूटराइज कर इसके लिए करेंगे। इसी प्रकार से मोबाइल फोरेंसिक वाहन का भी हमने एडवांस में अनुभव कर लिया है मान्यवर। आज मैं आपको बता सकता हूं कि दिल्ली के अंदर 7 साल से ऊपर की किसी भी गुना होता है, सजा का जिसमें प्रावधान हो, ऐसा कोई भी गुना होता है तो एफएसएल की टीम इसको विजिट करती है। ये सफल प्रयोग हमने दिल्ली के अंदर कर दिया है। बेंगलुरु में अब सरकार बदल गई, भगवान जाने क्या होगा, मगर हमारी सरकार थी तब बेंगलुरु में भी इस प्रयोग की शुरुआत की थी। इसके लिए हमने मोबाइल एफएसएल के कंसेप्ट को लॉन्च किया है और सफल कंसेप्ट है मान्यवर। हर जिले में 3 मोबाइल FSL घूमती रहेगी और गुना के जगह पे जाएगी। नागरिकों की सुविधा सुनिश्चित करने के लिए 0 FIR को पहली बार आज़ादी के 75 साल के बाद हम स्थान गुना कहीं पर भी हुआ, किसी भी थाने का हो, आप हिमालय की चोटी से भी उसको रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं और कन्याकुमारी के सागर के किनारे भी गुना रजिस्टर होने के बाद 15 दिन में कंसर्न थाने को भेजना होगा। FIR का प्रावधान हम पहली बार जोड़ रहे हैं। हर जिले में और हर थाने में एक ऐसा पुलिस अधिकारी नामित किया जाएगा जिसके परिवारजनों में गिरफ्तारी हुई है, इसको अधिकृत सर्टिफिकेट देना पड़ेगा कि आपके परिजन हमारी कस्टडी में है और इसके लिए अब हम रिस्पॉन्सिबल। कई बार पकड़कर पुलिस 4 दिन तक कोई जवाब नहीं देती है मान्यवर, और वहाँ पर उनको कोर्ट में जाना है, और इसकी जगह अब वो ऑनलाइन भी सूचना देनी पड़ेगी और व्यक्तिगत सूचना भी देनी पड़ेगी। यौन हिंसा के मामले में पीड़िता का बयान कंपलसरी कर दिया गया है और यौन उत्पीड़न के मामले में बयान का वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग भी अब कंपलसरी कर दिया गया है। मान्यवर, पुलिस को 90 दिन में जिसने फरियाद की है इसका स्टेटस देना हमने कंपलसरी कर दिया है। 90 दिन में उसका स्टेटस देना पड़ेगा और हर 15 दिन में फरियादी को अपना स्टेटस भेजना पड़ेगा। 7 वर्ष या उससे अधिक के कारावास का केस अगर विड्रॉ करना है तो पीड़ित को सुने बगैर कोई भी सरकार इसको विड्रॉ नहीं कर पाएगी। ये भी इससे नागरिकों के अधिकारों की रक्षा होगी और इसके अंदर पहली बार हम कम्युनिटी सर्विस को सजा के बारे में भी इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं मान्यवर। ये प्रैक्टिस में कई जगह पे है, परंतु इसका इंट्रोडक्शन एक्ट से, कानून से अब होगा। मान्यवर, सालों तक केस चलते नहीं है, इसके लिए भी हमने बहुत सारे प्रावधान करे हैं। छोटे मोटे मामलों में समरी ट्रायल का दायरा बढ़ा दिया है। समरी ट्रायल को 20,000 तक की गुनाहों में ले लिया गया है और 3 साल तक की जिसमें सजा है वो सारे समरी ट्रायल से हो जाएंगे। इस एक ही प्रावधान से 40% केसों कई सेशन कोर्ट से बाहर होकर नीचे ही समरी ट्रायल से समाप्त हो गए। मान्यवर, आरोप पत्र दायर करने के लिए पुलिस अधिकारी आगे की जांच चालू है, आगे की जांच चालू है, आगे की जांच 6-6 साल अब नहीं कर पाएंगे। हमने तय कर दिया है कि 90 दिन में आरोप पत्र दायर करना ही पड़ेगा और कोर्ट भी उनको और 90 दिन की परिस्थिति देखकर परमिशन दे सकती है। 180 दिन में आपको जांच समाप्त कर ट्रायल के लिए भेज देना पड़ेगा। इससे बहुत बड़ा फर्क होगा। वारंट के मामले में भी हमने काफी सारे बदलाव किए हैं। आरोपी व्यक्ति को आरोप तय करने की नोटिस 60 ही दिन में देने के लिए अब कोर्टें बाध्य हो जाएगी। कोर्ट ने चार्ज फ्रेमिंग 60 दिन से ज़्यादा लंबा नहीं कर सकती। बहस पूरी होने के बाद 30 ही दिन में मान्यवर न्यायाधीश ने अपना फैसला देना पड़ेगा। 3-3 साल तक फैसला पेंडिंग नहीं रख सकते। कई सारे जज ऐसे पूरी सुनवाई कर देते थे और फिर बाद में ट्रांसफ़र हो जाती थी या रिटायर्ड कर जाते थे और ट्रायल फिर से चलती। अब ऐसा नहीं होगा। 30 दिन के अंदर ही फैसला देना पड़ेगा। इसको भी हमने, और फैसले को 7 दिन के अंदर ऑनलाइन उपलब्ध कराना पड़ेगा जिससे इस पर अपील की कार्यवाही मान्यवर हो जाए। सिविल सर्वेंट के विरुद्ध कोई फरियाद होती थी, पुलिस ऑफिसरों के विरुद्ध कोई फरियाद होती थी, तो एक प्रावधान है जिसे उनको सुरक्षा मिली हुई है। सरकार की परमिशन के बगैर इनका संज्ञान या तो चार्जशीट या ट्रायल शुरू नहीं हो सकती। मान्यवर, सालों तक कोई परमिशन आती ही नहीं थी और उसके कारण सिविल सर्वेंट के साथ साथ बाकी लोग भी डिले ट्रायल को एंजॉय करते थे। हमने तय कर दिया है कि 120 दिन में सरकार हाँ या ना कह दे, वरना डीम्ड परमिशन माना जाएगा और ट्रायल को फिक्स करना जाएगा। मान्यवर, एक बहुत बड़ा दिक्कत मैंने देखा है कि एसपी नाते किसी ने एक केस जांच किया है तो डीजीपी या तो रिटायर्ड होने के बाद वो केस चलने पर आता है और उनको गवाही देने जाना है। हमने ये प्रक्रिया के अंदर आमूलचूर परिवर्तन किया है कि जो एसपी अभी नौकरी कर रहा है वो ही फाइल देखकर गवाही देगा, जो पहले था उसको आने की जरूरत नहीं। माननीय, बहुत बड़ा क्रांतिकारी बदलाव। इसके कारण इतना देर होती, इतनी देर होती। आज हमने बारीकी से ट्रायल किस चीज के कारण लेट होती है इसका अभ्यास किया है। सबसे ज्यादा डेट अगर लगे तो यही कि भैया वो तो डीजीपी हो गए, डीजीपी साहब को समय नहीं होगा, तहसील में कैसे आएंगे, जब उनकी विजिट है तो 1.5 साल तक गवाही नहीं होती थी। मगर अब कोई डीजीपी साहब या तो रिटायर्ड बाबू को बुलाने की जरूरत नहीं, वहां जो एसपी है वो फाइल देखकर, और वो डीजीपी साहब को कुछ याद भी नहीं है, उन्होंने भी फाइल देखकर ही कोर्ट को असिस्ट करना है, मगर ये नहीं होता था। अब हमने ये कर दिया है। घोषित अपराधियों की संपत्ति की कुर्की का भी ये है नहीं, वरना यूपीए वालों को बहुत दिक्कत आती इस प्रावधान से। घोषित अपराधियों की संपत्ति की कुर्की का भी हम प्रावधान मान्यवर इसमें लिए। संगठित अपराध के लिए एक नया प्रावधान हम इसके अंदर जोड़ रहे हैं, जो अंतर्राज्य गैंग और संगठित अपराध है, इसके विरुद्ध एक अलग प्रकार की कठोर सजा का प्रावधान। महिलाओं के प्रति अपराध और सामाजिक समस्याओं के निपटान के लिए भी हमने ढेर सारे किए हैं। शादी, रोजगार, पदोन्नति के झूठे वादे और गलत पहचान प्रकट कर जो यौन संबंध बनाते थे, उसको अपराध की श्रेणी में पहली बार नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार लाए। गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मान्यवर, मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मान्यवर लाए। स्नेचिंग के लिए चाहे मोबाइल का हो चाहे महिलाओं की चेन का हो, कोई प्रावधान नहीं था। बहुत सारे लोग छूट जाते थे क्योंकि वो चोरी भी नहीं होती थी, स्नेचिंग का प्रावधान भी नहीं था। अब स्नेचिंग का भी प्रावधान ले मान्यवर। एक 324 इसमें गंभीर चोट के कारण निष्क्रियता की स्थिति हो जाती थी, मानो कोई अपाहिज हो गया, ब्रेन डेड हो गया, मृत्यु नहीं हुई, पूरा पैर कट गया, हाथ कट गया, तो भी 7 साल की सजा थी। और किसी को थोड़ा लगा, रिपेयर होकर 1 सप्ताह में अस्पताल से बाहर आ गया, तो भी 7 साल। हमने दोनों को अलग कर दिया। हमेशा के लिए अपंगता अगर आती है या ब्रेन डेड होता है तो इसकी सजा को 10 साल या तो आजीवन कारावास में बदलने का होगा। बच्चों द्वारा अपराध करने वाले व्यक्ति के लिए, बच्चों के साथ अपराध करने वाले व्यक्ति के लिए सजा को बढ़ाया गया है, 7 से 10 साल किया गया है। पहले जुर्माना काफी कम था, अनेक प्रोविजन में जुर्माने को बढ़ाने का भी काम किया है। मान्यवर, अपराधियों के विरुद्ध जो भाग जाते थे, इसके लिए भी 10 साल की सजा का लाया है, प्रावधान लेकर आए हैं। सजा माफी को पॉलिटिकल यूज करने वाले बहुत किस्से आते थे। अब हमने कह दिया है कि अगर किसी को सजा माफ करनी है तो मृत्यु की सजा को आजीवन कारावास में बदल सकते हैं। आजीवन कारावास की सजा को 7 साल तक ही माफ कर सकते हैं। 7 साल के कारावास को 3 साल तक ही माफ कर सकते हैं। किसी भी गुनहगार को, अभी बिहार में कुछ मामले आए हैं सामने, इसी प्रकार से राजनीतिक रसूख वाले लोगों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, उनको भी सजा भुगतनी पड़ेगी। इसका भी प्रावधान मान्यवर हम लेकर आए हैं। मान्यवर, राजद्रोह पर कि अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं, कंप्लीटली। यहां लोकतंत्र है, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं मान्यवर। और इस कानून में इसके साथ साथ अलगाव, सशस्त्र विद्रोह, विध्वंसक गतिविधियां, अलगाववाद, भारत की संप्रभुता, एकता को, अखंडता को चैलेंज करना, ये सब को कानून के अंदर किसी न किसी दाएं बाएं तोड़ मरोड़ कर जोड़ते थे। इसका कोई स्पेशल प्रोविजन नहीं था, टेररिज्म की व्याख्या ही नहीं थी। पहली बार अब इसकी व्याख्या हो रही है और जुड़ी संपत्ति को कुर्क करने का अधिकार भी। मान्यवर जांच करने वाले पुलिस अधिकारी के संज्ञान पर कोर्ट इस पर ऑर्डर करेगा। कुर्की का ऑर्डर पुलिस अधिकारी नहीं कर पाएंगे, निर्णय नहीं कर पाएंगे, कोर्ट में सुनवाई के बाद होगा। मान्यवर, एक बहुत बड़ा ऐतिहासिक फैसला हमने किया है, अनुपस्थिति में ट्रायल। कई सारे केसों में दाऊद इब्राहिम वांटेड हैं, चले गए, देश छोड़कर भाग गए, आज उन पर ट्रायल नहीं होती। हमने तय किया है कि सेशन कोर्ट के जज ड्यू प्रोसीजर के बाद जिसको भगोड़ा घोषित करेंगे उसकी अनुपस्थिति में ट्रायल होगी और उनको सजा भी सुनाई। दुनिया में वो कहीं पर भी छिपके सजा सुनाई जाए। मान्यवर, इससे बहुत बड़ा फर्क पड़ने वाला है और वो सजा के खिलाफ अपील करना है तो न्याय की शरण में आए, अपने आप को भारतीय कानूनों की शरण में लाएं और अदालत के सामने जाए तो हाई कोर्ट में चैलेंज करें। मान्यवर, मैं सार्वजनिक जीवन में बहुत बचपन से हूँ, राज्य का गृह मंत्री भी रहा हूँ। मैंने बहुत सारे थाने विजिट किए, बहुत सारे सदस्य भी थाने में गए होंगे। आप देखे होगा टूटी फूटी साइकिल, टूटी फूटी गाड़ी, टूटी फूटी ऑटो सालों तक पड़ी, सबने देखा। वो इसलिए पड़ा है कि कानून में प्रोविजन है कि केस के निपटारे तक इसको संभाल पर रखना। हमने प्रोविजन कर दिया है इसकी वीडियोग्राफी करना, वीडियोग्राफी की सर्टिफाइड कॉपी कोर्ट में जमा कराना और फिर इसका निपटारा आप कर सकते हो। इससे कम से कम पुलिस स्टेशन की स्वच्छता भयानक। मान्यवर, इस प्रकार के, मैंने तो अभी थोड़ा बताया, इस प्रकार के ढेर सारे बदलाव इस कानून के अंदर हम लेकर आए हैं। टोटल 313 बदलाव है मान्यवर, और मैं इतना कह सकता हूं कि हमारी न्यायिक दंड प्रक्रिया, क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के अंदर आमूलचूल परिवर्तन होगा और सबको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 3 साल के अंदर न्याय देगा। मान्यवर, इसमें पुलिस अधिकारियों को भी जवाबदेह किया है, वकीलों को भी जवाबदेह किया है और न्याय करने वाले के लिए भी मर्यादाएं रखी है। इसमें महिलाओं का और बच्चों का विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है। अपराधियों को सजा हो इसकी चिंता की गई है और पुलिस अपने अधिकारों का दुरुपयोग न कर पाए, ऐसा भी है। इसके अंदर राजद्रोह जैसे कानूनों को एक और हम निरस्त कर रहे हैं तो दूसरी ओर धोखा देकर महिला का शोषण करने वाले और मॉब लिंचिंग जैसे जघन्य अपराध करने वालों को दंडित करने का भी इरादा है। एक और हमने राजद्रोह को रिपील किया है, दूसरी ओर संगठित अपराध और टेररिज्म पर नकेल कसने का काम भी हमने किया है। मान्यवर, मैं मानता हूं कि तीनों संहिता अपने आप में संपूर्ण है, परिपूर्ण है, परंतु 1807, 1828, 88 और 1878 से कानून प्रचलन में है। कोई भी व्यक्ति, कोई भी डिपार्टमेंट या कोई भी व्यक्तियों का समूह इसको कंप्लीट नहीं कर सकता। इसलिए मैंने निर्णय किया है मान्यवर कि इस कानून को मैं स्टैंडिंग कमेटी को, गृह विभाग की स्टैंडिंग कमेटी को देना चाहता हूं, जिससे पक्ष विपक्ष सभी संसद सभ्य इस पर अपना, काफ़ी संसद सभ्यों ने दिया है, परंतु इस पर काफ़ी अच्छी सोच विचार हो। इस पर बार काउंसिल भी चर्चा करे, बार एसोसिएशन भी चर्चा करे, कुछ रिटायर्ड न्यायिक अधिकारी भी चिंता करें और हम लॉ कमीशन को भी भेजेंगे, लॉ कमीशन भी अपनी टिप्पणियाँ दें। तो कुल मिलाकर ये सब आने के बाद ये विधेयक को उचित परिवर्तन करने के बाद मैं फिर से इस सदन के लिए आऊँगा। मैं आपको अनुरोध करता हूँ माननीय स्पीकर महोदय कि मैं विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करता हूँ और माननीय स्पीकर महोदय मैं ये भी अनुरोध करता हूँ कि विधेयक को जांच हेतु विभाग संबंधी गृह कार्य संबंधी संसदीय स्थायी समिति को।
एक मिनट, प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में। माननीय मंत्री विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें। माननीय मंत्री जी।
मान्यवर, मैं इस विधेयक को, तीनों विधेयकों को गृह विभाग के कार्य संबंधी, माननीय स्पीकर महोदय मैं विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करता हूं और आपसे निवेदन करता हूं कि ये तीनों विधेयकों को गृह विभाग के कार्य संबंधी संसदीय स्थायी समिति को भेज दिया जाए। मान्यवर, सिमरत मैंने कुछ पूछना चाहती हूँ।
अब इसमें
एक मिनट पूछ ले वो।
गृह मंत्री जी को बधाई देती हूँ, बहुत ही बड़ा परिवर्तन। सर सिर्फ एक चीज़ आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूँगी कि जो लोग जेल की सज़ा काट के अभी भी जेल में 30-30 साल से, कुछ उनके लिए भी इसमें है कि नहीं, एक ये पूछना। सर दूसरा सवाल ये कि प्रैक्टिकली जो ज़मीन में होता है सब घर घर तक नशे पहुंच रहे हैं, जो घर वाले किसी को बताते भी हैं तो उनके बारे कोई उनका एक्शन नहीं लिया जाता, तो कोई प्रावधान इसके लिए भी कुछ होगा?
एक मिनट गृह मंत्री जी, गृह मंत्री जी,
माफी का सवाल है, माफी अपराध क्या है इसके आधार पर करने का संपूर्ण वैधानिक प्रावधान है।
बी मेहताब जी,
सजा पूरी कर ली है, इसको छोड़ने के लिए सजा पूरी नहीं होती है, जन्मटिप होती है, अंतिम सांस तक होती है। इसको 14 साल में करने का जेल के अधिकारी के पास अधिकार होता है। वो अधिकार के उपयोग के लिए भी गुना को देखकर वैधानिक अधिकार उसको दिए गए।
बी मेहताब जी प्लीज एक मिनट। बी मेहताब जी, बी मेहताब जी।
Sir, I am very grateful to be a witness in the history in the making. कई सालों से as a journalist by profession, we have been repeatedly asking for change in IPC and also CRPC. And during my last 25 years in this house, during Atalji's prime ministership, we had also deliberated on change of Evidence Act. Why it is necessary? To certain extent, the then Home Minister, Mr. Advani, had assured this House that yes, we were working on the change of Evidence Act. So today when I saw, because this is in a supplementary list of business, and Honorable Home Minister has brought about 3 bills together, totally overhauling our legal system, just law and justice system. Actually, I would only like to mention here, of course, in the statement of objects and reasons it mentioned relating to IPC. What was IPC? It is not actually Indian Penal Code. It was originally an Irish Penal Code. And Macaulay is the father of this IPC. Though in 1834 this committee was formed, the law committee was formed by the British government, and 1834 means it was during the East India Company. 1856 the British Crown came into power in India, and in 1860 this was implemented, just removing Irish and putting Indian Penal Code. Okay. So it was more like subjugation of the subjects by the power, by the ruling power. So now, as the Home Minister has very rightly mentioned, he has enunciated certain points and it is going to the standing committee. Similar is about the criminal procedure code. And for 7 decades, I would say, what has been added to and the manner in which our government and the society has been feeling for last quite some time, that contemporary needs should also be looked into, and that has been there. And in the Evidence Act, sir, Evidence Act of 1972, comprehensive review of our criminal law was necessary, which has been done in this draft bill, and I believe the Home Standing Committee of Home will go into all those details, and as the Home Minister has very rightly mentioned, it is people-centric, not government-centric or administration-centric. So in that respect, I believe it is a good beginning, and I'm really grateful that I am, including my party members and perhaps all of us, are witness to the history in making, because after so many years, our wishes are being fulfilled. Thank you, sir.
माननीय सदस्यों, नहीं डिबेट नहीं हो रही इस पे। माननीय सदस्यों, आज नियम 377 के अधीन मामलों को उठाने की अनुमति प्रदान की हुए मामले अनुबंधित पाठ को व्यक्तिगत रूप से सदन के पटल पर रख सकते हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, यदि सभा की सहमति हो तो केंद्रीय माल और सेवा संशोधन विधेयक 2023 तथा एकीकृत माल और सेवा कर संशोधन विधेयक 2023 पर एक साथ विचार किया जाए। सभा की सहमति हो तो इन विधेयकों को बिना बहस की सभा के निर्णय के लिए रखा दिया जाए। माननीय मंत्री जी।
Sir, I rise to move that the bill to amend the Central Goods and Services Tax Act 2017 be taken into consideration. And also together with it, as you have mentioned, Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that the bill to amend the Integrated Goods and Services Tax Act 2017 be taken into consideration.
प्रश्न है कि विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में विधेयक पर विचार करने हेतु प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया गया। अब सभा विधेयक पर खंडवार विचार करेगी। प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के खंड 2 से 5 विधेयक का अंग बना। प्रश्न है कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। मंत्री जी अब प्रस्ताव करें कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
So I move, there's an amendment. Okay, it will be passed? All right. I move that the bill be passed.
प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत और विधेयक पारित हुआ।
दोनों बिल कर दिए, दूसरा बिल करना है कल?
हाँ, दूसरा।
Sir, I move that the bill be passed. No, sorry. I rise to move that the bill to amend the Integrated Goods and Services Tax Act 2017 be taken into consideration.
प्रश्न है कि विधेयक में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में विधेयक पर विचार करने हेतु प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया। अब सभा विधेयक पर खंडवार विचार करेगी। प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 2 से 5 विधेयक का अंग बने। प्रश्न है कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। मंत्री जी प्रस्ताव करें कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
Sir, I move that the bill be passed.
प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ, विधेयक पारित हुआ। सभा की कार्रवाई 1:30 तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, the Lok Sabha has now been adjourned. In fact, big changes to the criminal law as the India MP is also staging a protest in the Parliament premises. Rahul Gandhi leading that protest march in the Parliament. The opposition MPs up in arms against Adhir Ranjan's suspension. While that said, Amit Shah spoke just a little while ago. I'm going to cut across to some parts, some chunks of what he said. All right, Amit Shah, who spoke just moments earlier, spoke about some changes in the sedition law, some big changes in the criminal law that's been proposed. Of course, this has come in the Parliament, the last day of the monsoon session. As Amit Shah has spoken, he says the definition of the sedition law has now been changed. He says 20 years or life sentence for gang rape. This is a big change now in the criminal law itself. 20 years or life sentence for gang rape is now going to be awarded to those guilty. Big changes as it comes in, as Amit Shah himself speaks on the sedition law, saying that there are provisions under the law that has now been changed. The definition itself of the sedition law has been changed largely. It will be extensively either at this point for gang rape specifically, we see that at least 20 years has been awarded to those guilty of gang rape, and at least or life sentence. It's either or. Big changes as we see in the criminal laws as announced by Amit Shah. Let me cut across to Nalini Sharma joining us on the phone line, tracking the court and, of course, going by what Amit Shah has said. Nalini, tell us more on the sedition law. There was the Law Commission proposing certain changes, and Amit Shah has now spoken extensively in the Parliament and has said that the law will have a different definition. Break it down for us, please.
Well, Nabila, it's a complete overhaul of the criminal justice system from what we are given to understand through Amit Shah's speech in the Parliament. And the government has brought about at least 313 changes, is what they've said, to the Indian Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code, as well as the Indian Evidence Act. Now, the details of these changes we're still going through, but yes, some of the main highlights include the law of sedition that Amit Shah, before the floor of the Parliament, has claimed has been repealed in this law. But from the basic scan of the bill that we've been able to do, we're given to understand that sedition, the law of sedition, is no more called sedition, it's called waging the war against India. So there might be some changes that have been made to the law and how it was interpreted and how it was enacted earlier versus what is being done now. We're still going through the details of that, but along with that, there are also some new laws that have been brought in with regard to mob lynching. We're given to understand that death penalty will be awarded even in cases of mob lynching. That's the maximum punishment that is there in accordance with the new law. In addition to that, there are also aspects regarding the safety of women and children, including the kind of laws that were, the punishment that was imposed under the Indian Penal Code for offences of gang rape and for offences of sexual harassment or rape against minors. Those laws have also been tweaked. The punishment likely has been enhanced, according to what Amit Shah said before the floor of the House. So some very significant changes, including, of course, the names of the Indian Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code and the Indian Evidence Act, which will now be all referred to in Hindi names, that has been enacted through this bill that has been introduced in 2023. Remember, Indian Penal Code is the law that dates back to the 1850, Nabila. It was brought in by the Britishers.
Yeah.
It's been a really old law, and for a long time, there has been a demand within the legal fraternity to bring about certain changes, but now a complete revamp of the criminal justice system through the decision of the centre.
Well, this is, can we look at it of course, in a sense, this is a positive move because, you know, the number of years that a trial would take. Now, there are certain deadlines as announced by Amit Shah. Is that right, Nalini? As we see here, the trials now to be completed in 3 years' time. So that's more or less a deadline that you can't drag your feet on a case. More importantly, a complainant to get a status report within 90 days. These are deadlines that are set, and also 120-day deadline for NOD to prosecute a government servant as well.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, Nabila, what the Home Minister said before the floor of the House is that change is about to ensure that the misuse of law can be contained, especially by the administration, by the police sources. Along with that, they've also tried to ensure that nobody has to stay in long pending legal proceedings, and that they are able to get the cases disposed of as soon as possible, especially when it comes to these criminal matters that end up pending in courts for years and years that end altogether. So the government, at least through these new changes that they've brought about, are trying to ensure that these long pending cases can be cut short as soon as possible. They are also trying to impose a time limit on the amount of time that these trials can be decided in. And all of this comes as a step forward to ensure that there's a smoother working of the entire criminal justice system, and cases, especially heinous cases in certain offences, are not remaining as pending for as long as possible. Because what Amit Shah said before the floor of the House is that there are a lot of people, especially the accused in such cases, that take advantage of these cases that are pending in the case in the courts for a long time. So to ensure that that doesn't happen and that the people responsible in cases of serious offences are put behind the bars as soon as possible, these changes have been brought in. There have been time limits imposed for trials in certain cases. But like I said, the finer aspects of the bill, we are still going through. A total of 13 changes. It's a historic bill being introduced by the government, because I don't think a change of this sort has been brought about in the criminal justice system for a very long time, considering, like I told you, that the IPC dates back to the 1850s. After that, this is the biggest change that I think we've seen regarding the criminal justice system coming in from the government, where the entire Indian Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code, as well as Indian Evidence Act, have been replaced by new laws altogether now that have been enacted as late as 2020.
Right. Thank you very much, Nalini. But stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Amit Shah as he today introduced bill for a complete overhaul of criminal laws. Let's take a listen.
राजद्रोह पर कि अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था, मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं, कंप्लीटली। जहां लोकतंत्र सबको बोलने का अधिकार है, राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं मान्यवर। और इस कानून में इसके साथ साथ अलगाव, सशस्त्र विद्रोह, विध्वंसक गतिविधियां, अलगाववाद, भारत की संप्रभुता, एकता को, अखंडता को चैलेंज करना, ये सबको कानून के अंदर किसी न किसी राय बाएं तोड़ मरोड़ कर जोड़ते थे। इसका कोई स्पेशल प्रोविजन नहीं था, टेररिज्म की व्याख्या ही नहीं थी। पहली बार अब इसकी व्याख्या हो रही है और जुड़ी संपत्ति को कुछ करने का अधिकार भी है। राजद्रोह पर कि अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था, मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं।
All right. So the law, the sedition law, now gets a complete overhaul. Three bills, in fact, that's been introduced by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. As now it appears there will be strict timeline and deadlines for the trials that take place on heinous crimes. The law for waging war against government, as we see Amit Shah speaking about three of the bills that's been introduced. And let me cut across to Nalini itself, who breaks it down for us, making it simpler. Nalini, do tell us, this is looked at positively, as the law speaks extensively about now the overhaul will cut short on the trial time, given deadlines to ensure justice. Do take us through the three bills, Nalini, that's been introduced in the Parliament. Nalini? Nalini, if you're with us. All right, we seem to have lost a connection. We'll try and patch her back. In fact, the three bills that will be sent to a parliamentary panel for further scrutiny, Amit Shah has spoken about it. That will be a complete overhaul of the sedition law. In fact, Brinda Adige joins us on the phone line as an activist herself. Brinda, this complete overhaul of the sedition law, almost bringing timelines, deadlines for trials. Amit Shah has announced it. It's going to be going to the parliamentary panel for further scrutiny. Give us your opinion on it.
This is a fantastic move.
Yeah.
But just a law, just an amendment and passing it in the two houses is certainly not enough. Because we know at the ground level, experts, personnel, infrastructure is lacking. So if these three are lacking, then there will be no way the case can go forward. For instance, forensic. We do not have any kind of DNA testing here except in Hyderabad. Where else do we have? So everybody from South India is going there. So the waiting period is like months together. Then we are looking at the hospital doctors themselves. All the hospitals will not take in these kind of cases that come. We are looking at the timing. Then we are looking at victim and witness protection. If this is not being given to them, they are then threatened and told that you don't go and give your witness statement. So all of this requires that the functionary as well as the expertise and the infrastructure simultaneously needs to get strengthened. If just a law is passed, it is not enough, then it is just a eyewash. And that is not required, because it is just a news piece. nothing that would help the victim survivors on the ground.
You know, as Amit Shah spoke in the parliament, first of all, these bills need to be passed, but what's introduced in the parliament now, he says, is basically going to replace the existing law that was put out by the British only to punish and not to bring justice. But the new law now will ensure justice for the aggrieved. And that's precisely what you have said as well. Trial time that goes endlessly on for decades. There's really no accountability for how long this can go on in courts. But now there's at least the new bills that he has spoken about. Amit Shah has spoken about, the Home Minister in the Parliament, which yet needs to be introduced, speaks of a clear-cut direction that justice will be brought within a 120-day time limit.
If that is the kind of stipulation that is mandated in the law, we also want to now see reforms in the police, in the prosecution and in the judiciary. Because if a law is there without the reforms and, like I said, structural changes at the ground level, the law will continue to remain a law. Because 120 days is a fantastic time period.
Yeah, for government servants, yeah.
Absolutely. And that means justice will be ensured. Because today we are seeing that it goes for years together simply because nobody is time bound. And we do not have the expertise for handling these cases. We are looking at police, we are looking at prosecution and certainly the judiciary, whom not only must be trained, but must also have all the equipment at their command, so that there would be justice that is extended not just in the spirit of the law, but in every procedural manner also.
Absolutely. But give us a few, if you can, narrate some cases on how the aggrieved party had to wait for years. You know, justice delayed is justice denied, rightfully as it's said. There are that many victims who have waited for justice and still haven't got them. For decades, many of them have passed away just waiting for a court's order to give them some kind of relief. Yeah, you've dealt with so many cases of such nature.
First and foremost, we have over 57% of acquittals in the first 3 to 5 years. So which means the case has gone completely. In areas where the police might have done extensive investigation and presented the case in almost watertight case, we are looking at over 18, 19 years of waiting period. Let's look at POCSO. Look at POCSO and it is 18 years, which means a child who might have been abused at about 4, 8 or 12 years is attending the court well past his or her adult age, which I think is the biggest injustice we are doing. Then we are looking at cases of rape of adults. These cases go on for over 7 years and then in between the perpetrator, the rapist gets a parole. And then, you know, everybody will come together and say, why don't you marry this woman? Because, you know, that way everything will get sorted out. And courts are allowing it. See, that is our problem. If a court allows somebody who's already convicted to marry the victim, then where is the justice? So these decades, literally decades of waiting that somebody is going to get punished and then forced to marry because social sanctions allow you to do that, is the biggest injustice. So here we want to look at all of that when this amendment comes in.
All right. Stay with us, Brinda. Let me cut across to Nirbhaya's mother, Asha Devi, who's also joining us on the phone line. Asha Devi ji, ये जो एक बिल इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया है सरकार ने, ये कहती है कि अब गैंग रेप के अक्यूज्ड को लाइफ सेंटेंस दिया जाएगा या 20 साल तक जेल में रखेंगे. तो ये एक फास्ट ट्रैक जैसा डिसीजन हुआ है. ये ट्रायल भी 3 साल से ज़्यादा नहीं जा सकता. डिसीजन बहुत जल्दी लेंगे ये नए बिल के थ्रू.
जी, अगर ऐसा बिल आया है, अगर ये पास हो जाता है और लागू हो जाता है तो हम तो सोच रहे हैं कि बहुत बढ़िया होगा हमारी बच्चियों के लिए, क्योंकि आज आप देख रहे हैं कि लोअर केस में केस 7-7 साल 8-8 साल से पड़ी हुई है, जो हम लोगों के जानकारी में है. जो नहीं जानकारी में है वो पता ना कितने साल है. तो अगर ये कानून पास हो जाता है, अब बशर्ते कि ये लागू हो जाए और ये अपना काम करे, जिस तरह से बन रहा है कि 3 साल में सजा हो जाएगी, फास्ट ट्रैक के तरह रहेगा, तो ये बहुत बढ़िया है. लेकिन बशर्ते कि जिस तरह से कानून, बहुत सारे कानून बनाए गए, निर्भया के बाद भी बनाए गए, बर्मा कमेटी बनाई गई, सब कुछ बना, सब कुछ हुआ, लेकिन आज भी हालात वैसे के वैसे हैं, घटनाएं वैसे हो रही हैं, किसी को इंसाफ वैसे नहीं मिल रहा है। लोअर कोर्ट में केस 8-8 साल लोअर कोर्ट में है, तो समझिए कि उनको कब इंसाफ मिलेगा। तो मैं एक बार मंत्री साहब को धन्यवाद कहती हूँ, लेकिन मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि जिस तरह से ये बिल आई है वो पास हो और जल्दी से लागू हो, कि हमारे बच्चियों को अब से भी न्याय मिले और सुरक्षा मिले।
जी, बहुत धन्यवाद आशा जी. That's Nirbhaya's mother who says that there were laws that were made but weren't really implemented. Will things change now? Ujjwal Nikam, who's a senior advocate, joins us on the phone line. Ujjwal, give us your sense on the 3 bills that has been introduced by Home Minister Amit Shah. And he says that this time around, the sedition law will be to bring justice, not just to punish what the British had attempted to do.
Of course, it's a very bold step taken by our Union Home Minister. I have not seen yet the entire bill, but what I can gather from the information which I had received, certain radical changes are being proposed. And in fact, it's a long day time to say that there was a need of the time to make certain changes in the procedural law. So far as the sedition law is concerned, so far as the extradition laws are concerned, and so far as the procedural law and the evidence act. Now we have to examine from 2 aspects. Whether it is going to serve the purpose, and whether the punishment, that is the sentence, execution of sentence is one of the important aspects. Completion of the criminal trial is another aspect. So what procedure is meant in it for that? Because you see, earlier denied, justice delayed, justice denied, but as hurried justice is buried justice equally. So what balance is being suggested in the new laws, that is required to be seen. But at this stage only I can welcome this idea because there are much more vacuums in these old laws, and if government is trying to fill up those lacunas and the holes, one thing is, of course, one can welcome it.
Right. You know, Mr. Ujjwal Nikam, if you can give us a sense of what exactly Section 124A of the sedition law entails currently.
See, currently 121A, that is, you see, waging war against the government of India, then conspiracy to wage war, and so far as promotion of the hatred killings in the different states and communities, and that is also called the sedition law. But the law at present which is prevailing in our country so far as sedition law is concerned, you see, there are some changes are required to be made in it, and unless I will see the bill, it will be premature to make any comment to what the government is proposing.
Well, a couple of points that has been that seems quite interesting and something maybe on the right path and direction is that now. All right, we seem to have lost Ujjwal's connection, but clearly, as a larger sense that we get here is that the bill ensures justice to victims who wait for years and maybe decades sometimes as the trial goes on. Justice is barely given, or even by the time it comes, it's a little too late. So Amit Shah saying that they're going to sort of repeal this colonial legacy and now give a complete overhaul to the sedition law, and that while that is repealed, 3 bills are being introduced to come up with laws, one after the other, that will ensure, for example, that a gang rape case, the accused will get at least 20 years of life imprisonment. Or, all right, I'm cutting across to the Lok Sabha proceedings. Let's listen in.
सभा की कार्रवाई अनिश्चित काल के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, we see that it's just adjourned. Lok Sabha is adjourned, and this comes right after Amit Shah spoke about the criminal laws that now will see a full overhaul. Let me cut across to what Amit Shah had to say, introducing 3 bills that, according to him, will quash the colonial legacy of laws that were only intending to punish but not bring justice, really. Listen in.
राजद्रोह पर ये अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं, कंप्लीटली। यहां लोकतंत्र है, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं मान्यवर। और इस कानून में इसके साथ साथ अलगाव, सशस्त्र विद्रोह, विध्वंसक गतिविधियां, अलगाववाद, भारत की संप्रभुता, एकता को, अखंडता को चैलेंज करना, ये सब को कानून के अंदर किसी न किसी दाएं बाएं तोड़ मरोड़ कर जोड़ते थे। इसका कोई स्पेशल प्रोविजन नहीं था, टेररिज्म की व्याख्या ही नहीं थी। पहली बार अब इसकी व्याख्या हो रही है और जुड़ी संपत्ति को कुर्क करने का अधिकार। संगठित अपराध के लिए एक नया प्रावधान हम इसके अंदर जोड़ रहे हैं, जो अंतरराज्य गैंग और संगठित अपराध है, इसके विरुद्ध एक अलग प्रकार की कठोर सजा का प्रावधान। गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मान्यवर लाए। हमने तय किया है कि सेशन कोर्ट के जज ड्यू प्रोसीजर के बाद जिसको भगोड़ा घोषित करेंगे, उसकी अनुपस्थिति में ट्रायल होगी और उनको सजा भी सुनाएगी। दुनिया में वो कहीं पर भी छिपके सजा सुनाई जाए मान्यवर, इससे बहुत बड़ा फर्क पड़ने वाला है। और वो सजा के खिलाफ अपील करना है तो न्याय की शरण में आए, अपने आप को भारतीय कानूनों की शरण में लाए और अदालत के सामने जाए तो हाई कोर्ट में चैलेंज करें।
All right, as Amit Shah says that 3 bills are introduced in the Parliament. It will be discussed extensively in the sessions going forward. Nalini brings us a perspective on what this law really means. Nalini, break it down for us. We know that the trial time is now going to be reduced. Deadlines are given to bring in justice for the victims. But speaking of sedition law, specifically, when something is said to instigate or create hatred, what will be the punishment as per the new law? Is there any specification on that?
Well, Nabila, just to bring some clarity regarding what has happened when it comes to the law of sedition. Law of sedition that was included in section 124A of the previously what was called the Indian Penal Code has now been changed to section 150 of this new code that has been brought in by the Parliament. Does not mean it's continued to be called sedition. The new law that has been brought under section 150 is called the Act of Endangering Sovereignty, unity and the integrity of India. Now, what the main change from the law of sedition as compared to section 150 is that they've changed the explanation as to exactly what will constitute as an act of endangering the sovereignty and unity and integrity of India. They've changed the explanation to that to quite an extent, and along with that, under the law of sedition, the maximum punishment was for 3 years, and under the new law, the punishment has been enhanced to a maximum of 7 years. That is the change that has been brought in. Amit Shah is right when he says that section 124A, as it was as part of the Indian Penal Code, has ceased to exist, which means that the law of sedition has been repealed. But at the same time, the law of sedition has now been changed and is now being called the Act of Endangering the Sovereignty and the Unity and the Integrity of India, which has been introduced as section 150 as part of the new bill. This is only with regard to the IPC that the changes have been made, because like you correctly pointed out, there are also several changes that have been made to the Criminal Procedure Code regarding how the trials are conducted, the time during which the trials are conducted, and what all remedies are available to the victims in criminal cases to ensure that there is a speedy disposal of justice. So to make good all of those lacunas, the government has tried to expedite the manner in which the criminal trials are conducted in the country. So there are a lot of changes that have been brought out with regard to that. Like I told you earlier, even with respect to protection of women and children, with respect to criminal laws, there are several changes that have also been brought with respect to that, where the punishment has also been enhanced. There is a new law that has been introduced when it comes to mob lynching, which, if I'm given to understand, if I'm not wrong, it attracts the maximum punishment of death sentence under the new laws. But there are a total of 313 changes that right now have been introduced in these three new acts that have been introduced by the Parliament, which will respectively replace the Indian Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code, as well as the Indian Evidence Act. All three of them will be replaced. They have been given new names, and now with these changes being brought in, we can expect a complete overhaul of the criminal justice system. A total of 313 changes, so a lot of changes likely, not only on the procedural aspect, but also on the substantive aspects of the laws regarding what constitutes an offense, what will be the maximum punishment for those offenses. So several changes even being brought about with regard to that. And like Amit Shah stated in the Parliament, law of sedition is going to be a huge talking point with respect to these changes, because although the government claims that the law of sedition has been repealed, but it's been brought in a new packaging in this new law that has now been introduced by the Parliament.
Well, as we see, the punishment, as you also said here, those who commit such a crime, when it comes, the new version of the sedition law here, those accused will also receive up to a life imprisonment. That's what seems like what's broken down here. But let me cut across to Anisha Mathur, who's also joining us right from court. Anisha, if you're tracking what Amit Shah has said, do break it down for us. As Nalini has already mentioned, a couple of laws that will be introduced. First of all, it needs to be passed in the Parliament, and once that is, then it will be a complete overhaul of the current sedition law. Huge changes that's been brought into the the year 1860 that the British had implemented the Indian Penal Code. Amit Shah has now come up with 3 different laws to give it a complete revamp. Break it down for us, please.
Well, yes, let's look at what Amit Shah has really introduced. 3 new laws to replace what is currently the IPC, the CRPC and the Indian Evidence Act. The Nyay Sanhita, the Nagarik Suraksha Adhiniyam and the new evidence law. All of those are being tabled before the Parliament by the Home Minister today. Now, and what is interesting is we've been looking at the content of these bills. Several sections have been reworded, reworked. When you said what we've been talking about, the issue of sedition law, especially since the Supreme Court had issued a stay on sedition and had said, and the government had also been saying that sedition has no place in a democracy. What the new section is defining now, currently in the IPC as it currently exists since 1860, sedition is encouraging disaffection against the elected government. Now, the new section that is there in the new bill, section 150, is talking about anybody who excites or secession, armed rebellion, subversive activities, feelings of separatist activities, or endangers sovereignty or unity or integrity of India, or indulges in such an act, shall be punished with imprisonment for life or imprisonment which will extend to 7 years. Now, this is a much larger definition than what was there in the sedition law so far. So we'll have to see how exactly it is coming out when once the bill is actually passed. Let's also see several other points. One very good thing that has come in is that the rape laws have also been overhauled. The voyeurism, stalking, etc. They have been very widely defined. Taking a woman's photographs or disseminating a video of a woman in a private situation. All of these which were laws which were brought in post Nirbhaya, those have been defined further. We now have a much larger definition of crimes against women, of sexual offences against women. However, the question of marital rape, which has been something that has been debated extensively in court and outside, that still remains on the books, but the minimum age for the woman in that situation is now 18 years as far as this particular new law, the new bill is concerned. Laws relating to kidnapping, laws relating to offences against children, all of those are also being included in the newly defined penal code that is being brought in, that is being introduced in Parliament today. If you go back to looking at what the sedition, what we look at the sedition issue is, here the new bill has specifically said that criticism or disapprobation of the administrative action or the measures taken by the government without exciting seditious or separatist activities or endangering sovereignty and integrity is not in fact a crime here. But when you this is going to be a very, very problematic point once this issue comes up for debate, because what this new law says is anything that encourages feelings of separatism or endangers unity and integrity of India or indulges in or commits any such act in any manner shall be punished. So how exactly do you define an act which endangers sovereignty or integrity of India? Because remember, so far, sedition, especially after court interventions, that law had been redefined by the courts to say that the action of disapprobation, of encouraging disapprobation against the government will only be punishable under sedition if it creates a situation of violence. That particular point that the courts had been harping about, that you cannot punish somebody for simply criticizing or making a statement unless it results in violence or some violent activity. That particular safeguard is not currently here in what we can see from Section 150 that has come in the proposed bill. So a lot of things will have to be debated. A lot of things will have to be considered.
And it all depends on whether the Parliament is going to welcome it. With the Lok Sabha, they have the numbers. Rajya Sabha is going to be where the debate will happen. Let me cut across to Amit Shah yet again. Please do stay with us, Nalini and Anisha. Here you had Amit Shah who broke it down. The 3 bills that he's introduced speaks of a complete overhaul of our criminal laws when it comes to protection of women, of children, with regards to murders, and also any kind of insightful messaging against the state. Let's have a listen.
राजद्रोह पर ये अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहां लोकतंत्र, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मान्यवर लाए।
All right, we've heard Amit Shah introduce that bill. It needs to be now discussed elaborately. On that note, I'm slipping into a short break. We'll be right back with a lot more on that. Stay with us.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village. That's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
रंजन चौधरी के सस्पेंशन को लेके विपक्ष इस वक्त सरकार पर निशाना साध रहा है, कह रहा है कि खतरनाक ट्रेंड की शुरुआत है ये।
जो करेगा वो भरेगा। आज मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, आप अपने दल की राजनीति से बाहर निकलिए, देश के तिरंगे के मान सम्मान के लिए आगे बढ़िए।
कांग्रेस का दावा है कि क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री पे हमला बोला अधीर रंजन चौधरी ने, इसलिए एक्शन लिया जाए।
अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बोलने का समय भी नहीं दिया था। अगर उनको इतने शक्तिशाली नेता वो लगते थे तो पश्चिम बंगाल में की बेटियों के साथ हो रहे अत्याचार के समय वो 21 लोगों के डेलीगेशन को पश्चिम बंगाल क्यों नहीं लेके गए? अगर वो इतने शक्तिशाली नेता थे तो राजस्थान में हो रहे बेटियों के साथ अत्याचार पे क्यों नहीं लेके गए? वो तो एक ऐसे रूप में लाकर अधीर जी को खड़ा कर दिया कि उनको दल का नेता तो बनाया है, समय बोलने का नहीं दिया है। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कांग्रेस ने उनकी कितनी बेइज्जती की है। ये तो भला हो अमित भाई को और स्पीकर महोदय का, जिन्होंने समय अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी को अपने में से दिया।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
अविश्वास पर प्रस्ताव पर भी आपने कैसी चर्चा की? और तो मैं तो देख रहा हूं सोशल मीडिया में आपके दरबारी भी बहुत दुखी है। ये हाल है आपका। और अध्यक्ष जी देखिए, मजा इस डिबेट का कि फील्डिंग विपक्ष ने ऑर्गेनाइज की, लेकिन चौके छक्के यहीं से लगे। और विपक्ष नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन पे नो बॉल नो बॉल पर ही करता आगे चलता जा रहा है। इधर से सेंचुरी हो रही है, उधर से नो बॉल हो रहे हैं। अध्यक्ष जी, मैं हमारे विपक्ष के साथियों से यही कहूंगा कि आप तैयारी करके क्यों नहीं आते जी? थोड़ी मेहनत कीजिए। और मैंने 5 साल दिए आपको मेहनत करने के लिए। 18 में कहा था कि 23 में आप आना, जरूर आना। 5 साल भी नहीं कर पाए आप लोग। क्या हाल है आप लोगों का, क्या दारिद्र्य है।
1993 में जब मणिपुर की जातीय हिंसा में 750 लोगों की जान गई थी, तब तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री नरसिम्हा राव जी ने सदन के अंदर मौन व्रत क्यों धारण किया था? इसका जवाब ये दें। और केवल सन 1993 में नहीं, लेकिन 2011 में जब मणिपुर में 123 दिन ब्लॉकेड चला, जातीय हिंसा चली, तब उस समय में भी तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री मनमोहन सिंह जी ने सदन के अंदर मौन व्रत क्यों धारण किया था? इसका उत्तर भी ये लोग दें। तो सभापति महोदय, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि ये अगर दोगली राजनीति नहीं है, ये अगर पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कन्वीनियंस नहीं है, तो क्या है? मैं पूछना चाहता हूं।
राजनीति आपके लिए प्राथमिकता थी। कई ऐसे बिल थे जो गांव के लिए, गरीब के लिए, दलित के लिए, पिछड़ों के लिए, आदिवासी के लिए, उनके कल्याण की चर्चा करने के लिए थे, उनके भविष्य के साथ जुड़े हुए थे। लेकिन इसमें इन्हें कोई रुचि नहीं है। देश की जनता ने जिस काम के लिए उनको यहां भेजा है, उस जनता का भी विश्वासघात किया गया है। विपक्ष के कुछ दलों के लिए उनके आचरण से, उनके व्यवहार से उन्होंने सिद्ध कर दिया है कि देश से ज्यादा उनके लिए दल है, देश से बड़ा दल है, देश से पहले प्राथमिकता दल है। मैं समझता हूं आपको गरीब के भूख की चिंता नहीं है, सत्ता की भूख यही आपके दिमाग पे सवार है। आपको देश के युवाओं के भविष्य की परवाह नहीं है, आपको अपने राजनीतिक भविष्य की चिंता है।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. A big move by Amit Shah, the Home Minister in the Parliament, as he is now given the criminal laws a complete overhaul. We're going to break that down for you. Let me start with the headlines first. A massive revamp of criminal laws in the country. Now, the new law that's been introduced, it needs to be passed in the Parliament, suggests for 20 years of life sentence for gang rape, death sentence for raping a minor, and a lot more changes evoked. Showdown peaks over Adhir's suspension. India MPs boycott the last day of the Lok Sabha proceedings, even as Kharge defends Adhir in the Rajya Sabha. Rahul to address the media at 3 p.m. A massive row over the contentious CEC bill. The government sources say that Supreme Court judgment and arrangement till the law is enforced. Commission Nataka back in Karnataka. BBMP contractors level 55% commission charge at Sidhu. Government claims dues not paid. BJP lashes out at the government. DK Shivkumar assures a detailed probe. And a scathing Madras High Court order indicts state judiciary over fast-tracked acquittal of DMK Minister Ponmuri. High Court Chief Justice exposes shocking attempt to let off the minister. And a shocking video emerges of how a father killed his daughter, dragged her body with his bike in Punjab's Amritsar. The monster father arrested. All right, a massive overhaul of criminal laws. Sedition law that's now been changed. Home Minister Amit Shah announced 3 bills that's going to be introduced. It has to be passed. He has introduced this in the parliament. 20 years of life sentence for gang rape has been announced. A death sentence for raping a minor. A lot more that Amit Shah mentioned will be as part of the new law. Once implemented, this would mean that now trial time will be cut short. In fact, the trial in some cases goes on for multiple years, more than decades sometimes. If the new law is passed, as per Amit Shah, it will now complete in 3 years' time. Also, Amit Shah says that now government officials who are found to be corrupt, at least a 120-day deadline will be given to ensure that proceedings will have to end. Complainant will get a status report in 90 days. So a couple of deadlines that's been set, and fast-track investigation as per the new measures in the bill. In fact, the 1860 law, the Indian Penal Code that was introduced by the British, Amit Shah says that this is now going to quash that colonial legacy, and he's therefore introduced 3 new laws, the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita of 2023, and also the Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha 2023, and the Bharatiya Suraksha Bill of 2023. These are the 3 new bills that will replace the Indian Penal Code, the CRPC, as well as the Indian Evidence Act. Listen in.
राजद्रोह पर ये अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहाँ लोकतंत्र है, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मान्यवर लाए।
This is a fantastic move.
Yeah.
But just a law, just an amendment and passing it in the 2 houses is certainly not enough, because we know at the ground level, experts, personnel, infrastructure is lacking. So if these 3 are lacking, then there would be no way the case can go forward. For instance, forensic. We do not have any kind of DNA testing here except in Hyderabad. Where else do we have? So everybody from South India is going there. So the waiting period is like months together. When we are looking at the hospital doctors themselves, all the hospitals will not take in these kind of cases that come. We are looking at the timing. Then we are looking at victim and witness protection. If this is not being given to them, they are then threatened and told that you don't go and give your witness statement. So all of this requires that the functionary as well as the expertise and the infrastructure simultaneously needs to get strengthened. If just a law is passed, it is not enough, then it is just a eyewash. And that is not required, because it is just a news piece, nothing that would help the victim survivors on the ground.
Of course, it's a very bold step taken by our Union Home Minister. I have not seen yet the entire bill, but what I can gather from the information which I received, certain radical changes are being proposed. And in fact, it's a long day time to say that there was a need of the time to make certain changes in the procedural law. So far as the sedition law is concerned, so far as the extradition laws are concerned, and so far as the procedural law and the evidence act. Now we have to examine from 2 aspects. whether it is going to serve the purpose, and whether the punishment, that is the sentence, execution of sentence, is one of the important aspects. Completion of the criminal trial is another aspect. See, earlier justice denied, justice delayed, justice denied, but as hurried justice is buried justice, equally says. So what balance is being suggested in the new law, that is required to be seen.
जी, अगर ऐसा बिल आया है, अगर ये पास हो जाता है और लागू हो जाता है, तो हम तो सोच रहे हैं कि बहुत बढ़िया होगा हमारी बच्चियों के लिए, क्योंकि आज आप देख रहे हैं कि लोअर केस में केस 7-7 साल 8-8 साल से पड़ी हुई है, जो हम लोगों के जानकारी में है, जो नहीं जानकारी में है वो पता ना कितने साल है। तो अगर ये कानून पास हो जाता है, अब बशर्ते कि ये लागू हो जाए और ये अपना काम करे, जिस तरह से बन रहा है कि 3 साल में सजा हो जाएगी, फास्ट ट्रैक के तरह रहेगा, तो ये बहुत बढ़िया है। लेकिन बशर्ते कि जिस तरह से कानून, बहुत सारे कानून बनाए गए, निर्भया के बाद भी बनाए गए, बर्मा कमेटी बनाई गई, सब कुछ बना, सब कुछ हुआ, लेकिन आज भी हालात वैसे के वैसे हैं, घटनाएं वैसे हो रही हैं, किसी को इंसाफ वैसे नहीं मिल रहा है। लोअर कोर्ट में केस 8-8 साल लोअर कोर्ट में है, तो समझिए कि उनको कब इंसाफ मिलेगा।
All right, I have with me our reporters Nalini Sharma as well as Anisha Mathur, both of them joining us to break it down for us, make it simpler. Nalini, let me start with you. As much as we see that Amit Shah has, of course, spoken extensively about the 3 new bills that gives a criminal code of India a complete overhaul. It's great when it comes to gang rape. There's strict action. Women, child rights are a lot more secure. In fact, a life sentence given to those who are accused of child rape, and a lot more, but a little on the sedition law. There's one part of that law that also speaks of people speaking, or either by electronic communication or written communication, say something that is insightful, can be punished for life. Lifetime imprisonment could also be something that they could be meted out. In fact, we see it's 7 years or up to a lifetime. So is this harsh punishment as per the new bill? Nalini, if you can hear me.
Yes, Nabila, sorry, could you just repeat that question?
Right.
Again?
No, I said as much as we hear, as much as we see that the law is fantastic when it comes to fast-tracking many of the cases, heinous crimes like gang rape and rape against children, etc. We also see the sedition law, speaking of basically people writing or through electronic communication saying something insightful, can face up to a life imprisonment. That's also a harsh punishment, do you believe, that's been accommodated in this new bill?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, what it seems like, Nabila, at this point is that sedition has been repackaged and introduced again through this new bill in a new form, which is far more stringent than even, in fact, what was there earlier through the law of sedition. Mainly for 3 reasons. One, because the earlier law of sedition had categorically defined what these acts will contain. In the bill, as it stands today, I mean, it's still to be debated, so there might be changes that might be brought to it. But in the bill, as it stands today, there is no proper definition of what actually constitutes this particular act, which you might get punished for stating that you're attempting to wage a war against the government of India. Along with that, in the earlier provision that was part of the Indian Penal Code under Section 124A, the minimum punishment was that of 3 years. That too, under this new law, has now been enhanced. And now the minimum punishment for waging a war against supposedly the government of India is now that of 7 years. So the maximum punishment in both cases, of course, is that of life imprisonment. But the minimum punishment has been enhanced from 3 years to 7 years. So in absence of a proper definition and considering the fact that the punishment has also been enhanced, it remains to be seen exactly how not just the opposition parties, but even people within the legal circle take to this change that has been brought about, this new packaging that has been done to the law of sedition that has now been introduced by the government, while Amit Shah is standing before the floor of the House and saying that sedition has been repealed and sedition has ceased to exist.
Nalini, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to KK Manan, who's the chairman, Bar Council, senior advocate as well. Mr. Manan, here Amit Shah has introduced 3 bills, which is a complete overhaul of the Criminal Code of India. Give us your sense on what this new law that's only been introduced now, it needs to be passed in the Parliament. How do you break it down for us?
You see that I have not seen the, so far as all the 3 acts which are being amended or new names have been given. But after going through, then only we can make a comment. Before that, it is not possible for me or for anybody.
So, like a quick word, if I could tell you, Amit Shah in the Parliament has spoken about these laws, basically fast-tracking trial. Now, trial period will be completed in 3 years' time. Death sentence for rape on a minor, and basically some of the provisions that really brings justice to the aggrieved much sooner than what the existing laws do.
Welcome step. Welcome step. I will say that the courts are not taking seriously even the rape cases. I can give you an example that in one of the case of a rape, which is pending in New Delhi courts, for the last 10 years, even the charge has not been framed. So I will welcome this step of the government. And not only that, if the all the 3 major, I mean the IPC, CRPC Evidence Act is being given new names or some amendments are there, always welcome. It will take time to adjust with the sections. So I heard that sections are also changed from one to another to another. So let us see. Let us go through the same. It will come out within a few days.
There'll be
we will comment upon properly then.
Correct. But a quick word, sir, if you could give me your sense of the new law that's been introduced by Amit Shah, also speaking of the sedition law. He says the sedition law is repealed, but the new law, as our correspondent who tracks court for us, tells us the new law now, which is almost repackaged, the sedition law itself has been repackaged, and now a sentence, a harsher punishment has been given to those who either by words or by written or by visual or electronic communication say something insightful, can face imprisonment of up to a lifetime or 7 years. That's harsher than the existing sedition law.
Very right. My perception from the day one, insofar as sedition law is concerned, it is being misused. Always. Not a new thing. If stringent law is enacted, and the minimum sentence, I heard just a few minutes ago, minimum sentence is 7 years and up to a life imprisonment. And I don't think that then the courts will take its own decision, then the acquittal will be more than the conviction. You will find it ultimately, court has to decide whether it is, really sedition law is good or not. But at the moment, I can say whatever the law, this Home Minister has given his thoughts, and we will welcome him. And until we will go through properly, I can't comment upon that.
Right, sir. All right, Mr. K.K. Manan, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. Of course, a proper breakdown of the laws yet has to emerge, but here's the snippets of what we have, a complete overhaul to the Criminal Code of India. Let me cut across to the Rajya Sabha as proceedings begin.
This Singh's refusal to leave the precincts of the council even after his suspension on 24th July 2023 after due process. Such blatant defiance, forced action and disrespectful conduct of Sri Raghav Chanda seriously compromises the dignity of the members of parliament as also the august position of the house. By his conduct, he has brought the institution of parliament in severe disrepute. His latest misconduct is also to be viewed, sir, in the context of 2 breach of privileges that are pending already before the Committee of Privileges. To overlook such repeated acts of misdemeanor especially viewed in the context of the prestige of Parliament, of the largest democracy on earth, and from the status of members of such an august Parliament, would certainly be very inappropriate. Honorable Chairman, sir, it is very painful for me to initiate an action against a fellow member of the House. However, it will be an abdication of constitutional responsibility and obligations to shun from such a responsibility as well. In view of the severe misdemeanor, outrageous disregard of rules, and trampling of privileges of other honorable members, with utmost constraint, I move the following resolution: that the Council disapproves gross violation of rules, defiant attitude, mischievous and contemptuous conduct of Honorable Member Shri Raghav Chadha, resulting in lowering the dignity of the Council, and blatant disregard to the framework of Code of Conduct for members of Rajya Sabha as prescribed by the Committee on Ethics, and thus approve suspension of Shri Raghav Chadha from the Council till the Committee of Privileges submits its findings on cases of breach of privilege pending against him.
Honorable members, I shall now put the motion moved to vote. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Sir, I have two submissions. One, I would suggest that we may note that it was adopted unanimously. This has become a regular practice of disrespect to the chair and the House, of not participating in the proceedings, or when participating, disturbing. So it is a unanimous approval of the House. Sir, I have one more submission to make before you.
Taking a holistic view on the gravity of his misdemeanor, violation of rules, defiant attitude and inappropriate conduct, I find it expedient invoking Rule 266, read with Rule 256, and suspend Sri Raghav Chadha, member from the service of the Council, till the Council has the benefit of the report of by the Committee of Privileges.
Sir, I have one more submission, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir, Honorable Member Shri Sanjay Singh, who is under suspension for the remaining period of the current session with effect from 24th July 2023, has been a habitual violator of rules and directives of the Honorable Chair. Shri Sanjay Singh, on a motion approved by the Council on 24th July 2023, was suspended from the service of the Council for the remaining period of the current session of the Rajya Sabha. This was on account of his repeated violation of rules, disregard to the directives of the Chair, and his highly disrespectful conduct, which the entire nation and this august House and our honourable members saw on that eventful day, and the way he came into the well, almost threateningly, reminding us of an earlier incident where he had attacked the chair, he had thrown articles on the chair, and very clearly we were all very worried at what could happen on that eventful day, what extent the honourable member Mr. Sanjay Singh could have gone on that day, and therefore I had moved the motion for his suspension, which the House had adopted. Honourable Chairman, sir, as per Rule 256(3), once a member gets suspended, he or she should leave the precincts of the Council forthwith without any delay whatsoever. However, Shri Sanjay Singh, in defiance of the rules, did not leave the chamber. Despite repeated requests by the Honourable Deputy Chairman, Shri Singh did not leave the chamber and forced the Chair to adjourn the sitting twice on that day at 2 p.m. and at 3 p.m. Ultimately, it resulted in the Council not transacting any business on that day. This is showing gross disrespect to the Chair and a shocking behaviour. The world today, the country today, every countryman, the children in our schools are asking us this question. That taxpayer money, crores of rupees are spent. We have been elected by the honorable people of India in both houses to work for the future of India, to make India a developed nation, to make India a prosperous nation, to take the fruits of development to every part of India, to every citizen of India. And that is what we are all trying to do here. Just on the guard that this type of situation has happened in the past, and therefore we have a right to do this again and not allow the House to transact any business is becoming a misuse of precedents. Now this has to stop someday. The House will have to start working in an orderly fashion. We'll have to start serious dialogue, debate, discussion, as you have been urging from the chair very often. And this behavior did not stop here, Chairman Sir. After his behavior, which was itself unbecoming of a parliamentarian, Shri Sanjay Singh did not express any remorse, any regret whatsoever for his misconduct. Instead, he continued to justify his unruly behavior at various forums, often by taking recourse to misleading information. This is also very much evident in his interactions with the press. We have observed his press statements made outside the House, at formal press conferences. We saw that he did not leave the precincts of the Parliament for several days after that, and made, in a way, a visual which was very demeaning of the entire Parliament and for all of us members. We all felt ashamed at this kind of behavior of a colleague member of Parliament. Honourable Chairman, it is also pertinent and very, very important for the House and the nation to know, through you, sir, that the Honourable Member, Shri Sanjay Singh, who has been in this House for about 5 years and a few months, had entered into the well of the House on 56 previous occasions in the last 12 sessions of the Rajya Sabha. 56 occasions. I can understand once, twice, you're agitated, you disturb the House, you disturb the proceedings, an issue you're very emotional about, you come out. This is a deliberate attempt to undermine the proceedings and the orderly conduct of Parliament, and directly has an impact on the privileges of every other member of this House, whether on that side or on this side. 56 previous occasions he has entered into the well of the House and been named in the bulletins of Parliament. Honourable Chairman, sir, he has also been suspended from the services of the Council twice before, during the 252nd and the 257th session. This repeated and deliberate misconduct deserves to be noted by the House, deserves to be recognized by the people of India, and therefore it is important to note that a member of Parliament repeatedly committing the same act of disobedience, repeatedly disturbing the orderly proceedings of the House, repeatedly not allowing the House to transact its business, and in addition to that, already having 3 cases of breach of privilege and contempt of the House pending against him before the Committee of Privileges, deserves exemplary action. And therefore, with your permission, sir, I would like to, for the consideration of this august House, move the motion that the Council disapproves the repeated violation of rules, directives of the Chair and unruly conduct of Honourable Member Shri Sanjay Singh, as the same are not in conformity with the rules to be observed by the members of the Council, as the same lowers the dignity of the Council, and as the same are in violation of the framework of Code of Conduct for members of Rajya Sabha as prescribed by the Committee on Ethics, and thus approve the continuation of suspension of Shri Sanjay Singh till the Committee of Privileges submits its findings on cases of breach of privilege pending against him. Thank you, sir.
I shall now put the motion. Move to vote, please. Yeah. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
It's also unanimous because he will not say.
Taking 1 second. I'll come to you. Taking a conspicuous view of his continued misconduct, violation of directions, and blatant disregard of his the rules of the House, I find it expedient to refer the matter as indicated earlier to the Committee of Privileges. Further, I invoke Rule 266, read with Rule 256, that suspension order dated 24 July 2023 in respect of Shri Sanjay Singh may continue beyond the current session till the Council has the benefit of recommendation by the Committee of Privileges. Honorable members, when someone gets into Parliament, it's a historical achievement. And when someone gets into the upper house, Council of States, House of Elders, as compared to Lok Sabha, the term is 6 years. This house is ever in continuity, unlike Lok Sabha. Then it's a privilege, an honor to be ever remembered. If in this house we fail to live up to the highest expectations of the people, framers of the Constitution, we are abdicating our constitutional obligations. Let me invite attention of the honorable members. Constituent Assembly met for 3 years. It had 18 sessions. Some of the most divisive, difficult issues, contentious issues came up for deliberation. They engaged in dialogue, discussion, debate, deliberation, and had behind-the-scene negotiations. But there was not a single instance of disruption or disturbance, much less members getting into the well of the House.
All right, and that's the proceedings in the Rajya Sabha as Raghav Chadha now has been suspended until investigation is on. I'm going to cut across to a short break, coming back with our entertainment special in the club. Stay with us.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
प्रधानमंत्री अभी तक ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं, ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं कि मणिपुर अब तक नहीं गए। मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न कि मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को क्यों नहीं बर्खास्त किया, जिस मुख्यमंत्री के 3 महीने के कार्यकाल में लगभग 6 लाख गोलियां, लगभग 6000 हथियार पुलिस थानों से लूटकर निहत्थे लोगों पर आज गोलियां बरसाई जा रही हैं। ऐसे व्यर्थ मुख्यमंत्री को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने क्यों बर्खास्त नहीं किया?
We are here to ask the questions in our Tum Abhi Chup Raho Republic, where the Honorable Prime Minister tells the Governor, Chup Raho. Where we as elected MPs in this House are routinely told, Chup Raho. This motion is to break this omerta, this code of silence on Manipur, the most pressing issue of the day, where we are all supposed to Raho Chup. And now we are told that it is the BJP's master strategy that even with this motion, the Honorable Prime Minister has not come to the House day before yesterday. He has not come yesterday. He has not yet come today. वो थोड़ी ना बैठकर आपकी सुनेंगे, वो तो लास्ट दिन आएंगे और बस अब सबकी धज्जियां उड़ा के जाएंगे. Fine, we are waiting. No problem. I don't know what is more unfortunate, that our Honorable Prime Minister refuses to come to this House, of which he is an elected member, to answer us on Manipur, or that he refuses to go to Manipur to reassure these vulnerable, petrified people that peace and reconciliation are his mission. Which is it, sir? This is not just a no confidence in government motion. This is a have confidence in India motion.
हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद था, जिंदाबाद है और जिंदाबाद रहेगा.
जब मैं ऐसे ही सोचता तो लगता वक्त ऐसे चला गया. That whole film was shot like a picnic. That place where we had put up the set, that's become Betab Valley. People go there.
We want to know the off-screen Sunny Deol and Dharmender. What kind of a relationship do you guys share with each other?
Being an actor's son, it's always very difficult. The most lonely man is the father.
और उनकी आपने अभी लेटेस्ट फिल्म जो आई वो देखी?
सुना पापा is the hero of the film. रब ने बनाई चीज़ें ऐसे ही है ना. हाँ, only time when I feel very uncomfortable is when I have to dance.
जंग के आसार हैं तारा सिंह जी. बैकअप की तैयारी करना चाहता हूं.
तुझे तारा सिंह को पहचान दे नहीं. दुश्मनों ने पूछो तारा सिंह कौन है. बड़े मौके पर आया है तू. आज मिलेगी मेरे कलेजे को ठंडक.
I have the last action hero standing with me right now, who I thought would have dressed as Tara Singh, but never mind. उनका 2.5 किलो का पंच ही काफी है. He's the man with the heart of gold, and of course, he is full of life and shy. Thank you so much for talking to us, and welcome to India Today Television, Sunny Baji. सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगी, बोलना चाहूँगी, in fact, congratulations for completing 40 years in the industry. I remember बेताब अगस्त में रिलीज हुई थी 1983 में, और अब गदर आ रही है आपकी. हाउ हैव यू सीन दिस एवोल्यूशन इन सिनेमा?
जब मैं ऐसे ही सोचता तो लगता वक्त ऐसे चला गया. लगता नहीं कि अभी भी मैं वो हूँ या नहीं हूँ. बट देन ऑब्वियसली जैसे आदमी अपने आप को सोचना शुरू कर देता है, फिर देखता है कि जो the decades which we have worked और जिस तरह से चलती गई हैं चीज़ें बदलती रही हैं. और as an actor obviously we keep growing, and with maturity you get to play maturer roles and better roles and different roles. So it has been a very interesting journey, and now Gadar 2 मेरी जो आ रही है इस भी 22 साल के बाद आ रही है. So it is, I'm excited. जो कि पहले तो मैं खुद घबराता था कि गदर की दूसरा पार्ट कैसे बन सकता है, क्योंकि वो खुद ही एक मुकम्मल फिल्म है. बट उन्होंने मुझे कहानी सुनाई जो अच्छी लगी. अगेन वही सेम सकीना तारा सिंह पूरे परिवार की कहानी है. और जैसे वो हमारी 1945 और 50 तक की फिल्म थी. This starts in 1971 जब there were issues between both the neighboring countries.
And if you could tell us something about Betab, your fond memory of that film, because since you're completing 40 years.
That will always be my favorite film, because that whole film was shot like a picnic. And it was so much fun, and every moment of that film I remember. And then see how it is, that place where we had put up the set, that's become Betab Valley. People go there and this feel that area which they've seen in the film. So that film has been an iconic film which always be, because that was a love story but a macho man.
Yeah.
And a man with heart and with all the values.
For many of us who are not aware, where did you get your stage name Sunny Deol from? That's not your original name, right?
That was my name actually, because क्या हो जाता है जब सब families में हमारे यही तो होता, मैंने भी अपने बेटे का नाम पहले रॉकी रखा था, तो जब मैं हुआ था तो बीजी बाजी सब लोगों ने उसको सनी 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 से नाम सनी पड़ गया. जब हम स्कूल गए तो फिर बोला ये नाम तो नहीं सही है, तो दैट्स द टाइम मेरा नाम फिर बनाया गया अजय सिंह देओल.
ओके.
बट मैं खुद को सनी की तरह सनी नाम से ही ज़्यादा जानता हूँ. स्कूल के मेरे जो दोस्त हैं वगैरह वो मुझे आज भी अजय कहते हैं.
अच्छा. अच्छा, ये आपने बोला कि 22 साल बाद आप गदर के साथ आए हैं. This is a pattern, like Ghayal 2 also took you 26 years.
Yeah.
Why is it that Sunny Deol takes so much of time to come back with a sequel?
I wanted to do Ghayal that time only, years back, but Raj Santoshi didn't want to do any sequels, so it couldn't materialize. And then obviously then I put on so many hats with that film, on for that film, so वो वैसे हो गया था. But मैं देख रहा हूँ the duration of from there till now, we are not coming up with Hindi cinema anymore. And I see people are missing those iconic characters which those movies have turned out to be my characters over there. I'm sure they would want to see me go ahead with those characters because they were characters full of value, and we're not seeing those kind of characters happening anymore. I don't know why they're not writing it, why we are not indulging into it. We have become modern with definitely with the taking and all the other kind of things of how we look at things, which angles we put the camera, जो हम पहले नहीं इस तरह से करते थे, because उस वक्त वो knowledge थी. But हमारा content और हम तो हैं वही emotions हैं हमारी वही जिम्मेदारियां हैं, हम उसी तरह के लोग हैं, but सिर्फ ये तरीके बदले हैं. लेकिन somehow we are not bringing those stories out.
So you thought that this is the need of the hour?
I think it is the need of the hour. I mean, it's turned into Bollywood. पहले हमारा हिंदी सिनेमा था, right? Bollywood means यहाँ से भी पकड़ो, वहाँ से भी पकड़ो, यहाँ से भी पकड़ो, कुछ भी बनाओ. Because corporatization came in, and they are only interested. For them, everything is a what do you call quarter. So quarter के हिसाब से पिक्चर करते हैं. हम पहले पिक्चर बनाते थे दिल से, प्रोड्यूसर आता था, उसको प्यार था कि मैंने ये कहानी बनानी और मैं ये एक्टर मेरे लिए ठीक है, डायरेक्टर भी होता था, तो जुड़ के पिक्चर बनती थी. Those things have disappeared.
Achha, I've also heard that Amit Shah and you were not the first choice for Gadar.
I'm not aware of that. That's been कहानियाँ सुनी है.
But how did it happen?
But I never knew that I was not the first choice. I had no idea.
How did it come
बाद
with
में
you?
इतने सालों के बाद कोई कह रहा है. Gadar happened because I remember I was in Ooty shooting for a nice, interesting film there, and the Z team with Sharma ji and the writer Shaktiman ji आए मेरे पास, and मैं बोला क्या फिल्म बनाओगे, ये है वो है. But जैसे मैंने कहानी सुनी, I heard the story for nearly 3 to 4 hours, and I was completely bowled out, and that's how it all happened.
And I saw you getting emotional at the trailer launch, and I'm aware of how emotional your father is. He's equally sensitive, right? Has he seen Gadar 2?
नहीं, Gadar 2 अभी तक किसी ने ज़्यादा देखी नहीं है. हमारी पिक्चरें पूरी मुकम्मल होने में एंड तक ऐसे ही चलती रहती है, बिकॉज एडिटिंग चल रही होती है, आजकल करेक्शन होता है, कितनी चीज़ें चलती रहती हैं. मेरी जब घायल मैंने लगाई थी, फर्स्ट घायल, मुझे याद है हमारी डबिंग का पोर्शन ख़त्म हो रहा था, मेट्रो में प्रीमियर था, वहाँ से मुझे रील रेडी करके दौड़ते हुए वहाँ गए थे, लास्ट रील थी. तो दिस इज़ हाउ वी वर्किंग. तो हमें कितनी बार पूरी चीज़ देखने का भी पूरा मौका भी नहीं मिलता अच्छी तरह से.
But have you discussed this film to him?
पापा के साथ इतना ज़्यादा मैं डिटेल में नहीं जाता. बस इतना ही होता कि हाँ पापा मैं ये कर रहा हूँ.
और उनकी आपने अभी लेटेस्ट फिल्म जो आई वो देखी?
नहीं मैंने नहीं देखी. नहीं. सुना पापा is the hero of the film.
He is definitely. In fact, his romantic scenes are getting like a lot of traction.
तो वही मैं कहता हूँ, मतलब मेरे को एक और एक्टर बताओ इस उम्र में जो ऐसे scenes pull off कर सकता है.
True. So that was your reaction when you heard of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is that best advice that he's given you as a father, as an actor? What have you imbibed?
देखिए ऐसे कोई एक दफ़ा बिठाते नहीं हैं आपको, चलो मैं आपको एडवाइस दे रहा हूँ, ऐसे तो होता नहीं है. It is a journey where you understand and you see from your father what is happening. You see him and he becomes like a shadow, he becomes like a reflection. और आप देखते हो कि क्या क्या हो रहा है as you're growing up unknowingly, and somehow you imbibe those things onto you. And definitely when I was small, I was just a youngster who didn't want to study, just wanted to play games. So I was a sportsman basically. And obviously when you finish your school and then देखते हैं सब दोस्त अपने अपने professions ढूंढ रहे हैं, मैं क्या करने वाला हूँ. That's when I desired, I said I want to become an actor. But then again, I'm very, very shy. That time I was more shy. तो मतलब यहाँ पर being an actor's son, it's always very difficult because you're never weighed rightly. Either they lift you up or they throw you down, and treatments are not right. So it's very difficult to lead a normalish kind of a life. So I said, if I want to do something, the best way of opening myself out is to go abroad where nobody knows who the hell am I.
Yeah.
So that's what I did. I went to UK. As I joined into a theatre school over there called the Old Rep in Birmingham. So I was there for a year and a half, and then after that I came back. I mean, it's not that I learned anything. Obviously there was something genetically, I think it is something which is, an art is something which is there with you, and then you can take it ahead with that. और obviously उस वक्त ये तो नहीं था कि मैं धर्म जी का बेटा हूँ तो मेरे को सक्सेस ही मिलेगा. It is always who and what you are as a personality. बिकॉज वो तो फादर तो आपके लिए उतना ही कर सकता है, बना ली एक फिल्म. हर बाप अपने बेटे के लिए तो करता ही है जो भी प्रोफेशन में होता है. तो उसके बाद तो वो बेटे के ऊपर होता है कि वो कहाँ तक जा सकता है. सो that's the way it was, and I was fortunate enough that people liked me, and I was fortunate enough to have directors which were making cinema, which was not the cinema which was running at that moment. Because that time Amit ji, Papa, and all the other actors were playing the teenagers, the youngsters, and those love stories, and the action from the cinema was different. I came with Betab, I came with Arjun, I came with Dakat, I came with Yatim, which was a completely different kind of a thing, but we believed in that because our belief in cinema was that.
And Gadar too, we see the relationship between you and your son in the film, right? We want to know the off-screen Sunny Deol and Dharmender. What kind of a relationship do you guys share with each other?
We share a father-son relationship, which I mean, what I feel is a normal relationship, where the respect and the fear of your father is so much that it keeps you a little bit at bay. Not for any other reason. The love is tremendous, but as a child you feel, because you keep doing so many मस्तियाँ करते रहते हो, आप गलत चीज़ें करते हो, माँ बताई नहीं बताया पता नहीं होता, तो आप उस डर से छुपते रहते हो, जबकि फादर को कुछ पता नहीं होता. And then again you need a father to be the person जो आपके ऊपर एक हावी रहे और आपको fear factor होता कि आप गलत चीज़ों से रुकें. So so that's what I always feel. जब कहते हैं ना दोस्ती होनी चाहिए ना, दोस्ती होगी तो फिर दोस्त जो बाहर दोस्त है उसका रिलेशन का मतलब क्या हुआ? Friends are friends. That's a friendship. Father-son is a father-son relationship, and rest of the family like mother, granny, उनका अपना अपना होता है. But the most lonely man is the father, because his heart goes out, but he cannot let it go out.
True. True.
And that you realize when you become a father.
If there were three favorite Dharam films of yours that you could recommend the current generation,
I would say first watch Satyakam, then watch Papa's Phool Aur Patthar, then watch his Chupke Chupke, and then watch his Pratigya. Sholay and all are there, but these are those films which are three different kinds of genres where you'll get to see an actor who is capable of doing all kind of roles. And they're all iconic films.
They are, for sure. How did you break this shy nature of yours for cinema? Like, I would want to
It's
know
not I've broken it, I'm still the same person. But being an actor is something which is where when you are there in front of the camera, you just forget what is around you because you're certainly not in that character. So it is you being that rather than, oh, he's watching me watching, because then you can't be who you are being. So that's the way I am. Only time when I feel very uncomfortable is when I have to dance.
Okay, so which actress in the 80s and 90s you think that you look good with on screen?
I don't know. I think everywhere the chemistry somehow have been very well with all the actresses because it's I've always played a character. I've never played anything else, and so have those girls in those films with me. And so it's the chemistry of those characters which brings it beautifully across over there. And if that becomes right, then the whole film becomes right.
Sunny Paji, you also, I know for a fact that you have always swimmed against the tide. You are somebody who doesn't go to parties, never attend award functions. But tell me one thing, what does a regular day looks like in Sunny Deol's life?
See, I've always been, like I said, a sports person, and I'm a person who has to get up before the sun comes out, because otherwise I feel very low and depressed. So that has been something thing from childhood. So, and I feel so good because your adrenal is so good in the morning, and I like to work out. Work out means it's not just muscle building. I like to play games. I play squash, badminton. In school time it was football and all that. But I need to do that because that is my energy. That is me, which makes me. Then I like to work early, so that because that time you're very positive. And Rab ne banai cheezein ida hi hai na ki your day has to be the way where you're energized, and by the day goes by and the evening comes the time when you're relaxed and rest and should go off to sleep. So that's a pattern I've always had, and I enjoy it and I love it. So, and for parties, basically I don't drink, and I'm not a socializer. And then when initially when I had joined the industry, I remember going for some parties. But over there, everybody's so drunk that you can't have a conversation because they're going to repeat themselves over and over again. फिर वही चलता है. And then उनके साथ रह के आपको ऐसी चढ़ जाती है because you do not know how to be normal over there. And I never enjoyed it so.
And the film choices that you've had, आपकी एक इमेज बनी है angry action hero की. So are you the same person in real?
It's not angry young man. ये तो शब्द, I mean, ये titles दे देते हैं लोग बड़े जैसे भी कुछ उठा के. I have played characters which have always been positive. A fighter means जो ये नहीं कि मुक्के मार रहा है, who will take the problem and face it and find a victory in it, no matter where it is. So those are the kind of characters I've always portrayed. So uski wajah se it has been that kind of a thing, and I relate to a lot to those characters, and I relate to anything which is honesty and everything, because that's the way I lead my life personally also. So उससे फिर कह देते हैं जब गदर को बोलेंगे एक्शन फिल्म है, पंप उखाड़ दिया, भाई एक्शन नहीं, it's a romantic film.
Yeah.
बट फिर टैग लगा देते हैं, फिर पब्लिक को टैग ही लेके चलती रहती है और खुद भूल जाती है. मैंने पूरी पिक्चर सिर्फ उसके लिए नहीं देखी क्योंकि मेरे को पूरी फिल्म में रुलाया और जोड़ा अंदर. क्यों जोड़ा? बिकॉज सब कैरेक्टर्स थे.
We are running out of time, but I cannot let you go without having you say a dialogue of yours, any. Tariq and 2.5 kilo is my favorite. Please.
ये 2.5 किलो का हाथ जब उठता है ना, तो आदमी उठता नहीं, उठ जाता है.
हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद.
हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद था, जिंदाबाद है और जिंदाबाद रहेगा.
On that note, since your film is coming on Independence Day, we would like you to just say a few words for your viewers.
मैं व्यूअर्स से बस यही कह सकता हूँ कि remember what is Independence Day and why was it, and the brave Indians from all the communities fought for their independence. All whoever lived in the nation of India, they fought the independence battle. Qurbaniyan ki. To me, that is what independence was. And now we should not make this into a propaganda. We should take this as a pride. Remember those people There's so many of them. मैं सबके नाम लूँगा तो चलता जाएगा और आप सब उनको जानते भी हैं. So I would tell the youth, I know nowadays you are hunting to know what your history is. जो पहले नहीं था, आज मुझे वो feel होता है. And I think it's nice, high time that you'll dig into yourselves and find out your roots and realize that we fought for the independence because we wanted to become India. Now we are India, so we should know what we need to do for the progress of the country. And that can only be with harmony. And be like both in a corporate world. That's what running a country is, a corporate world. And that's the way we should take it.
Thank you so much. Lovely talking to you and all the best for Gadar too. Thank you.
कैसे आजादी दिलाओगे तुम? अगर यहाँ के लोगों को दोबारा मौका मिले ना हिंदुस्तान में बसने का, तो आधे से ज्यादा पाकिस्तान खाली हो जाएगा.
देश में मणिपुर से भी गंभीर समस्या पहले भी आई है, लेकिन हमने मिलकर के रास्ते निकाले हैं. आओ मिलकर के चलें, मणिपुर के लोगों को विश्वास देकर के चलें. राजनीति के खेल करने के लिए मणिपुर की भूमि का कम से कम दुरुपयोग न करें. वहाँ जो हुआ है वो दुखपूर्ण है, लेकिन उस दर्द को समझ करके दर्द की दवाई बन करके काम करें. यही हमारा रास्ता होना चाहिए. खुद को जिंदा रखने के लिए इन्हें एनडीए का ही सहारा लेना पड़ा है, लेकिन आदत के मुताबिक घमंड का जो आई है ना, आई वो उनको छोड़ता नहीं है. और इसलिए एनडीए में 2 आई पिरो दिए, 2 घमंड के आई पिरो दिए. पहला आई 26 दलों का घमंड और दूसरा आई एक परिवार का घमंड. कांग्रेस को परिवारवाद पसंद है, कांग्रेस को दरबारवाद पसंद है, जहां बड़े लोग, उनकी बेटे बेटियां भी बड़े पदों पर काबिज हो. जो परिवार से बाहर है उनके लिए भी यही है कि जब तक आप इस महफिल में दरबारी नहीं बनोगे तो आपका भी कोई भविष्य नहीं है. यही उनकी कार्यशैली रही है.
मैं क्या कर सकते हैं, मेरे बात को अगर सही ढंग से ना सुना जाए और उनकी व्याख्या ठीक ढंग से ना किया जाए तो इसमें मेरा कोई कसूर. राजा जब अंधा होते हैं, मान लीजिए अंधे धृतराष्ट्र, तब द्रौपदी को वस्त्रहरण होते हैं हस्तिनापुर में. राजा जब भी अंधे रहते, द्रौपदियों को वस्त्रहरण होना तय होते हैं. जैसे कि हस्तिनापुर में हुई थी, आज मणिपुर में हो रहे हैं. इसका मतलब मैं किसी व्यक्तिगत रूप से हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री के अपमान करने के लिए नहीं किया. मैं उदाहरण नजीर की तौर पे, जैसे कि हम लोग कहते हैं कि मणिपुर में आग लगे हैं और सम्राट नीरो बांसुरी बजा रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि प्रधानमंत्री की अपमान कर रहे हैं. एक नजीर की तरह, एक उदाहरण की तरह, एक मेटाफोरिकली ये कही जाता.
एक तरह से विपक्ष का अविश्वास प्रस्ताव हमारे लिए शुभ होता है। और मैं आज देख रहा हूं कि आपने तय कर लिया है कि एनडीए और बीजेपी 2024 के चुनाव में पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ करके भव्य विजय के साथ जनता के आशीर्वाद से वापस आएंगे। जब इतनी सानुकूल वातावरण, चारों तरफ संभावनाएं ही संभावनाएं, इन्होंने अविश्वास के प्रस्ताव की आड़ में जनता के आत्मविश्वास को तोड़ने की विफल कोशिश की है। आज भारत के युवा रिकॉर्ड संख्या में नए स्टार्टअप लेकर के दुनिया को चकित कर रहे हैं। आज भारत में रिकॉर्ड विदेशी निवेश आ रहा है। आज भारत का एक्सपोर्ट नई बुलंदी को छू रहा है। आज भारत की कोई भी अच्छी बात ये सुन नहीं सकते। यही उनकी अवस्था है। आप झूठे, एक दिन सदन चलने भी दिया, किस काम के लिए? आप झूठे तो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर झूठे, और अपने कट्टर भ्रष्ट साथी उनकी शर्त पर मजबूर होकर के।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Thanks for tuning in to India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Rahul Gandhi is leading the opposition's protest on Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension. He's likely to speak anytime now. We're going to start with that. The headlines first. Showdown peaks over Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension as India MPs now boycott last day of the Lok Sabha proceedings, even as Mallikarjun Kharge defends Adhir in the Rajya Sabha. Rahul now to address the media anytime. Massive overhaul of criminal laws, 20 years or life sentence for gang rape, death sentence for raping a minor, and trial will be cut short to bring justice. Massive row over contentious CEC bill. The government sources say that Supreme Court judgment on was just merely an arrangement until an actual law was enforced. Raghav Chadda suspended from the Rajya Sabha until Privilege Committee report. Sanjay Singh's suspension now extended. Commission Nataka back in Karnataka. BBMP contractors level a 55% commission charge at Sidhu Sarkar. Claim dues are yet to be paid. BJP lashes out at the government. DK Shivkumar assures detailed probe in the matter. Scathing Madras High Court order indicts state judiciary over fast-track acquittal of DMK Minister Ponmudi. The High Court Chief Justice exposes shocking attempt to let off Minister Ponmudi. All right, now uproar in the parliament a day after suspension of Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Led by Rahul Gandhi, the Congress has now staged a protest at the parliament premises in support of Adhir Ranjan, slamming the action against its floor leader, calling it unbelievable, undemocratic. The Congress even boycotted the last day of the parliament session. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was suspended for unruly conduct and causing repeated disturbances during the debate on the ongoing no-confidence motion, which ended yesterday with the Prime Minister's speech. The suspension movement was brought in the Parliament by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi. Reacting to this suspension, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said that he did not mean to disrespect anyone. He further added that Prime Minister Modi has been Nirav, which means silent, on the Manipur issue.
बहुत दिन पहले हिंदुस्तान को लूट के नीरव मोदी चले गए देश की बाहर, देश की खजाना लूट के मजे से जिंदगी गुजर रहे हैं। आज मुझे लगता है कि नए सिरे से आपके अंदर और एक नीरव मोदी पैदा हो चुके हैं। मतलब क्या? मतलब मणिपुर के मुद्दे पे आप नीरव बैठे हैं, चुप्पी साधे हुए हैं, मिस्टर साइलेंट बन गए हैं। इसका मतलब ये नहीं मोदी जी को मैं अपमान करने की कोई मेरा मकसद नहीं।
हमारे अधीर रंजन चौधरी साहब को निलंबित किया गया है, वो फिल्म ग्राउंड, उन्होंने इतना ही बोला नीरव मोदी। नीरव मीन्स शांत, साइलेंट। अरे मुंह, इसीलिए नीरव मोदी बोले तो इसके ऊपर आप सस्पेंड करते हैं।
It happened there, sir. It happened in the other house.
अरे अदर हाउस सर, आई एम प्लीडिंग विथ यू, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया एंड चेयरमैन ऑफ दिस हाउस, बिकॉज यू हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट द डेमोक्रेसी।
I will react, sir. I will react.
यू हैव टू। ऐसा नहीं होता तो सस्पेंड करना।
First of its kind in 75 years of parliamentary history. It has never happened. The largest opposition party leader has been suspended without even questioning. The reason for its suspension is simple. Mr. Adhir Ranjan Jha has mentioned about Nirav, which means in Hindi silence, and he asked that Mr. Modi has become Nirav Modi now. What is wrong in it? He has become silent on Manipur. For that, you will suspend a leader of opposition. It has become Modi and Amit Shah are destroying the parliamentary process.
अधीर रंजन चौधरी के सस्पेंशन को लेके विपक्ष इस वक्त सरकार पर निशाना साध रहा है, कह रहा है कि खतरनाक ट्रेंड की शुरुआत है ये।
जो करेगा वो भरेगा। आज मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, आप अपने दल की राजनीति से बाहर निकलिए, देश के तिरंगे के मान सम्मान के लिए आगे बढ़िए।
कांग्रेस का दावा है कि क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री पे हमला बोला अधीर रंजन चौधरी ने, इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया।
अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बोलने का समय भी नहीं दिया था। अगर उनको इतने शक्तिशाली नेता वो लगते थे तो पश्चिम बंगाल में की बेटियों के साथ हो रहे अत्याचार के समय वो 21 लोगों के डेलीगेशन को पश्चिम बंगाल क्यों नहीं लेके गए? अगर वो इतने शक्तिशाली नेता थे तो राजस्थान में हो रहे बेटियों के साथ अत्याचार पे क्यों नहीं लेके गए? वो तो एक ऐसे रूप में लाकर अधीर जी को खड़ा कर दिया कि उनको दल का नेता तो बनाया है, समय बोलने का नहीं दिया है। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कांग्रेस ने उनकी कितनी बेइज्जती की है। ये तो भला हो अमित भाई को और स्पीकर महोदय का, जिन्होंने समय अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी को अपने में से दिया।
मैंने बोला माफी मांगो, कम से कम खेद प्रकट करो, रिकॉर्ड में है ये। उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। इसके इतना ही नहीं, जब भी कोई बोलते हैं कम से कम 10 बार हर बार उठते हैं, डिस्टर्ब करते हैं। ये इनका हैबिट बन गया है और बिना नोटिस देते हुए बेसलेस एलिगेशन करते हैं।
कांग्रेस का एक आदत है, पार्लियामेंट को अपमान करो, देश को अपमान करो। अधीर रंजन जी कल बहुत गलत बात किया। किसके साथ किसको कंपेयर करते हैं आप? क्या कहना चाहते हैं? देश का 140 करोड़ लोग देख रहे थे, क्या कहना चाहते थे? वो देश के ऊपर तो ऐसा
All right, the Congress party calls this a clear violation of democracy, saying democracy is dead, and protests erupted by the opposition netas as they all walked out, condemning Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension while the last day of the parliament debate was on. Rahul Gandhi is just about to speak. Jairam Ramesh right beside him.
कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पार्लियामेंट में 2 घंटे, शायद 2 घंटे 13 मिनट, 2 घंटे 13 मिनट भाषण किया। उसमें अंत में 2 मिनट उन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की। मणिपुर में महीनों से आग लगी हुई है, लोग मारे जा रहे हैं, बलात्कार हो रहा है, बच्चों को मारा जा रहा है। और अगर आपने देखा होगा कल, तो प्रधानमंत्री हंस हंस के बोल रहे थे, मुस्कुरा रहे थे, जोक्स क्रैक कर रहे थे, हंस रहे थे। ये उनको शोभा नहीं देता है। हिंदुस्तान का प्रधानमंत्री, अगर इस देश में हिंसा हो रही है, दर्द हो रहा है, हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री को 2 घंटे मजाक नहीं उड़ाना चाहिए। विषय कांग्रेस नहीं था, विषय मैं नहीं था, विषय मणिपुर है। मणिपुर में क्या हो रहा है और उसको एकदम क्यों नहीं रोका जा रहा है, ये विषय है। मैं आपको अपना एक्सपीरियंस देता हूँ, जो मैंने शायद अभी तक बोला नहीं, शायद पहले बोल देना था। मैं अब तकरीबन 19 साल से राजनीति में हूँ और मैं हर स्टेट में गया हूँ। बाढ़ आए, तूफान आए, सुनामी आई थी, हिंसा होती है, हम जाते हैं। 19 साल के एक्सपीरियंस में जो मैंने मणिपुर में देखा और सुना, वो मैंने कभी पहले नहीं सुना था। मैंने पार्लियामेंट में बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, अमित शाह जी ने भारत माता की हत्या की है। मणिपुर में भारत को ख़त्म कर दिया है। मैंने ऐसे नहीं बोला था, ये खोखले शब्द नहीं है। मैं आपको समझाता हूँ मैंने ये बात बोली क्यों। जब हम मणिपुर पहुँचे, हम लैंड किए, हमें मणिपुर में दौरा करना था। जब हम मेटे एरिया में गए, हमें साफ कहा गया था कि अगर आपकी सिक्योरिटी डिटेल में कोई भी कुकी होगा, उसको आप यहाँ मत लाइए क्योंकि हम उसको मार देंगे। और जब हम कुकी के एरिया में गए, हमें कहा गया अगर कोई मेटे आपकी सिक्योरिटी डिटेल में होगा, उसको आप मत लाइए, उसको हम गोली मार देंगे। हम जब गए, हमें मेटेज को परे करना पड़ा, हमें कुकीज़ को परे करना पड़ा। मतलब एक स्टेट नहीं है, आज 2 स्टेट हैं। स्टेट की हत्या कर दी गई है और उसको चीर दिया गया है। इसलिए मैंने बोला हिंदुस्तान की हत्या मणिपुर में बीजेपी ने कर दी है। और जब मैंने कल प्रधानमंत्री को देखा हंसते हुए, मजाक उड़ाते हुए, मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा था कि हिंदुस्तान का प्रधानमंत्री इस प्रकार से कैसे बोल सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री को ये पता नहीं लग रहा है कि हमारे देश में क्या हो रहा है। छोड़िए, नहीं जाना चाहते हैं, उसके भी कारण हैं, शायद मैं बता नहीं सकता हूं आपको, उसके कारण हैं। मगर अगर जा नहीं सकते हैं तो मणिपुर के बारे में बोले तो हिंदुस्तान की आर्मी, आप सब जानते हो, सेना को आप जानते हो, जो मणिपुर में हो रहा है, हिंदुस्तान की सेना उसको 2 दिन में रोक सकती है। 3 दिन नहीं लगेंगे। अगर हिंदुस्तान की आर्मी को कहा गया कि ये तमाशा बंद करो, 2 दिन में ये तमाशा ड्रामा बंद हो जाएगा। प्रधानमंत्री मणिपुर को जलाना चाहते हैं, आग बुझाना नहीं चाहते हैं। ये है सच्चाई। अब आप अपने सवाल पूछिए। वुड यू लाइक मी टू से इट इन इंग्लिश? हाँ? I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, लगाing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. You know, the Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament, shamelessly laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated. It has been destroyed. It does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur. It's very interesting. For the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the parliament. It's an insult to those words. Whatever I said that is wrong. I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact. So, the word itself now cannot be spoken by the people of India. We cannot say Bharat Mata in parliament. I want to tell you about my own personal experience of Manipur. I've spoken to you about, I spoke in Parliament about the women I met, the pain I heard, but I want to tell you why I said India has been murdered in Manipur. And I said it because Manipur no longer exists as a state. A state requires control, a state requires authority. That is disappeared in Manipur. It does not exist. And I saw this with my own eyes. When we went to Manipur, when we went to the Meitei area, we were categorically told that please ensure, we want you to come, we love you, but please ensure that if there are any cookies in your security detail, they do not come into our area or we will shoot them. When I went into the cookie area, we were told the same thing. We love you, we want you to come. But please make sure, if there are any Meiteis in your security detail, we will shoot them. Do not bring them here. Before going to the Meitei area, we had to remove all cookies from our security detail. Before going to the cookie area, we had to remove all Meiteis from our security detail. When we went there, the security forces, central security forces, told us we have never seen anything like this. We were told it is completely outside our control. Okay? That is why I said Manipur has been murdered by the BJP and the idea of India has been murdered by the BJP in Manipur. I was not speaking metaphorically. I was speaking literally. Now, the Indian army, it will take the Indian army 2 days to put an end to the nonsense that is going on in Manipur. The Prime Minister refuses to stop the fire. He wants Manipur to burn. He allows Manipur to burn. Because if he did want it to stop, There are tools in the hands of the Indian government that can stop it immediately. I know. I have full faith in our army. I know. And every Indian citizen knows that if the Indian army is told, please put an end to this, it will stop immediately. There are reasons for the PM not being able to go to Manipur. I'm aware of those reasons. I don't want to say them publicly. But there are clear reasons as to why the Prime Minister is not going there. That is why we wanted the Prime Minister to speak in Parliament. That is why we wanted Manipur to be on the agenda in Parliament. And what did the Prime Minister do? He ridiculed the state. He ridiculed the women of the state. He laughed at the women of the state. That's the truth. Now, please ask your questions.
Sanjeev, mic dena yaar.
Finally, I just want to say one thing again in English. See, the Prime Minister, when he becomes Prime Minister, he ceases to be a politician. He becomes the representative of the voice of this country. The politics should be put aside, and the Prime Minister should speak not as a petty politician, as the leader of a political party, but the Prime Minister should speak with the weight of the Indian people behind him. And it's tragic to watch Mr. Narendra Modi. It's sad, because the Prime Minister does not understand what he actually is. He is our representative. He's my representative. He's all our representative. And watching the Prime Minister spend 2 hours talking about the Congress, talking about the opposition, making ridiculous remarks about the name, this really does not do justice to an Indian Prime Minister. I've seen Prime Ministers from the Congress party, I've seen Prime Ministers from the BJP, I've seen Mr. Vajpayee, I've seen Mr. Dev Gowda. None of them have ever done this. There's a complete misunderstanding in the mind of Narendra Modi ji about what the Prime Minister of India is.
Rahul ji, you wanted the Prime Minister to speak in Parliament, and now that he's spoken, and you've said that he wants Manipur to continue to burn. So what is the Congress Party's next step to retrieve Manipur and save it?
The only conclusion I can draw, because the Prime Minister has tools in his hand that can stamp out the fire in Manipur certainly within 3 or 4 days. But for some reason, he's refusing to use those tools. Right? The Prime Minister could at least go to Manipur, talk to the communities, and say, I'm your Prime Minister. Let's start talking. It will be taken seriously. So I don't see any intention.
राहुल जी, कल ये भी प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने भाषण में कहा कि 2018 में ये लेके आए थे, 2023 में विश्वास प्रस्ताव लेके आए और 2023 में भी लाएंगे. तो एक तरीके से उन्होंने साफ तौर पर ये कह दिया कि हमारी सरकार अगली बार भी बन रही है. एक पॉलिटिकल बात भी उन्होंने कही. तो आप उनके पूरे भाषण को आप ये कह रहे हैं कि वो पॉलिटिकल भाषण ज़्यादा था, मणिपुर पे बात बहुत कम थी. तो इसको कैसे देखते हैं?
नहीं, भाषण हिंदुस्तान के बारे में नहीं था. भाषण नरेंद्र मोदी जी के बारे में था. वो अपनी राय, अपनी राजनीति, अपने एम्बिशंस वो आपको दे रहे थे. सवाल ये नहीं है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी 24 में प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे या नहीं. सवाल ये है कि मणिपुर जल रहा है, महिलाओं का बलात्कार हो रहा है, लोग मारे जा रहे हैं. सवाल ये है, अगर ये प्रधानमंत्री कहना चाहते हैं तो ये पब्लिक मीटिंग में कहें. मजाक बनाना चाहते हैं तो जब मणिपुर नहीं चल रहा है तो करें. बट प्रधानमंत्री को ये समझ आनी चाहिए, बात समझ आनी चाहिए कि पार्लियामेंट में जो चर्चा हो रही थी वो उनके बारे में नहीं थी, वो मणिपुर के बारे में थी.
सर नमस्कार. कल प्रधानमंत्री ने बार बार कांग्रेस का नाम लिया और ये आरोप लगाया कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट और मणिपुर की सारी समस्याओं के कांग्रेस जिम्मेदार है. आप क्या जवाब देंगे?
नहीं, अभी मैंने बोला ना, वही तो जवाब है. मुझे प्रधानमंत्री को जवाब देने की जरूरत नहीं है. मैं सिर्फ ये कह रहा हूं कि एक स्टेट की हत्या की गई है, भारत माता की हत्या कर दी गई है मणिपुर में. भारत माता की हत्या मणिपुर में कर दी गई और प्रधानमंत्री लोकसभा में मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, हंस रहे हैं, नारे लगवा रहे हैं। मुझे क्या जवाब देने की जरूरत है?
राहुल जी, मेरा सवाल ये एक मिनट मोहित, ऑर्डर से प्लीज।
Mr. Gandhi, you waxed eloquent
राहुल, आपने बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला सदन में कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने विस्तार से जवाब दे दिया। अमित शाह साहब ये कहते हैं कि मणिपुर के सीएम को हटाने की जरूरत इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि उन्होंने हमारी पूरी बात सुनी और वो कभी भी कोई हमने डीजीपी चेंज किया, डीजीपी चेंज कर दिया, उन्होंने जो भी प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था हम चेंज करना चाहते थे, इसलिए मणिपुर सीएम को हटाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
जब मैं मणिपुर गया, मणिपुर सीएम ने जो मणिपुर में हजारों वेपन्स जो लूटे गए, वो मणिपुर सीएम के नीचे ही हुआ। तो क्या अमित शाह चाहते थे कि ये हजारों वेपन्स लूटे जाएं?
हाँ संजय।
राहुल जी,
जो हिंसा चल रही है, क्या अमित शाह चाहते हैं कि हिंसा चलती जाए? चीफ मिनिस्टर उसको रोक नहीं पा रहा है। अमित शाह जी कह रहे हैं कि भैया वो हमारी बात मान रहा है, तो क्या आप चाहते हैं कि मणिपुर चलता जाए?
राहुल जी, एक संसद में एक नया ट्रेंड दिखाई दे रहा है कि कई सेशन से अपोजिशन के एमपीज या तो सस्पेंड हो रहे हैं या डिस्क्वालीफाई हो रहे हैं, या एक सेशन से ज़्यादा ये अपोजिशन के एमपीज का जो प्रिविलेज मोशन या प्रिविलेज रूल्स के तहत जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन हो रहा है या सस्पेंशन हो रहा है, इसका जो ट्रेंड बढ़ रहा है, इसको आप लोग कैसे एड्रेस करेंगे? आप
देखिए, एमपीज को निकालें, वापस डालें, हमारा काम बदलता नहीं है। हमारा लक्ष्य जो मणिपुर में हो रहा है उसको रुकवाने का है। जो भी औजार हमारे हाथों में है, उस हिंसा को रुकवाने के लिए उनका हम प्रयोग कर रहे हैं और करेंगे।
Yeah, Mr. Gandhi, you talked about using the army, deploying the army to control violence. You spoke that in Parliament. You've repeated here. But the BJP has criticized you and even previous Congress governments, saying that we want to solve the issue through dialogue. And they've criticized that in the 60s, in 64, the Mizo National Famine Front was bombed by the Indian Army, by the Indian Air Force. So they said that, they...
I have never heard, in my entire career, I have never been told, anywhere I have been in India, that if you take this person as a security officer with you, we will put a bullet in his head. I have never heard it. And I heard it twice in Manipur. That means there is no dialogue in Manipur. There is pure violence taking place in Manipur. The first step is to stop the violence, put an end to it. I point out the army, but what I mean is that the Prime Minister has multiple instruments in his hands. He's not using them. It's been burning for 4 months. He's doing nothing and he's laughing. I'm amazed people can't see this. That he's sitting in Parliament and laughing.
जयराम जी,
Last question.
जयराम जी, मोहित दुबे हूँ न्यूज नेशन से। आपने 37 मिनट का भाषण।
जयराम जी नहीं, मतलब आप मुझसे जयराम कर रहे हैं या उनसे?
राहुल जी,
जय सिया राम।
राहुल जी, आपने 37 मिनट का भाषण लोकसभा के भीतर दिया और 37 मिनट में सिर्फ आपको करीब 14 मिनट ही दिखाया गया, बाकी आपके चेहरे पे कैमरा नहीं था और आप मणिपुर गए, मैक्सिमम टाइम आपने मणिपुर के ऊपर बोला। इस परंपरा को आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
पता नहीं, शायद कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है। शायद पीएम मेरा चेहरा टीवी पे नहीं देखना चाहते, मगर फिर पीएम मेरी वीडियो के बारे में बात करते हैं, तो पता नहीं क्या है। बट मुझे लगता है शायद उनको मेरा चेहरा टीवी पे देखना अच्छा नहीं लगता। कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। जो मैंने बोलना था, देखिए, मुझे अपना काम करना है। मैं जानता हूं कि मीडिया पे कंट्रोल है, लोकसभा राज्यसभा टीवी पर कंट्रोल है, वो उसके बारे में मैं कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं कर सकता हूं, मगर मुझे अपना काम करना है, मैं अपने काम को करता हूं। जहां भी भारत माता पर आक्रमण होगा वहां मैं आपको खड़ा मिलूंगा, भारत माता की रक्षा करते हुए मिलूंगा। हाँ, okay, last question, brother.
The Supreme Court has already said what it has in terms of a constitutional breakdown, as well as now, you are asking for the army. Do you believe that Article 356 is the only way out? Or
I'm not asking for anything. Please don't misunderstand. It is not my place to decide which tool the Prime Minister can use, which instrument he should use. I am pointing out that there are multiple instruments that the Prime Minister has at his disposal, and he is not using a single one. I'm pointing out that Manipur has been burning now for 4 months, and the Prime Minister is in a very good mood. He's sitting in Parliament, he's laughing, he's joking, his entire cabinet is in giggles. This to me seems completely insane. This has got to stop. India is burning in Manipur. The idea of India has been destroyed in Manipur. Let's rebuild it quickly. Thank you.
Already you heard, in fact, from Rahul Gandhi that taking on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the idea of India is in fact destroyed in Manipur is what Rahul Gandhi has just said. It's Rahul Gandhi taking on the Prime Minister, calling the Prime Minister shameless. He's also spoken about the fact that Manipur is burning, and the Prime Minister in fact seems to be in a great mood. He's laughing inside Parliament. He's all smiles, and the cabinet members are also laughing and all smiles. And what does one really make of this is the question that Rahul Gandhi has asked. He said each time Bharat Mata is attacked, main khada milunga. That's what Rahul Gandhi said. I'm going to stand by Bharat Mata whenever Bharat Mata is attacked. In reference also to questions that have been raised on what he had actually said in Parliament vis-a-vis Bharat Mata.
Misunderstanding in the mind of Narendra Modi ji of the voice of this country.
Rahul Gandhi hitting out at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that he's failed to stop violence and to bring peace in Manipur, and that is telling us what Gandhi said. His take on Prime Minister Modi, calling him shameless, I beg your pardon, and also spoken about the fact that the Prime Minister seems to be in a good mood, even as Manipur is burning. Fresh attacks on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, calling the Prime Minister shameless. Rahul Gandhi, in fact, holding a press conference, has spoken about a range of issues, particularly got to do with the comments on Bharat Mata and also the situation in Manipur. Also, he's in fact spoken about the fact that the media, in terms of Sansad TV, is only in fact showing the chair when he was speaking, because several questions were asked on that front as well. Rahul Gandhi has also spoken about the fact that the Prime Minister should have been in Manipur. Scathing attack against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that this government has failed in its duty towards the people of Manipur. He's also spoken about the fact that the state is on fire. Women are being molested, are being raped, and the Prime Minister is sitting in the middle of Parliament shamelessly laughing. It's a scathing attack against Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the fact that the Prime Minister had made a statement yesterday on the no confidence motion, taking part in the debate as the head of the government. All right, Mosmi is getting us more details on that story. Mosmi, in fact, today really marks the end of the session. But it's clear that the template for 2024 has been set by the opposition, particularly on Manipur. Rahul Gandhi has spoken about the fact that the Prime Minister displayed insensitivity while inside Parliament.
So clearly, Sneha, this press conference was only focused on Manipur, not on the suspension of Adir, not on the passing of bills. At the end of the monsoon session, Rahul Gandhi, speaking on Manipur, said that the Prime Minister perhaps doesn't understand the gravity of his responsibility there. Clearly, because he spent hours ridiculing the Congress, petty things like raising questions about somebody's surname, while Manipur Manipur is burning. So perhaps that doesn't behove the Prime Minister, is what Rahul Gandhi wanted to say. He wasn't combative. Spoke at length about his experience in Manipur, what happened, what he saw, and then he went on to say that, to our question, we'd asked him that question about Amit Shah saying that the CM doesn't need to be removed because CM is listening to the central government and doing as the central government is telling him. So he said that, questioned that, saying that Manipur is burning, you'll let the CM remain in his position. Weapons are being looted from weaponries, and you let the CM remain. So many people are dead in his when he's the chief minister, and you let him remain the CM. What kind of an argument or what kind of an explanation is that? So Rahul Gandhi, they are taking the battle from the parliament to the streets in a clearly defined attack.
Yes, a very defined attack and a very pointed attack, I would say, Mosmi, because he's used words like shameless. The Prime Minister, in fact, behaved like a petty politician. He should have spoken as the head of the country, as the head of the government, is what Rahul Gandhi said, that in Parliament, your speech, Mr. Prime Minister, was more political than anything else. Be with us, Mosmi. I'm coming back to you. Getting in a word from BJP's Amit Malviya. Mr. Malviya, Rahul Gandhi has gone to the extent of saying the Prime Minister behaved and spoke like a petty politician in Parliament. Why can't the Prime Minister go to Manipur, is what he said. How do you respond?
Rahul Gandhi should be ashamed of himself for running out of the Parliament when something as serious as Manipur and the no-confidence motion that the Congress party moved was being responded to by none other than the Prime Minister. Perhaps Rahul Gandhi should have attended the Parliament and not gone to Rajasthan for a political rally when Home Minister Amit Shah spoke at length. He spoke for 30 minutes on Manipur and he explained the entire context, situation and the steps taken. The Prime Minister spoke for as long and spoke about Manipur. The problem with Rahul Gandhi is that he doesn't listen. He obviously understands nothing and he can't speak to save his life. All that he does is come to these press conferences, make outrageous statements, and then we are expected to react. I think we as media and political parties also have a responsibility to elevate the public discourse. And one of the ways in which we can do it is by ignoring Rahul Gandhi.
Oh, we are just doing what we have to, Mr. Malviya. We are just doing what he has to. The Congress has held a press conference and Mr. Rahul Gandhi has responded to several questions. One of the questions to him was about the Prime Minister and that's where he spoke. So we're reporting on that. My second question to you, Mr. Malviya, has got to do with Mr. Rahul Gandhi saying that the Prime Minister appeared to be casual inside Parliament when he was laughing, is what Mr. Rahul Gandhi said, when the other cabinet members were also laughing, and that should have not been the case, is what Mr. Gandhi said.
Rahul Gandhi is a standing joke. The whole country knows it. Anybody who saw the Prime Minister's response would know that Rahul Gandhi is speaking out of his hat. I really don't want to indulge Rahul Gandhi and comment on his frivolous comments and legitimize them.
Okay, I appreciate that. You don't want to comment on his frivolous comments, but we have to report on whatever Rahul Gandhi has said. In fact, it's been a scathing attack. Thanking you, Mr. Malviya. It's been a scathing attack against the Prime Minister. This is what Mr. Rahul Gandhi said, and we'll put out that once again for our viewers. He went on to say that the Prime Minister appeared to be casual inside Parliament when he was laughing. Women are dying. Manipur is on fire. These are the exact words of Mr. Gandhi. But the Prime Minister should have spoken like the head of the government and not like a petty politician, quote unquote. He's called the Prime Minister shameless. That's what Mr. Rahul Gandhi said. And he should not speak as a petty politician. Politics should be put aside, is what he said. Palmi also continues, in fact, to be with us. You know, Palmi, one point that Mr. Amit Malviya refused to comment on, Mosmi, was the fact that the Prime Minister was casual inside Parliament and that he made light of the matter. That is a charge against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that why was everybody giggling when the discussion was on the no confidence motion? Mosmi. We'll try and get that line back with Mosmi in a moment from now, but Mosmi Singh is in fact at Delhi's AICC Congress headquarters where she's tracking that story very closely. Rahul Gandhi, Congress MP from Wayanad, just recently reinstated back into Parliament, has in fact spoken about a series of matters. Let's listen in to what Mr. Rahul Gandhi said.
राहुल, आपने बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला सदन में कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने विस्तार से जवाब दे दिया। अमित शाह साहब ये कहते हैं कि मणिपुर के सीएम को हटाने की जरूरत इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि उन्होंने हमारी पूरी बात सुनी और वो कभी भी कोई हमने डीजीपी चेंज किया, डीजीपी चेंज कर दिया, उन्होंने जो भी प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था हम चेंज करना चाहते थे, इसलिए मणिपुर सीएम को हटाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
जब मैं मणिपुर गया, मणिपुर सीएम ने जो मणिपुर में हजारों वेपन्स जो लूटे गए, वो मणिपुर सीएम के नीचे ही हुआ। तो क्या अमित शाह चाहते थे कि ये हजारों वेपन्स लूटे जाएं?
हाँ संजय।
राहुल जी,
जो हिंसा चल रही है, क्या अमित शाह चाहते हैं कि हिंसा चलती जाए? चीफ मिनिस्टर उसको रोक नहीं पा रहा है। अमित शाह जी कह रहे हैं कि भैया वो हमारी बात मान रहा है, तो क्या आप चाहते हैं कि मणिपुर चलता जाए? I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, लगाing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. You know, the Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament shamelessly, laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated. It has been destroyed. It does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur. The Indian army, it will take the Indian army 2 days to put an end to the nonsense that is going on in Manipur. The Prime Minister refuses to stop the fire. He wants Manipur to burn. He allows Manipur to burn. Because if he did want it to stop, there are tools in the hands of the Indian government that can stop it immediately. I know. I have full faith in our army. I know. And every Indian citizen knows that if the Indian army is told, please put an end to this, it will stop immediately. There are reasons for the PM not being able to go to Manipur. I'm aware of those reasons. I don't want to say them publicly. But there are clear reasons as to why the Prime Minister is not going there. It's very interesting. For the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the parliament. It's an insult to those words. Whatever I said that is wrong. I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact. So, the word itself now cannot be spoken by the people of India. We cannot say Bharat Mata in parliament.
We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to these developments from Kolkata city. The Congress out on the streets in support of West Bengal Member of Parliament from the Congress party, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Remember, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has been suspended by the House, and when is he going to get back to Parliament is what the Privileges Committee is going to decide. So there is no timeline in that sense. And that's the reason why Congress workers are protesting. Now, this is an issue that has got other members of the opposition, the India bloc, rallying behind the Congress as well. Given that the Congress had raised this issue and very vociferously at that inside Parliament, these are pictures now of them being Congress workers being prevented from moving any forward with their protest by the Kolkata police and by, in fact, the RAF is what it appears. I'm going to go straight to Indrajit for getting us more details on that story. The Congress there hitting the streets against the suspension of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who is actually the Congress's leader in the lower house. Indrajit.
Well, that's right. Congress workers, of course, agitated and, they were protesting outside Raj Bhavan here in Kolkata just a short while back. This, of course, in protest against the action against Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Remember, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is not just the leader of the House in Lok Sabha for the Congress. He's also the Pradesh Congress president here in West Bengal. And he does have his supporters out on the streets today in order to, respond to the kind of action that has been initiated against him. And therefore, Congress workers are out on the streets in Kolkata, and they are specifically protesting outside Raj Bhavan because, of course, the governor is the representative of the central government here in the state. And the police, of course, has stopped the Congress workers because Raj Bhavan is a high security area. There is Section 144 imposed in and around Raj Bhavan all through the year. So people cannot gather in front of the governor's house anytime. The Congress workers have, in fact, gathered outside Raj Bhavan, and they're demonstrating, raising slogans against the central government, and they're also, burning the effigy of BJP leaders there. So clearly, Congress workers out on the street protesting against the BJP and the central government at a time when Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has been, there's an action initiated against Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. As you can see, effigy of Prime Minister Narendra Modi also burned by Congress workers who are agitating in front of the Raj Bhavan here in Kolkata in protest against the action that has been initiated against Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. And as I just said, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is not just the leader of the Congress party in the Lok Sabha in Parliament, but he is also the Pradesh Congress president at this point in time in West Bengal. So the Congress upping the ante on ground here and trying to raise its voice against the BJP.
Right. Indrajit, going to thanking you for the moment for getting us up to speed with those developments. Right, there's been uproar in Parliament a day after the suspension of Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Led by Rahul Gandhi, Congress staged a protest in Parliament premises in support of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, slamming the action against its floor leader unbelievable and undemocratic. Congress even boycotted the last day of Parliament session. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was suspended for unruly conduct and causing repeated disturbances during the debate on the no confidence motion. The suspension movement was brought in Parliament by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi. Reacting to a suspension, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said he did not mean to disrespect anyone. He added that Prime Minister Modi has been nirav, which means silent, on the Manipur issue. So what's really wrong with that is the question that he asked.
बहुत दिन पहले हिंदुस्तान को लूट के नीरव मोदी चले गए देश की बाहर, देश की खजाना लूट के मजे से जिंदगी गुजर रहे हैं। आज मुझे लगता है कि नए सिरे से आपके अंदर और एक नीरव मोदी पैदा हो चुके हैं। मतलब क्या? मतलब मणिपुर के मुद्दे पे आप नीरव बैठे हैं, चुप्पी साधे हुए हैं, मिस्टर साइलेंट बन गए हैं। इसका मतलब ये नहीं मोदी जी को मैं अपमान करने की कोई मेरा मकसद नहीं।
अधीर रंजन चौधरी के सस्पेंशन को लेके विपक्ष इस वक्त सरकार पर निशाना साध रहा है, कह रहा है कि खतरनाक ट्रेंड की शुरुआत है ये।
जो करेगा वो भरेगा। आज मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, आप अपने दल की राजनीति से बाहर निकलिए, देश के तिरंगे के मान सम्मान के लिए आगे बढ़िए।
कांग्रेस का दावा है कि क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री पे हमला बोला अधीर रंजन चौधरी ने, इसलिए एक्शन लिया।
अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बोलने का समय भी नहीं दिया था। अगर उनको इतने शक्तिशाली नेता वो लगते थे तो पश्चिम बंगाल में की बेटियों के साथ हो रहे अत्याचार के समय वो 21 लोगों के डेलीगेशन को पश्चिम बंगाल क्यों नहीं लेके गए? अगर वो इतने शक्तिशाली नेता थे तो राजस्थान में हो रहे बेटियों के साथ अत्याचार पे क्यों नहीं लेके गए? वो तो एक ऐसे रूप में लाकर अधीर जी को खड़ा कर दिया कि उनको दल का नेता तो बनाया है, समय बोलने का नहीं दिया है। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कांग्रेस ने उनकी कितनी बेइज्जती की है। ये तो भला हो अमित भाई को और स्पीकर महोदय का, जिन्होंने समय अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी को अपने में से दिया।
Alright, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, scathing Madras High Court order indicts state judiciary over fast-track acquittal of DMK Minister Ponmudi. High Court Chief Justice exposes shocking attempt to let off Minister Ponmudi.
You are watching India Today.
Congress is not saying any word. They are not ready to raise the issue in the floor of the assembly. So Congress and CPM there is a tacit understanding to cover up the corruption charges against Pinarayi Vijayan and her daughter, and his daughter. So Bharatiya Janata Party in Kerala, we are going to launch a strong fight against this understanding. Congress and CPM are the same coin, same side of one coin. So we are strongly opposing the dirty move by the LDF and the UDF.
So they were trying to legalize this black money and they were trying to make it as white money. But unfortunately the finding of the settlement bodies that is very clear that they have not given any solution. So we think that it will come under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act. So the concerned agencies has to initiate cases against the concerned persons, including the Chief Minister, under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act.
राजद्रोह पर कि अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहां लोकतंत्र, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब
मैं क्या कर सकते हैं, मेरे बात को अगर सही ढंग से ना सुना जाए और उनकी व्याख्या ठीक ढंग से ना किया जाए तो इसमें मेरा कोई कसूर। राजा जब अंधा होते हैं, मान लीजिए अंधे धृतराष्ट्र, तब द्रौपदी को वस्त्रहरण होते हैं हस्तिनापुर में। राजा जब भी अंधे रहते, द्रौपदियों को वस्त्रहरण होना तय होते हैं, जैसे कि हस्तिनापुर में हुई थी, आज मणिपुर में हो रहे हैं। इसका मतलब मैं किसी व्यक्तिगत रूप से हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री के अपमान करने के लिए नहीं किया। मैं उदाहरण नजीर की तौर पे, जैसे कि हम लोग कहते हैं कि मणिपुर में आग लगे हैं और सम्राट नीरव बांसुरी बजा रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि प्रधानमंत्री की अपमान कर रहे हैं। एक नजीर की तरह, एक उदाहरण की तरह, एक मेटाफोरिकली ये कही जाता।
इस अविश्वास पर प्रस्ताव पर भी आपने कैसी चर्चा की? हाँ तो मैं तो देख रहा हूं सोशल मीडिया में आपके दरबारी भी बहुत दुखी है। ये हाल है आपका। और अध्यक्ष जी देखिए मजा इस डिबेट का कि फील्डिंग विपक्ष ने ऑर्गेनाइज की, लेकिन चौके छक्के यहीं से लगे। और विपक्ष नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन पे नो बॉल पर ही करता आगे चलता जा रहा है। इधर से सेंचुरी हो रही है, उधर से नो बॉल हो रहे हैं। अध्यक्ष जी मैं हमारे विपक्ष के साथियों से यही कहूंगा कि आप तैयारी करके क्यों नहीं आते जी? थोड़ी मेहनत कीजिए। और मैंने 5 साल दिया आपको मेहनत करने के लिए। 18 में कहा था कि 23 में आप आना, जरूर आना। 5 साल भी नहीं कर पाए आप लोग। क्या हाल है आप लोगों का, क्या दारिद्र्य है।
Weather forecast now.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. MK Stallin's minister is under the lens. Madras High Court has revealed a shocking attempt to manipulate the criminal justice system. High Court initiated a suo motu revision of Tamil Nadu Minister K. Ponmuri's fast-tracked acquittal in a disproportionate assets case and fixed the case for hearing on the 7th of September. K. Ponmuri and his wife were acquitted within 4 days by a court in Vellore. The principal district judge Vellore managed to pass a judgment within a span of 4 days. Referring to the speed of acquittal, Madras High Court emphasized that a case that has been lingering for years suddenly picked up pace. Meanwhile, the politics has also erupted on this matter. BJP and AIDMK have hit out at the DMK and have demanded the resignation of the minister. Well, that report and much more up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Do stay on with us.
You are watching India Today.
राजनीति आपके लिए प्राथमिकता थी। कई ऐसे बिल थे जो गांव के लिए, गरीब के लिए, दलित के लिए, पिछड़ों के लिए, आदिवासी के लिए, उनके कल्याण की चर्चा करने के लिए थे, उनके भविष्य के साथ जुड़े हुए थे। लेकिन इसमें इन्हें कोई रुचि नहीं है। देश की जनता ने जिस काम के लिए उनको यहां भेजा है, उस जनता का भी विश्वासघात किया गया है। विपक्ष के कुछ दलों के लिए उनके आचरण से, उनके व्यवहार से उन्होंने सिद्ध कर दिया है कि देश से ज्यादा उनके लिए दल है, देश से बड़ा दल है, देश से पहले प्राथमिकता दल है। मैं समझता हूं आपको गरीब के भूख की चिंता नहीं है, सत्ता की भूख यही आपके दिमाग पे सवार है। आपको देश के युवाओं के भविष्य की परवाह नहीं है, आपको अपने राजनीतिक भविष्य की चिंता है।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees.
उन्नीस 1993 में जब मणिपुर की जातीय हिंसा में 750 लोगों की जान गई थी, तब तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री नरसिम्हा राव जी ने सदन के अंदर मौन व्रत क्यों धारण किया था? इसका जवाब ये दें। और केवल सन 1993 में नहीं, लेकिन 2011 में जब मणिपुर में 123 दिन ब्लॉकेड चला, जातीय हिंसा चली, तब उस समय में भी तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री मनमोहन सिंह जी ने सदन के अंदर मौन व्रत क्यों धारण किया था? इसका उत्तर भी ये लोग दें। तो सभापति महोदय, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि ये अगर दोगली राजनीति नहीं है, ये अगर पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कन्वीनियंस नहीं है, तो क्या है? मैं पूछना चाहता हूं।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, you're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get started with the headlines this Friday evening first. After fiery showdown in Parliament, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi takes aim at Prime Minister again. Says Prime Minister Modi ridiculed women of Manipur. Also reiterates Bharat Mata murdered in Manipur remark. Showdown over Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension. India MPs boycott last day of Lok Sabha proceedings as Kharge defends Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in Rajya Sabha. Congress protesters have been detained in Kolkata. Congress AAP MP, in fact, Raghav Chadha suspended from Rajya Sabha to Privilege Committee report. Sanjay Singh's suspension has been extended. Home Minister Amit Shah introduces bills to overhaul India's criminal justice system. Maximum punishment for gang rape increased to life imprisonment, death penalty for raping minors. Massive controversy over contentious CEC bill. Government sources say Supreme Court judgment is only an arrangement till the law is enforced. Madras High Court slams fast-tracked acquittal of DMK Minister Ponmudi. High Court Chief Justice exposes shocking attempt to let off Stalin's minister. Commission Nataka back in Karnataka. BBMP contractors level 55% commission charge. At the Siddaramaiah government, claim dues are not paid. BJP lashes out. Deputy DK Shivkumar assures detailed probe. A top story at this hour. Rahul versus Modi continues to rage day after a very fiery face-off in Parliament. The Congress MP branded the Prime Minister a petty politician and accused him of mocking India through his 2-hour speech in Parliament. A combative Rahul also alleged that the Prime Minister was fueling the Manipur fire instead of trying to douse it. Remember, yesterday during his reply to the no-confidence motion, the Prime Minister accused the Congress and the opposition of politicizing the Manipur issue and running away from debate. Gandhi in response has repeated his Bharat Mata murder charge and said that Manipur has been destroyed.
The Indian army, it will take the Indian army 2 days to put an end to the nonsense that is going on in Manipur. The Prime Minister refuses to stop the fire. He wants Manipur to burn. He allows Manipur to burn. Because if he did want it to stop, there are tools in the hands of the Indian government that can stop it immediately. I know. I have full faith in our army. I know. And every Indian citizen knows that if the Indian army is told, please put an end to this, it will stop immediately. There are reasons for the PM not being able to go to Manipur. I'm aware of those reasons. I don't want to say them publicly. But there are clear reasons as to why the Prime Minister is not going there. The only conclusion I can draw, because the Prime Minister has tools in his hand that can stamp out the fire in Manipur certainly within 3 or 4 days. But for some reason he is refusing to use those tools. Right? The Prime Minister could at least go to Manipur. Talk to the communities and say, I'm your Prime Minister. Let's start talking. It will be taken seriously. So I don't see any intention. I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, लगाing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. You know, the Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament shamelessly, laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated. It has been destroyed. It does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur.
राहुल, आपने बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला सदन में कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने विस्तार से जवाब दे दिया। अमित शाह साहब ये कहते हैं कि मणिपुर के सीएम को हटाने की जरूरत इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि उन्होंने हमारी पूरी बात सुनी और वो कभी भी कोई हमने डीजीपी चेंज किया, डीजीपी चेंज कर दिया, उन्होंने जो भी प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था हम चेंज करना चाहते थे, इसलिए मणिपुर सीएम को हटाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
जब मैं मणिपुर गया, मणिपुर सीएम ने जो मणिपुर में हजारों वेपन्स जो लूटे गए, वो मणिपुर सीएम के नीचे ही हुआ। तो क्या अमित शाह चाहते थे कि ये हजारों वेपन्स लूटे जाएं?
हाँ संजय।
राहुल जी,
जो हिंसा चल रही है, क्या अमित शाह चाहते हैं कि हिंसा चलती जाए? चीफ मिनिस्टर उसको रोक नहीं पा रहा है। अमित शाह जी कह रहे हैं कि भैया वो हमारी बात मान रहा है, तो क्या आप चाहते हैं कि मणिपुर चलता जाए? It's very interesting. for the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the parliament. It's an insult to those words. Whatever I said that is wrong. I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact. So, the word itself now cannot be spoken by the people of India. We cannot say Bharat Mata in parliament.
Rahul Gandhi should be ashamed of himself for running out of the parliament when something as serious as Manipur and the no confidence motion that the Congress party moved was being responded to by none other than the Prime Minister. Perhaps Rahul Gandhi should have attended the parliament and not gone to Rajasthan for a political rally when Home Minister Amit Shah spoke at length. He spoke for 30 minutes on Manipur and he explained the entire context, situation and the steps taken. The Prime Minister spoke for as long and spoke about Manipur. The problem with Rahul Gandhi is that he doesn't listen, he obviously understands nothing and he can't speak to save his life. All that he does is come to these press conferences, make outrageous statements and then we are expected to react.
The final round of the no-confidence motion saw power-packed speeches. The Prime Minister fired fresh salvos at the opposition India alliance or the India bloc. Prime Minister Modi also responded to each and every attack made by Rahul Gandhi in his Wednesday address. The Prime Minister has hit out at Rahul Gandhi's Mohabbat Ki Dukaan. Take a look at this detailed report.
The Prime Minister's Big Bang finale address in the no-confidence saga loaded with political grenades at the opposition. And while the Prime Minister playfully took taunts at Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, his most aggressive attacks were reserved for Rahul Gandhi, who walked in mid-speech in the Lok Sabha. There were no hugs, no expression of pyar this time. Responding to every taunt that the Congress MP fired at the Prime Minister during his Wednesday speech in Lok Sabha, it started with a ghamandiya retort to the Ravan attack.
राम ने रावण को नहीं मारा था, रावण के अहंकार ने रावण को मारा था।
लंका हनुमान ने नहीं जलाई, उनके घमंड ने जलाई। और ये बिल्कुल सच है। आप देखिए, जनता जनार्दन भी भगवान राम के रूप की है, जनता जनार्दन भी भगवान राम के रूप की है और इसलिए 400 से 40 हो गए।
तो आज मैं
After Rahul began his speech on Wednesday saying he would speak from the heart, here's what the Prime Minister said.
कल यहाँ दिल से बात करने की बात भी कही गई थी। उनके दिमाग के हाल को तो देश लंबे समय से जानता है, लेकिन अब उनके दिल का भी पता चल गया। और अध्यक्ष जी, इनका मोदी प्रेम तो इतना जबरदस्त है जी, 24 घंटे सपने में भी उनको मोदी आता है। इसमें इन्होंने बहुत निराश किया है राष्ट्र।
The Prime Minister also responded to Rahul's Mohabbat Ki Dukaan reference with a detailed report card that he presented on the Congress's track record of nafrat.
नफरत को सिर्फ मोहब्बत काट सकती है और हम नफरत से लड़ते हैं, इसलिए हम मोहब्बत की बात करते हैं।
पीआर वाले प्रचार क्या करते हैं? मोहब्बत की दुकान का प्रचार करते हैं, इकोसिस्टम लग पड़ती है। इसलिए देश की जनता भी कह रही है, ये है लूट की दुकान, ये है लूट की दुकान, झूठ का वाया। और तुम्हारी दुकान ने इमरजेंसी बेची है, बंटवारा बेचा है, सिखों पर अत्याचार बेचा है, झूठ कितना सारा बेचा है। गांव
The Prime Minister also hit out at Rahul over an anecdote he had shared of the poverty he had witnessed while on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
जो मेरे से बात करता था उसकी आवाज में सुनता गया। हर रोज सुबह 6 बजे से रात 7-8 बजे तक आम आदमी, गरीब, अमीर, बिजनेसमैन, किसान, मजदूर, सबकी आवाज।
जिन लोगों ने कभी गमले में मूली नहीं उगाई, वो खेतों को देखकर हैरान होने ही होने हैं। जो कभी जमीन पर उतरे ही नहीं, जिन्होंने हमेशा गाड़ी का शीशा डाउन करके दूसरों की गरीबी देखी है, उन्हें सब हैरान करने वाला लग रहा है।
This 2023 Parliament battle has set the stage for the 2024 election battle, Modi versus Rahul. Who won this round? Bureau Report, India Today.
Uproar in Parliament a day after the suspension of Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Now, led by Rahul Gandhi, Congress staged a protest in Parliament premises in support of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, slamming the action against its floor leader unbelievable and calling it undemocratic. Congress boycotted the last day of Parliament session. It also hit the streets against Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension in Kolkata. Many Congress protesters have been detained. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was suspended for unruly conduct and causing repeated disturbances during the debate on the no-confidence motion. The suspension movement was brought in Parliament by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi. Reacting to his suspension, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said he did not mean to disrespect anyone. He went on to say that Modi has been Nirav, which means silent.
बहुत दिन पहले हिंदुस्तान को लूट के नीरव मोदी चले गए। देश की बाहर देश की खजाना लूट के मजे से जिंदगी गुजर रहे हैं। आज मुझे लगता है कि नए सिरे से आपके अंदर और एक नीरव मोदी पैदा हो चुके हैं। मतलब क्या? मतलब मणिपुर के मुद्दे पे आप नीरव बैठे हैं, चुप्पी साधे हुए हैं, मिस्टर साइलेंट बन गए हैं। इसका मतलब ये नहीं मोदी जी को मैं अपमान करने की कोई मेरा मकसद नहीं।
हमारे अधीर रंजन चौधरी साहब को निलंबित किया गया है, वो फिल्म ग्राउंड, उन्होंने इतना ही बोला, नीरव मोदी, नीरव मीन्स शांत, साइलेंट, अरे मुंह, इसीलिए नीरव मोदी बोले तो इसके ऊपर आप सस्पेंड करते हैं।
It happened there, sir. It happened in the other house.
अरे अदर हाउस सर, I am pleading with you, Vice President of India and Chairman of this House, because you have to protect the democracy.
I will react, sir. I will react.
You have to.
Thank you.
ऐसा नहीं होता तो सस्पेंड करना।
First of its kind in 75 years of parliamentary history. It has never happened the largest opposition party leader has been suspended without even questioning. The reason for his suspension is simple. Mr. Adhir Ranjan Jha has mentioned about Nirav, which means in Hindi silence, and he asked that Mr. Modi has become Nirav Modi now. What is wrong in it? He has become silent on Manipur. For that, you will suspend a leader of opposition. It has become Modi and Amit Shah are destroying the parliamentary process.
अधीर रंजन चौधरी के सस्पेंशन को लेके विपक्ष इस वक्त सरकार पर निशाना साध रहा है। कह रहा है कि खतरनाक ट्रेंड की शुरुआत है ये।
जो करेगा वो भरेगा। आज मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, आप अपने दल की राजनीति से बाहर निकलिए, देश के तिरंगे के मान सम्मान के लिए आगे बढ़िए।
कांग्रेस का दावा है कि क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री पे हमला बोला अधीर रंजन चौधरी ने, इसलिए एक्शन लिया।
अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बोलने का समय भी नहीं दिया था। अगर उनको इतने शक्तिशाली नेता वो लगते थे तो पश्चिम बंगाल में की बेटियों के साथ हो रहे अत्याचार के समय वो 21 लोगों के डेलीगेशन को पश्चिम बंगाल क्यों नहीं लेके गए? अगर वो इतने शक्तिशाली नेता थे तो राजस्थान में हो रहे बेटियों के साथ अत्याचार पे क्यों नहीं लेके गए? वो तो एक ऐसे रूप में लाकर अधीर जी को खड़ा कर दिया कि उनको दल का नेता तो बनाया है, समय बोलने का नहीं दिया है। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कांग्रेस ने उनकी कितनी बेइज्जती की है। ये तो भला हो अमित भाई को और स्पीकर महोदय का, जिन्होंने समय अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी को अपने में से दिया।
मैंने बोला माफी मांगो, कम से कम खेद प्रकट करो, रिकॉर्ड में है ये। उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। इसके इतना ही नहीं, जब भी कोई बोलते हैं कम से कम 10 बार हर बार उठते हैं, डिस्टर्ब करते हैं। ये इनका हैबिट बन गया है और बिना नोटिस देते हुए बेसलेस एलिगेशन करते हैं।
कांग्रेस का एक आदत है, पार्लियामेंट को अपमान करो, देश को अपमान करो। अधीर रंजन जी कल बहुत गलत बात किया। किसके साथ किसको कंपेयर करते हैं आप? क्या कहना चाहते हैं? देश का 140 करोड़ लोग देख रहे थे, क्या कहना चाहते थे? वो देश के ऊपर तो ऐसा भाजपा के ऊपर गलत इल्जाम नहीं है, सरकार के ऊपर नहीं है, ये पार्लियामेंट को अपमान करने का कोशिश कर रहे।
हमारे अधीरदा तो अधीरदा है, इसलिए बीच बीच में उछल कर उठ जाते हैं। तो इसके कारण स्पीकर साहब ने अभी एक ही दिन बचा है, इसके लिए उनको निलंबित किया है। लेकिन उन जैसे सीनियर सांसद के लिए सही नहीं है, ये आचरण सही नहीं है और उनको सीखना चाहिए। सीखने की कोई उम्र नहीं होती, तो आप शायद सीख जाएंगे।
चौधरी को निलंबित किया गया है, आप उस वक्त थे, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर?
देखिए, विपक्ष कल नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन का जवाब प्रधानमंत्री जी का सुन नहीं पाया। हमने उनके सारे भाषण सुने, 3 दिनों से सुन रहे थे। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी जब अपनी बात कह रहे थे तो वो वॉकआउट कर गए और नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन में वोट का जो अधिकार है वोट उनको देना चाहिए, उसका प्रयोग भी उन्होंने नहीं किया। राइट टू रिप्लाई, उनको 10-15 मिनट और बोलने का अधिकार था, उसका प्रयोग भी नहीं किया। इसका मतलब विपक्ष मणिपुर के मसले पे राजनीति करना चाहता है, इसके अलावा कोई उसके पास मुद्दा नहीं है। इसलिए बेतुकी बात जब अधीर रंजन चौधरी कर रहे थे तो मोशन आया, मोशन को हाउस ने स्वीकार किया।
This alliance, which is cornering them, which brought in a no-confidence motion, continues to say, yes, we know we did not have the numbers, but we wanted to bring the Prime Minister to the Parliament. Having done that, it is the frustration that is speaking out loud, and it is under that pressure coming from the government that the LOP has been suspended. Never heard of before, and it only speaks badly about the democratic principles of the nation under this government.
ये चाहते हैं विपक्ष विहीन संसद हो, एक तरफ से ही चलाएं। संजय सिंह हमारे सांसद को सस्पेंड किया हुआ है, सुशील रिंकू को सस्पेंड किया हुआ है, अधीर रंजन चौधरी को सस्पेंड कर दिया, राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता छीन ली, राघव चड्ढा की सदस्यता छीनने की तैयारी है। ये नहीं चाहते कि इनके सामने कोई बोले, ये नहीं चाहते कि विपक्ष वहां पे रहे, केवल और केवल तानाशाही चलाना चाहते हैं। तानाशाही हिंदुस्तान की जनता बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी।
Massive overhaul of criminal laws in the country, the new bill's proposal and the changes in punishment for rape. There will be provisions for the death penalty for the rape of minors. Also, Home Minister Amit Shah said the centre is going to introduce the provision of capital punishment in mob lynching cases. A sedition law will be completely repealed. Minister Amit Shah introduced 3 bills aimed at overhauling the criminal justice system. Provisions under the sedition law proposed to be scrapped. Sedition has been changed to act of endangering sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. Currently, sedition draws a punishment of life imprisonment or with the jail term which may extend to 3 years. The new provision changes the 3-year imprisonment to 7. Life imprisonment continues to be in place.
राजद्रोह पर ये अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहां लोग सबको बोलने का अधिकार है, राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मानने वाला है।
Of course, it's a very bold step taken by our Union Home Minister. I have not seen yet the entire bill, but what I can gather from the information which I had received, certain radical changes are being proposed. And in fact, it's a long day time to say that there was a need of the time to make certain changes in the procedural law. So far as the sedition law is concerned, so far as the extradition laws are concerned, and so far as the procedural law and the evidence act. Now we have to examine from two aspects, whether it is going to serve the purpose and whether the punishment, that is the sentence, execution of sentence is one of the important aspects. Completion of the criminal trial is another aspect. See, earlier justice denied, justice delayed, justice denied, but as hurried justice is buried justice are equally safe. So what balance is being suggested in the new law that is required to be seen?
This is a fantastic move. Yeah. But just a law, just an amendment and passing it in the two houses is certainly not enough, because we know at the ground level, experts, personnel, infrastructure is lacking. So if these three are lacking, then there will be no way the case can go forward. For instance, forensic. We do not have any kind of DNA testing here except in Hyderabad. Where else do we have? So everybody from South India is going there. So the waiting period is like months together. Then we are looking at the hospital doctors themselves. All the hospitals will not take in these kind of cases that come. We are looking at the timing. Then we are looking at victim and witness protection. If this is not being given to them, they are then threatened and told that you don't go and give your witness statement. So all of this requires that the functionary as well as the expertise and the infrastructure simultaneously needs to get strengthened. If just a law is passed, it is not enough, then it is just a eyewash. And that is not required, because it is just a news piece, nothing that would help the victim survivors on the ground.
जी, अगर ऐसा बिल आया है, अगर ये पास हो जाता है और लागू हो जाता है, तो हम तो सोच रहे हैं कि बहुत बढ़िया होगा हमारी बच्चियों के लिए, क्योंकि आज आप देख रहे हैं कि लोअर केस में केस 7-7 साल 8-8 साल से पड़ी हुई है, जो हम लोगों के जानकारी में है, जो नहीं जानकारी में है वो पता ना कितने साल है। तो अगर ये कानून पास हो जाता है, अब बशर्ते कि ये लागू हो जाए और ये अपना काम करे, जिस तरह से बन रहा है कि 3 साल में सजा हो जाएगी, फास्ट ट्रैक के तरह रहेगा, तो ये बहुत बढ़िया है। लेकिन बशर्ते कि जिस तरह से कानून, बहुत सारे कानून बनाए गए, निर्भया के बाद भी बनाए गए, बर्मा कमेटी बनाई गई, सब कुछ बना, सब कुछ हुआ, लेकिन आज भी हालात वैसे के वैसे हैं, घटनाएं वैसे हो रही हैं, किसी को इंसाफ वैसे नहीं मिल रहा है। लोअर कोर्ट में केस 8-8 साल लोअर कोर्ट में है, तो समझिए कि उनको कब इंसाफ मिलेगा।
On controversy over the contentious CEC bill continues to simmer. Well, after the Delhi ordinance, the centre has moved a bill in Raj Sabha to negate a Supreme Court judgment on appointment of election commissioners. The bill was introduced amid an uproar by the opposition parties, including the Congress and the AAP. Congress has accused the government of diluting and overturning the Supreme Court judgment, further suggesting that CEC must be hired on bipartisan basis. Well, as per government sources, the unanimous verdict by the 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court has said that the high-powered committee of the Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition and the CJI or the Chief Justice of India will appoint the election commissioners until the Parliament brings about a law to this effect. But the bill being introduced by the government seeks to remove the CJI from this panel and only have the Prime Minister, the LOP and a cabinet minister.
माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का इसमें एक फैसला था। उन्होंने कहा कि संविधान के आर्टिकल 324(2) के तहत इसमें एक संसद को कानून बनाना चाहिए। तो हम कानून लेके आए हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले के अनुसार ही। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ही कहा कानून लाओ। नए बिल में एक हम सर्च कमेटी बना रहे हैं जो कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी की अध्यक्षता में होंगी, 2 उसके सचिव होंगे और वो 5 नामों की सिफारिश करेगी। उसके बाद एक सिलेक्शन कमेटी होगी जो प्रधानमंत्री जी की अध्यक्षता में होगी। क्या गलत है इसमें?
I haven't had a chance to look at the bill, but certainly it does seem to be rather unusual. We will have to see in what form we take it up and whether we object, because the fact is that the Chief Justice, his participation in the exercise was part of what guaranteed the independence of the selection process.
They removed Chief Justice of India and put a minister there. What does it mean? You see, clearly it is their motive to sabotage the neutrality which little have on election commission. It is totally unacceptable. Because what is the point of then? If election commission is become the department of Modi government, then what is the point? Actually, what this government is doing, they are sabotaging entire democratic values and principles of this country.
Today, important bills come, particularly removing the Chief Justice of India from Election Commission Selection Committee. It was a very important bill, so we raised objection against that bill. John Britta's CPIM has given an objection motion, but it was not considered. He called the minister to introduce the bill, so there was no other way to shout and jump to the well and protest against this anti-democratic attitude of the government and also the chair. That was what is happened today.
हार का डर, खौफ इस बिल में नजर आ रहा है। मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त चुना जाए एक ऐसी समिति द्वारा जहां सब अपनी निष्पक्ष राय दे सके। नेता विरोधी दल, प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप खुद। अब आपको लगता है कि न्यायपालिका पर आपका भरोसा नहीं है। न्यायपालिका के सर्वोच्च पद मुख्य न्यायाधीश के पद पर बैठा हुआ।
अब कल राज्यसभा में चुपचाप चुनाव आयोग की नियुक्ति के लिए बिल लेकर आए और उसमें गठन किया सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले के बिल्कुल विरुद्ध। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया था कि जो चुनाव आयोग की नियुक्ति करेगा, जो 3 सदस्यीय पैनल होगा जिसमें देश के प्रधानमंत्री, नेता प्रतिपक्ष और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस। परंतु प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उसको दरकिनार करते हुए ये कहा कि 2 बीजेपी के रहेंगे और 1 विपक्ष का, यानी कि बीजेपी के लोगों को अपॉइंट करेंगे, बीजेपी के लोगों को जिताएंगे। हिंदुस्तान में लोकतंत्र का मतलब खत्म। और जब उस बिल पे ऑब्जेक्शन के लिए पुकारा गया, जो संवैधानिक अधिकार है, उसको भी नहीं सुना गया।
Time for a quick breather here. On the other side, getting you details of our Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadda being suspended from the House till the Privilege Committee reports. Sanjay Singh's suspension has also been extended.
You are watching India Today.
From the biggest conflict zones
we are at the hostile airbase and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
राजद्रोह पर कि अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहां लोकतंत्र, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मानने वाला है। संगठित अपराध के लिए एक नया प्रावधान हम इसके अंदर जोड़ रहे हैं, जो अंतरराज्य गैंग और संगठित अपराध है, इसके विरुद्ध एक अलग प्रकार की कठोर सजा का प्रावधान। गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। हमने तय किया है कि सेशन कोर्ट के जज ड्यू प्रोसीजर के बाद जिसको भगोड़ा घोषित करेंगे उसकी अनुपस्थिति में ट्रायल होगी और उनको सजा भी सुनाई। दुनिया में वो कहीं पर भी छिपके सजा सुनाई जाए। मान्यवर, इससे बहुत बड़ा फर्क पड़ने वाला है और वो सजा के खिलाफ अपील करना है तो न्याय की शरण में आए, अपने आप को भारतीय कानूनों की शरण में लाए और अदालत के सामने जाए तो हाईकोर्ट में चैलेंज करें।
Quality today. In Delhi, 98. In Mumbai, 56. In Kolkata, 74. In Bangalore, 30. In Chennai, 53. In Hyderabad, 119.
are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party. AAP MP Raghav Chadha and Sanjay Singh have faced suspension from Parliament over unruly behaviour. The duo have been suspended until the privileged panel investigates the cases against them and submits its report. The motion of suspension was moved by BJP's Piyush Goyal. calling Raghav Chadda's action unethical. The MPs Saswat Patra, NS Phangon Konyak, M. Thambidurai and Narhari Amin accused Chadda of adding their names to a House panel without asking them. Meanwhile, the AAP has accused the BJP of making deliberate attempts to implicate Chadda. The party said the allegations against Raghav Chadda were false and politically motivated and accused the BJP of targeting Chadda for speaking against the party.
Honorable Chairman, sir, it is very painful for me to initiate an action against a fellow member of the House. However, it will be an abdication of constitutional responsibility and obligations to shun from such a responsibility as well. In view of the severe misdemeanor, outrageous disregard of rules and trampling of privileges of other honorable members, with utmost constraint, I move the following resolution: that the Council disapproves gross violation of rules, defiant attitude, mischievous and contemptuous conduct of Honorable Member Shri Raghav Chadda, resulting in lowering the dignity of the Council and blatant disregard to the framework of Code of Conduct for members of Rajya Sabha as prescribed by the Committee on Ethics, and thus approves suspension of Shri Raghav Chadda from the Council till the Committee of Privileges submits its findings on cases of breach of privilege pending against him.
Taking a holistic view on the gravity of his misdemeanor, violation of rules, defiant attitude and inappropriate conduct, I find it expedient invoking Rule 266, read with Rule 256, and suspend Sri Raghav Chadda, member from the service of the Council, till the Council has the benefit of the report of by the Committee of Privileges.
Well, M.K. Stalin's ministers under the lens. Madras High Court has revealed a shocking attempt to manipulate the criminal justice system. The High Court initiated a suo motu revision of Tamil Nadu Minister K. Ponnamudi's fast-tracked acquittal in a disproportionate assets case and fixed the case for hearing on the 7th of September. K. Ponmudi and his wife were acquitted within 4 days by a court in Vellore. The principal district judge, Vellore, managed to pass a judgment within a span of 4 days. Referring to the speed of the acquittal, Madras High Court emphasized that a case has been lingering for years suddenly picked up pace. Meanwhile, politics has broken out. BJP and AIDMK have hit out the DMK and demanded the resignation of the minister herein.
This is a welcome move by the Honorable High Court, and people are feeling very happy that justice still prevails. So I think next to Senthil Balaji, in line, Mr. Ponmudi should be dismissed. But we don't expect that to happen because Mr. Stalin is very adamant to carry on with Senthil Balaji and Mr. Ponmudi.
The Viluppuram judge where this case was happening, he has written to speeden up this case and for completion. Wherein this case is now transferred from Viluppuram to Vellore on administrative order. Any matter, wherever the case is being contested, it is on merits. And the judgment is going to happen on merits. And what is the reason to shift the case from Viluppuram to Vellore for no reason at all? So there are many such incidences which has given a shoddy image on the entire process of judicial process. I think now the damage control exercise has started and we hope the justice is delivered soon.
In other news, tussle between the Congress government and BBMP contractors in Karnataka only has escalated. Now, retorting at the infamous 40% commission jibe launched by the Congress against the then BJP government, the Saffron clan in the opposition has now alleged that the Karnataka government is the 55% commission sarkar. This comes after BBMP contractors made allegations against the government of stalling their pending bills. Now, in the background of all of this, the BBMP Contractors Association decided to stop all work until their bills were cleared by the government. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has assured contractors to clear all their dues. However, he has said there is a political conspiracy. On Wednesday, BBMP contractors met Basavaraj Bommai and submitted a memorandum of understanding bill amount from government seeking their help on payment of pending bills of work done in Bangalore in the last 28 months when the BJP was in power. Notably, the pending bills amount to over 2,500 crore accumulated over the last 28 months.
ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು 15 ದಿನ ತಿಂಗಳು ಬೇಡವಾ? 3-4 years ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ವೇಟೆಡ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ? ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸಿಂಪಲ್, ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ? ಪಾಪ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಎಸ್, ಲೆಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಟೆಲ್. ಯಾರ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು? ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ, MLA ಕೇಳ್ತಾ, ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ? ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇಟ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
The government in Karnataka, the Congress government in Karnataka has become a ATM Sarkar. For the bill payments, he's been demanding 10 to 15%. It is very clear, and he's unnecessarily harassing, and they've been put into a lot of inconvenience. So we are demanding a Lokaayukta inquiry against this allegation.
The Congress party considers Karnataka as an ATM machine to fulfill its electoral ambitions, and in a very short span of less than 3 months, the state is unfortunately witnessing its most corrupt regime ever.
Mr. Surya, contractors are saying 26 months of non-payment. 26 months, which includes your government as well.
There was, because of the code of conduct and the last few months before the completion of the bills, these were all there. The new government could have immediately sanctioned these bills and cleared the bills. The grouse is not against the previous government. The grouse is against this present government, because this present government has the responsibility to clear the bills, which they are not doing. And on that place, they are harassing the contractors, demanding a ransom. This is extortion.
Our demand is, today also they met us, all our MLAs, more than 6-7 MLAs is present here. They met, they are given a requisition to us. Our demand is, already from last 2 months, all work are stopped. So payment is stopped. So people are blaming, Bangalore people are blaming us because we are MLA. So we have a responsibility. So the work has to start. But Congress people are collecting the money for the Delhi people.
State contractors have also come in support with the BBMP contractors' demand.
You have been meeting all the MLAs and ministers from the ruling party. What is the response that you have been receiving from all these leaders, sir? Why is there so much delay? Because 26 months is a very long period. What is causing this delay, sir?
Actually, we don't know what is the reason. We have to ask Mr. DCM.
What did they tell you, sir?
He is telling just wait for a minute, wait for a week, wait for a month. He is telling like that. And the officers also delaying it. Some inspections are taken place, and all CEs are inspected and submitted the report to the Chief Commissioner. And then also they are not releasing the payments. We are not doing blackmail. We are requesting. We are not doing blackmail, and we are all contractors, not one party leaders.
So what is the percentage that they are asking you?
No, some of our contractors are telling that we don't have any authentic this thing.
Sir, now one man commission ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇದೆ. We are going to submit in before the judge. ನಾವೇನು ಭಯ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಇದೆ. ಈ ದೇಶ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಯಿತು 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಇದೆ. ಅವರ್ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಭಾಗ್ಯಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗೂ ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟುಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಅವ್ರ ದುಡ್ಡಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ದುಡ್ಡಿಗೆ. ಅವರು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಗ್ಯಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ದುಡ್ಡಿಗೆ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಕೊಡಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and his daughter are under the opposition lens. Now, in the very latest, the CPIM has come forth and said that the Chief Minister has not got anything to do with transactions. Remember, the controversy is about that the Chief Minister's daughter was involved in suspicious financial transactions amounting to 1.7 crore rupees. As per reports, the Chief Minister's daughter, T-Veena, received 1.72 crores of funds from a private company, also adding that although the payments were received regularly, services were not provided. Targeting the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan over allegations on his daughter, BJP has put forth a demand for his resignation from the post. BJP has also alleged that Congress is hand in glove with the Vijayan-led government. Meanwhile, Kerala Congress President K. Sudhakaran said that the Chief Minister must break his silence.
So they were trying to legalize this black money and they were trying to make it as white money. But unfortunately the finding of the settlement bodies that is very clear that they have not given any solution. So we think that it will come under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act. So the concerned agencies has to initiate cases against the concerned persons, including the Chief Minister, under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act.
Congress is not saying any word. They are not ready to raise the issue in the floor of the Assembly. So Congress and CPM there is a tacit understanding to cover up the corruption charges against Pinarayi Vijayan and her daughter and his daughter. So Bharatiya Janata Party in Kerala, we are going to launch a strong fight against this understanding. Congress and CPM are the same coins same side of one coin. So we are strongly opposing the dirty move by the LDF and the UDF.
Independence Day celebrations have kicked off in the national capital. Following Prime Minister Narendra Modi's suggestions, the government has launched the Har Ghar Tiranga Yatra program starting the 13th of August with the aim of spreading awareness and encouraging people to hoist the tricolour. The BJP carried out a Tiranga Yatra in Delhi today. The bike rally started from Pragati Maidan and finished at Kartavya Path. BJP's top leaders participated in this bike rally. It was flagged off by Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Union Minister Anurag Thakur, G. Kishan Reddy, Manoj Tiwari and other MPs were present at the rally.
हमने पिछले वर्ष भी हर घर तिरंगा अभियान चलाया था। तिरंगे की ताकत, तिरंगे के महत्व को देश और दुनिया ने जाना और जब ऑपरेशन गंगा चला तो यूक्रेन की युद्ध की भूमि से भी हम लोगों ने 23,000 से ज्यादा छात्र छात्राओं को बिल्कुल सुरक्षित निकलते हुए देखा। दुनिया के अन्य देश के लोगों ने भी तिरंगा हाथ में पकड़कर यूक्रेन से बाहर निकले थे। पिछले साल भी कश्मीर में भी हर घर में तिरंगा झंडा फहराया गया। हम इस साल भी हर घर तिरंगा लहराएंगे, हर फोन की डीपी पर तिरंगा लगाएंगे और हर मन में तिरंगे के प्रति एक सद्भाव, एक भावना जगाएंगे और ये प्रण लेंगे कि अगले 3 वर्षों में भारत को तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाएंगे।
मुझे लगता है कि हम लोगों ने पिछले वर्ष भी ये जश्न मनाया था, हर घर तिरंगा, और बाइक रैली निकाल करके पूरे देश को ये संदेश दिया था कि ये जो तिरंगा है वो हमारे भारत माँ की शान है और ये हर घर पे तिरंगा लगना चाहिए, रहना चाहिए। तो आज फिर से पिछले साल जो हम लोगों ने किया था, आज फिर से उसको दोहरा रहे हैं।
मेरा मानना है कि जो एक भाव चल रहा था शुरू से हम सभी का कि विजयी विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा, झंडा ऊंचा रहे, विजयी विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा, झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा, वीरों को हरसाने वाला, प्रेम सुधा बरसाने वाला, क्या है देखो दृश्य निराला। इस सुंदर इनिशिएटिव है और मुझे लगता है कि ये शुरुआत पिछले 2 साल से 3 साल से हुई है और अब ये चलती रहनी चाहिए।
इस पूरे दौर का कि जो देश के अंदर उत्साह है, उस उत्साह में हर भारतवासी पूर्ण समर्पण के भाव से देश के प्रति समर्पित होकर देश को आगे बढ़ाने का, हर बुराई को समाप्त करने का एक प्रण ले और देश को साथ लेकर आगे बढ़े।
जगह जगह पे लोग भी खुद इसको अपने इवेंट की तरह कोऑप्ट कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसे में क्या बाकी पार्टियों के लिए भी कोई संदेश?
ये पूरे देश के लिए तिरंगा हम सबका है जी। और जब हम कहते हैं हम जो भी पद, जो भी कुछ हमने प्राप्त किया जिंदगी में, कुछ भी पहचान बनाई, वो तिरंगे के समर्पण के बाद उसमें पार्टी नहीं होती और देश पार्टी से और हमारे अपने आप से बहुत बड़ा है।
The aim was how to motivate the youth and the country. Bike rallies have always been a means of motivation and for telling people to be part of this effort of nation building, and what has been visualized by our Prime Minister, that we become a developed nation in 2047. All these are part of that, because till the time everybody doesn't participate in this effort, we will reach nowhere.
तिरंगा यात्रा किसी एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का निजी कार्यक्रम नहीं है, ये देश के कार्यक्रम है, देश के हर नागरिक का एक त्योहार है। और सरकार के विशेष आह्वान के बावजूद भी विपक्ष के एक सांसद भी, एक कार्यकर्ता भी इस हर घर तिरंगा अभियान में, तिरंगा यात्रा बाइक रैली में नहीं मौजूद थे।
Well, it's time for a quick commercial break here, getting you much more news in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Congress is not saying any word. They are not ready to raise the issue in the floor of the assembly. So Congress and CPM there is a tacit understanding to cover up the corruption charges against Pinarayi Vijayan and her daughter and his daughter. So Bharatiya Janata Party in Kerala, we are going to launch a strong fight against this understanding. Congress and CPM are the same coin, same side of one coin. So we are strongly opposing the dirty move by the LDF and the UDF.
So they were trying to legalize this black money and they were trying to make it as white money. But unfortunately the finding of the settlement bodies that is very clear that they have not given any solution. So we think that it will come under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act. So the concerned agencies has to initiate cases against the concerned persons, including the Chief Minister, under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees.
नियम के 352 में स्पष्ट है कि जो सदन का नेता है, सर्वोच्च नेता, सदन का सर्वोच्च नेता प्रधानमंत्री है, उसके बारे में तुम कभी भी कोई टिप्पणी करोगे, अभद्र भाषा का उपयोग करोगे, जानबूझकर करोगे, अपनी टीआरपी बढ़ाने के लिए, मेरी पार्टी मुझे नेता प्रतिपक्ष बनाए रखे, तो निश्चित रूप से वो संवैधानिक सिस्टम का, वो देश की मर्यादाओं को तार तार करने वाला होता है। बार बार उनको कहा गया माफी मांगे, सॉरी फील करें, बाकी भी मांगे, वो माफी भी नहीं मांगे। कोई भी मंत्री बोलता है तुरंत बीच में खड़े हो जाते हैं, जब उनको पूरा टाइम दिया जाता है। उनकी पार्टी ने उनको टाइम नहीं दिया बोलने का, कहीं कलकत्ता से फोन आ गया होगा, किसको नहीं बुलवाना है, इसलिए कांग्रेस दबाव में नहीं दिया। फिर भी सोचा नेता प्रतिपक्ष है, उनको टाइम दिया जाना चाहिए। आधे घंटे का टाइम गृह मंत्री जी के कहने पर, रिक्वेस्ट करने पर, पार्लियामेंट अफेयर मिनिस्टर के रिक्वेस्ट करने पर संसदीय हमारे लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ने समय दिया, और उसके बाद फिर इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां करना अभद्र, कि किसी भी ऐसे भगोड़े, किसी भी ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी का नाम प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जोड़कर ये कहना कि आप में उनकी फोटो दिखाई देती है, तो वो देश के कहीं ना कहीं दुनिया भर में देश को शर्मिंदा करने वाला सब्जेक्ट होता है। तो ऐसे लोगों को निकाला ही जाना चाहिए।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees.
Hey Danish, these India Today people want to do a show on Independence Day, it seems. You heard of what?
Oh, okay. What about it? What am I supposed to do?
Wait, I can't do a full suspense reveal right now, but they're still doing the lineup, but they want a singer for it.
Hey, superb. You know what? I know someone. Let me get him on the call.
Danish, what ra? What? India Today. What show ra?
Okay, 1 second. We have a singer, but we also need a dancer.
Ishna Kutte. You've not heard, huh? You check her Instagram, ra?
Ooh, that sounds like fun. Does this work?
Since we're all expressing, I think we should also have her on board.
But what do we all have in common though?
Mega escalation in Rahul versus Modi war. After a fiery face-off in Parliament,
उस आवाज की हत्या आपने मणिपुर में की।
war of words hits top gear. Rahul Gandhi takes aim at Prime Minister Modi again.
अगर इस देश में हिंसा हो रही है, दर्द हो रहा है, हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री को 2 घंटे मजाक नहीं उड़ाना चाहिए।
Rahul slams PM over the Manipur crisis. It's now Rahul versus Modi, round 2. Top focus on 5 Live.
No matter what the Congress party says, no matter what Team India says, I'm going to go ahead and declare that the fight for 2024 is going to be Modi versus Rahul 3.0. Over the next half hour, I'm going to tell you why I think so. I think it has become beyond doubt that the narrative, the political sweepstakes and the face-off is being built up to be a Modi versus Rahul affair once again. There's going to be a great deal of deja vu for many of our viewers. The Congress is going to rubbish it and say, no, this is about issues, not about personality. The BJP is going to say, we don't want to give Rahul Gandhi any importance. But the truth of the matter is, Rahul Gandhi is front and center. He's been repackaged for the nth time to be proposed as the next Prime Minister of India. And this entire war is building up to be once again, familiarly, a Modi versus Rahul affair. Mark my words, it happened yesterday, it happened today, it's going to happen repeatedly over the next 10 months in the lead up to the 24 election. It's going to be Modi versus Rahul 3.0. It's not going to go any other way. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live. These are the headlines. Big showdown over Congress MP Adhir's suspension. India MPs boycott. Last day of Lok Sabha proceedings. Rahul leads protest outside Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha suspended from Rajya Sabha till Privilege Committee report. Sanjay Singh suspension extended. Amit Shah introduces bills to overhaul India's criminal justice system. Maximum punishment for gang rape increased to life imprisonment, death penalty for raping minors. Madras High Court slams fast-track acquittal of DMK Minister Ponmudi. High Court Chief Justice exposes shocking attempt to let off the Stalin minister. Huge embarrassment for Stalin government. Commission Nataka back in Karnataka. BBMP contractors level 55% commission charge at Siddaramaiah government. Claims dues not paid. BJP lashes out. DK Shivakumar assures a detailed investigation. It's Rahul versus Modi 3.0, no matter which way you look at it, viewer. The fact is, there are only 10 months to go for the big election in 2024. But Rahul versus Modi as a setup continues to rage one day after that fiery face-off in Parliament. The Congress MP branded today the Prime Minister a petty politician who is shameless and accused him of mocking India through his 2-hour speech in Parliament. A combative Rahul Gandhi in a brief press conference also alleged that the Prime Minister was fueling the Manipur fire instead of trying to douse it. Remember yesterday, during his reply to the no-confidence motion, the Prime Minister accused the Congress and the opposition of politicizing the Manipur issue and running away from the debate. Rahul Gandhi in response repeated his Bharat Mata murdered charge and said that Manipur has been destroyed. But he underscored his entire press conference. The theme of today's attack by Rahul Gandhi on the Prime Minister was that the Prime Minister is laughing, Prime Minister is giggling, he is not serious about Manipur. When we're talking about a serious issue, the Prime Minister was shamelessly laughing and giggling. That is what Rahul's attack has become today.
The Indian Army, it will take the Indian Army 2 days to put an end to the nonsense that is going on in Manipur. The Prime Minister refuses to stop the fire. He wants Manipur to burn. He allows Manipur to burn. Because if he did want it to stop, there are tools in the hands of the Indian government that can stop it immediately. I know. I have full faith in our army. I know. And every Indian citizen knows that if the Indian army is told, please put an end to this, it will stop immediately. There are reasons for the PM not being able to go to Manipur. I'm aware of those reasons. I don't want to say them publicly. But there are clear reasons as to why the Prime Minister is not going there. The only conclusion I can draw, because the Prime Minister has tools in his hand that can stamp out the fire in Manipur certainly within 3 or 4 days. But for some reason he is refusing to use those tools. Right? The Prime Minister could at least go to Manipur. Talk to the communities and say, I'm your Prime Minister. Let's start talking. it will be taken seriously. So I don't see any intention. I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, lagawing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. The Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament shamelessly laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated. It has been destroyed. It does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur.
राहुल, आपने बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला सदन में कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने विस्तार से जवाब दे दिया। अमित शाह साहब ये कहते हैं कि मणिपुर के सीएम को हटाने की जरूरत इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि उन्होंने हमारी पूरी बात सुनी और वो कभी भी कोई हमने डीजीपी चेंज किया, डीजीपी चेंज कर दिया, उन्होंने जो भी प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था हम चेंज करना चाहते थे, इसलिए मणिपुर सीएम को हटाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
जब मैं मणिपुर गया, मणिपुर सीएम ने जो मणिपुर में हजारों वेपन्स जो लूटे गए, वो मणिपुर सीएम के नीचे ही हुआ। तो क्या अमित शाह चाहते थे कि ये हजारों वेपन्स लूटे जाएं? हाँ संजय।
राहुल जी,
जो हिंसा चल रही है, क्या अमित शाह चाहते हैं कि हिंसा चलती जाए? चीफ मिनिस्टर उसको रोक नहीं पा रहा है। अमित शाह जी कह रहे हैं कि भैया वो हमारी बात मान रहा है, तो क्या आप चाहते हैं कि मणिपुर चलता जाए? It's very interesting. For the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the parliament. It's an insult to those words. Whatever I said that is wrong. I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact. So, the word itself now cannot be spoken by the people of India. We cannot say Bharat Mata in parliament.
Let me quickly first go to India Today's Mosmi Singh, because she was at that press conference. She was asking a question. Mosmi, I'm still trying to figure out what the purpose of this press conference was. The no trust vote happened. What precisely was the point that Rahul was trying to make? I mean, he and his friends walked out of parliament when the Prime Minister began to talk about Manipur. Actually, before that, what's he talking about now?
So basically, Shiv, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party are setting the tone for the fight ahead. From the parliament to the streets on the issue of Manipur is what Rahul Gandhi is trying to push forward with this press conference. It was the last day of the monsoon session. The government would actually be summarizing what bills were passed, summarized what bills were passed, how many adjournments were done, and what all happened, taking stock of all the work done. And on the other hand, you have the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi summarizing what happened and what did not happen in Manipur. So clearly, the Congress feels that Manipur is touching the raw nerve of the government, bringing the government on the mat. We couldn't do it as much in the parliament. We'll do it on the streets because that's where the real battle has to be fought.
Mosmi, thank you very much for that. It certainly does sound like that. It sounds almost like an admission that not only has Team India been defeated, as it obviously was going to be in the no trust vote, but has also lost the perception battle and therefore the need to consistently keep up this level of attack. But one is bewildered by some of the things that Rahul Gandhi said today. Let's go straight across to our guest. Dr. Anshul Abhijit is national spokesperson of the Congress party. Karan Verma is an author. The BJP declined to be part of this discussion. They said they don't want to quote unquote give importance to Rahul Gandhi. But, obviously there's something to talk about there as well, which I will come to. Anshul, first of all, thanks to both of you for your time here on India Today. Anshul, the 3-day discussions as part of the no trust vote happened. Many of the speeches were serious. Rahul Gandhi, the opposition, walked out right before the Prime Minister spoke about Manipur. My question, Anshul, to start with is, is this what it has come to? Is Rahul Gandhi so bereft of political ideas that his criticism now is that the Prime Minister was giggling in Parliament while Manipur is burning? I mean, there was a full speech. There was one by the Home Minister as well. And Rahul Gandhi's complaint now is that the Prime Minister was laughing.
What kind of speech was it, Shiv? All the jeering, the jibes, the laughter, the mockery. I mean, the picture is there in front of you. You can keep making the headlines that you wish. I know there is an insistence in newsrooms to make attractive headlines and all that. But the picture there is in front of you, and it was brought out by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. That on one hand, you have a state which is after 3.5 months, 3 months still burning. There is deep incompetence on the part of the administration and the chief minister of that particular state who remains there. It's a precious state. It's a fragile state. It's a border state. And it's still burning. There is murderous hostility between two groups. Forget about sharp fault lines being drawn and all that. And on the other hand, you have these cheap jibes and sloganeering by the opposition. You come to the topic. The entire program here was that the Prime Minister breaks his silence on Manipur. You come to the topic after 1.5 hours. Not even that. Cheap sloganeering goes on like a chorus. I don't want to compare it to a kangaroo court. But absolutely shameful. And Shiv, by the way, this term, India is an alliance, and the term that, summoning all his creativity, he's thought of a particular pun on that word. And I can't even get to say it. I can't even get to say it. You think this is the high noon of eloquence by the Prime Minister?
The no trust vote, it was an excellent idea. It was necessary. In my view, the Manipur issue being discussed in Parliament was absolutely necessary. I think the opposition did well in bringing attention to it and forcing a no trust vote. My question is the shifting of goalposts. First, you say the Prime Minister hasn't spoken. Then you say he hasn't spoken enough about Manipur in his speech. Then you say he was giggling. Then you say he started on Manipur too late. Then you say there was too much sloganeering. I mean, first you say he's not speaking. Then you want to direct and edit and shape the quality and complexion of the Prime Minister's speech. It was a big speech. It came a day after the Home Minister provided a very detailed clarification, including the failures of the state government as far as Manipur is concerned. And now you've got Rahul Gandhi, who's beginning to sound, like a frustrated politician, talk about the Prime Minister being shameless and giggling in Parliament. That's bankruptcy.
So, in effect, Shiv, what you're trying to tell us is that in a democracy, the opposition has no right to critique the Prime Minister's
Not at all. Not at all what I'm saying.
Shameless. No, but you're actually, the answers are being demanded of the opposition when it is the government which is in power, and the government's mismanagement has led to what is happening in Manipur.
The mismanagement, the opposition walked out when the Prime Minister was there.
Shiv, irony has died a million billion deaths at this moment when the opposition is being questioned for questioning the Prime Minister and is absolutely
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I wish, what I'm wishing for, Anshul, and I'm right when I say this. What I'm wishing for is that these 3 days were a ruthless, absolutely uninterrupted, unrelenting attack on the government as far as Manipur was concerned. It was scattered. There was so much, of course there was sloganeering on the part of the, of the government. The government was on the mat. The opposition simply didn't do enough. You walked out. You let the government off the hook.
We didn't walk out. We were losing our patience by the end of it. It was 1.5 hours of relentless jibes and mocking and laughter and the Gandhi name. And poor A.O. Hume was brought out of the woodwork. I mean, for God's sake. I mean, had enough of this. I mean, it's been so long here. Last time, the Nehru name was brought out. I mean, there is a certain kind of, the Prime Minister must be aware of what his position is. You keep bragging up this about being the largest democracy in the world and he being at the head of it. And this is the kind of tackiness, of kitsch and of cheapness that you come down to when there are such serious issues at hand. You get down to it. You answer those questions in all seriousness. If you want, look, Shiv, I agree, there is a time for politics. Even the kind of narratives that we've heard, maybe there is a time for it. You can critique it anytime you want. But this was certainly not the time. The Prime Minister, by his speech, lowered the dignity of Parliament, of the opposition, and of democracy on the whole.
Okay, Karan, where do you stand? What did you think of what Rahul Gandhi said today? I personally thought Rahul Gandhi's speech in Parliament, there are many people who say that it had a great deal of empathy, but it lacked gravitas. I think the speech was powerful. It was to the point as far as Manipur was concerned. It was memorable. It provided, certain phrases that people are thinking about all across the country. But today, in my view, and I want to tell you, I'm being fair because I expect that the pressure needs to be kept up on the government. But by talking about giggling and body language and mockery, I mean, that is part of the political language. When you've got two parties in a hostile atmosphere inside Parliament, taking pot shots at each other, that kind of thing is going to happen. But for that to be the thrust by Rahul Gandhi a day after a very serious no-trust vote, what did you think, Karan?
Okay, so Shiv, I hope I'm extended the same courtesy and I can speak my mind out. First of all, when Rahul Gandhi says that the Prime Minister was insensitive, I think it's a classic case of the pot calling the kettle black. Look at how Rahul Gandhi started his speech. He started with some cheap jibes at Adani. That is what he started with. And the entire Congress support system there, they were shouting, "Sher aaya, Sher aaya." And then they were obsessed with the camera not being on Rahul Gandhi. Does that show empathy? Does that show sensitivity? I doubt it shows that. Secondly, he was thoroughly unprepared. Not a single specific detail where he could have cornered the government. You are right. I wanted the government to be questioned. I wanted specifics to be discussed. But he was thoroughly unprepared. Not a word about how the law and order situation broke apart there. Nothing. And this started right from day one. On day one, the Home Minister, Amit Shah, wrote a letter to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and Mallikarjun Kharge. Let's discuss this matter threadbare. They stuck to this technicality. They were fixated with the Prime Minister making a statement. Now, what that shows is they wanted the optics of it rather than solutions. Mr. Amit Shah was ready. The Home Minister, the man who's responsible for the internal security, was ready to discuss this matter threadbare. Why did you run away from this? The entire country was disenchanted because we wanted hard questions to be asked of this government. You let them off the hook and you politicized. Did Supriya Sule talk about Manipur in her address? Did Dimpi Yadav, she was discussing the 500 rupee thali or the electricity cuts in Noida. Did Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary make a nuanced statement? He was trying to internationalize the thing and talking about Nirav Modi and God knows what all. So the truth is the opposition squandered a golden opportunity and the Prime Minister and the Home Minister answered it in great detail. They could have countered the Home Minister then and there. They did not do that. And when the Prime Minister spoke about Manipur, look at his response. Dr. Anshul says, we ran out of patience. Is that the hallmark of a great opposition, to run out of patience? I think it's a case of shooting in the foot and then landing up with that injured foot in your mouth. That is what the opposition has done.
Okay, so the opposition's performance, whether they got what they wanted or not, has been debated yesterday and today as well. Karan makes a point. Anshul, you want to take that on? When I want to keep it as specific as possible because we're on limited time and Mr. Gandhi held a press conference today. I mean, Rahul Gandhi is talking about body language. I mean, this is a politician who has made headlines in the past for his flippant behavior in Parliament. Sure, he's not the Prime Minister. Sure, it's not the same standard he must be subjected to. He's not the executive. I grant that. But here's a guy who is very casual in Parliament. He's been accused of using Parliament as an extension of his living room during the infamous hug and wink episode. There was that, in my view, very needless flying kiss episode that happened. He's a man who's very casual. He laughs. He, gestures with his thumbs up. And here he is lecturing someone about giggling and being casual in Parliament. Anshul? I'm only saying it because he brought it up.
I'm telling you, Shiv, are you really sure that the opposition needs to be cross-examined after
I
all
don't.
this?
I'm
what
just
has
asking
happened?
because that was the thrust of Rahul
Similarly,
Gandhi's press conference, Anshul. That was the, he mentioned it 4 times, not once, not twice, not thrice. 4 times he said shameless Prime Minister is laughing and giggling.
I'll say it another 50 times. I heard that speech. It's my great misfortune that I have to hear him every single time. It's a punishment for me, Chief, that I have to hear him. But he's the Prime Minister of this country. I must latch on to every single word he says. And I'm deeply disappointed every time he says it, with every single statement, with every single comment, his every single falsehood. And that is what has happened in that speech yesterday. And I'll tell you the falsehoods. And the irony, you talk about irony, I already spoke about how irony dies every time he utters this word, Quit India movement. About the word he's coined up, all kinds of leveling, all kinds of baseless charges. I've said, in all fairness, I've said that there is a time for politics. I have nothing against politics. We're in the game of politics, right? You trade charges, you say all kinds of things, even if they're degraded and cheap. And
I understand. But Anshul, just answer me one question. I hear what you're saying, and what you're saying is entirely reasonable, because there is a place and time for politics and political barbs. There's, why can't they happen in Parliament? And at one level, Rahul Gandhi even talking about body language is totally legitimate. I mean, in this atmosphere, 10 months before elections, that's fair. My question is, was this really just about politics and Modi rather than about Manipur? You had the Home Minister call for a joint resolution on Manipur. You had the Prime Minister talk about Manipur. The opposition walked out before he could talk about Manipur. It gives the public impression that for the opposition, for Rahul Gandhi, for the Congress party, this was not about Manipur. This was not about having a substantive discussion about Manipur, as was stated to be the case with the no trust vote, but about attacking the Prime Minister personally, which is fine. But at least come out and say it then.
Shiv, you're talking about the opposition not bringing Manipur to the forefront. Do tell me.
Not at all. I praise the opposition for doing it.
Just tell me. I'm answering your question, Shiv.
Yes.
I am just saying that if the Prime Minister brings out Manipur for the very reason that we've called him there, because to break his silence on this very important
topic. He should have done it earlier.
Because No, what sense does it make for it to bring out after 1.5 hours? Is that giving it importance? Have you asked that question? Why don't you ask the Prime Minister that question?
We did. We have. You haven't seen our discussion last night.
Right in the
Anshul, we had a discussion last night where we talked about how the Prime Minister began about Manipur after minute 96. We've discussed it threadbare here. I'm only bringing this up now because of Rahul Gandhi's words. Yeah, finish your point, Anshul.
No, I am just simply saying that the Prime Minister's speech, like all his other speeches, but this makes it particularly so because it was on the floor of this house and it was on such a critical matter at such a critical juncture in our history, was exceedingly distasteful. And I'm using my words very carefully. Actually, I'm not even going ahead and saying what I really think of that speech. I'm marking my words. It was cheap and it was a distasteful speech. And the Prime Minister should have known better as being the head of the biggest democracy in the world.
Karan,
shown maturity at this point.
This is okay. I mean, in politics, this kind of thing goes. But is this a shifting of goalposts? Because, a substantive answer on Manipur did come from the Home Minister. The Prime Minister mentioned it. Now it's about, you started talking about it too late. You should have started from right the beginning. When so many other speeches were about things other than Manipur, now the Prime Minister is being castigated for not starting his speech on Manipur.
I think that's ridiculous. I mean, you can't dictate terms when to speak what. If he would have not spoken about Manipur, that would have been understandable. But he did speak about it. In fact, unfortunately, it's the opposition that walked out when he started speaking about it. Look, the opposition in this entire thing, they had a great opportunity to demand accountability and answers. They have squandered that golden opportunity. And which is why they are not able to stomach this fact that the government, which wanted a discussion on this, they've been let off the hook where they did have an advantage to question it. And even today, you look at this shift, even today they are obsessed with Prime Minister Modi's body language. They are still not asking the hard questions on Manipur. They are obsessed with the Prime Minister making a statement, what kind of body language he has. They are still not coming up with substantial arguments as to why the tension is brewing there. Except for Gaurav Gogoi, who did come up with 2 questions. None of them have come up with anything substantial. Nothing at all. And that
nobody came with any specific. Nobody from the opposition. Nobody from the opposition, and not Rahul Gandhi in particular, provided any specific points as far as Manipur was concerned. I also want to point out one more paradox, Anshul, with the greatest of respect, is that there were so many people in the opposition, who gave speeches who didn't touch upon Manipur. Gaurav Gogoi started fabulous speech. Let me say it categorically and on record here. Fabulous opening speech that stuck to the Manipur issue. After that, you had a whole bunch of people, including Rahul Gandhi, who spent the first 14 minutes talking about the Bharat Jodo Yatra, etc. Dimple Yadav, Kanimuri, and the others who didn't talk about Manipur. And then you're attacking the Prime Minister, for not talking about Manipur for the first 90 minutes. And this is a day after the Home Minister spent an hour and a half speaking about Manipur and nothing else.
Shiv, when the opposition walked out yesterday, there was not even a whiff of Manipur. We had no idea even Manipur was coming or not. You almost make it sound as if the Prime Minister,
ridiculous,
you had read the speech before him. Did you know Manipur was coming? Did you have any idea when Manipur was coming, if at all? How did you have an idea it was coming? Nobody had any idea.
How could anyone have known if it was coming?
And said nothing. When
you wanted the Prime Minister to speak. The Prime Minister was speaking.
No, he wasn't. It was that cheap sloganeering and guarantees about that, I guarantee, hey, the typical manner in which he says it, which I can't recount, I can't even mimic it, I don't want to. It was terrible. And that is when it walked out. And they said, listen, what's going on here? And by the way, this is the executive. You have the tyranny of the executive in this country.
We asked them the question yesterday, Anshul. I will send you the link of yesterday's discussion on how we've taken the government to task on not enough answers on day 3 as far as Manipur is concerned. We have done it. I will send you the link. But my question is, if you're talking about, if this issue was at the initiative of the opposition, Rahul Gandhi was leading the charge on day 2, then please explain to me. And believe me, I am not here questioning the opposition. I am simply asking this question because Rahul Gandhi has brought it up. I'm saying, if Rahul Gandhi spoke for 35 minutes, why for the first 14 minutes was he talking about his transformation, about his knee injury, about the Bharat Jodo Yatra? Why didn't he go from start to finish about Manipur? Yes, he was very emphatic in the end, but why wasn't it from start to finish? That's the same thing that the other side will ask you.
Absolutely not. No. The Prime Minister.
Who cares about his self-transformation?
The jeering. No, Shiv, let me answer that question. There has been no connect between the Prime Minister's jibe and jeering and jest and laughter and the mockery, and then coming down to Manipur at a time when the opposition was not there. We had no idea it was coming down. The Rahul Gandhi's speech there was about empathy. It was about listening to the people. He was building a ground for coming to Manipur. It had the same tenor. There is absolutely no comparison. You were talking about listening to India and finding solutions. Look, this is the executive. Look, Shiv, this is the executive we are talking about. Who is in power in this country? We're asking questions.
They owe the answers.
They know the answers. They have to give the explanations. They have to give point by point what happened and what are their solutions. Why are you putting the opposition in the dock for this? I can't understand.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I'll tell you where some of the anger, I think, reflected from the public is coming from. And this is something that Karan also said. Many in the public were hoping for a much greater level of holding the government accountable as far as Manipur was concerned. And it was a wasted opportunity. At the end of the day, this is a democracy. It's all about politics. Optics, which most people dismiss, I think is extremely important because ultimately it's the optics that make people go, and vote in addition to everything else. So Karan, to me, the big takeaways from yesterday are there were 2 occasions in which Manipur came up majorly. One was when the Home Minister made his big speech. He called for a resolution, a joint resolution by all members of the House. That didn't happen. That was interpreted as the opposition, seeing that as a trap. Then you had the Prime Minister speak about it, but the opposition walked out. It just seems like it was about optics and not about substance. That's what the vote was about.
I think, Shiv, as far as the Home Minister is concerned, I'll give him credit. He has gone to the minutest details of what really transpired. He discussed how he spent 3 days there. The MOS spent 23 days, how 33,000 battalion, the personnel were deployed there, how the secretary was changed, and the entire details. So I don't think we can say the Home Minister shied away from a debate or didn't go into the specifics. He did go into the specifics, unlike Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi could have asked such tough questions. I mean, people do a much better job on your news shows asking the government some hard questions. But Rahul Gandhi squandered it away. He totally wasted an opportunity when all eyes were on him, by the way. That was his maiden speech after return. Everybody was waiting to hear from him and he squandered it away, talking about his psychedelic experiences and his knee injury and God knows what all. So let's not paint everyone with the same brush. The Home Minister is the star in the sense that he's come out and said, listen, this is what happened. This is what the history of it has been, how Northeast has been neglected for decades together, how ever since this government took over, for 6 years, there was no curfew, no blockade, nothing till May 3rd. Okay. And yes, what happened on May 3rd was unfortunate. He's owned up that. He said, yes, let's work together towards a peaceful solution. Did they come up with a single solution except for that the CM should resign? What a stupid suggestion. When you are going through turbulent seas, you don't ask the captain to resign. You come up with solutions.
10 months before the elections, one will expect some things like these to happen. But I also want to point out that if the opposition, as part of a no trust vote, has used that platform, and I believe absolutely rightly so, to highlight all of the government's different failures, things that it should be held accountable for, price rise, unemployment, the thali that you're talking about, T.R. Balu talked about certain other things as well. I think that it is a little rich for the opposition to then find fault with the Prime Minister, to use that same platform he's been granted or imposed on him to list his achievements and failures of past governments. That's the way politics works. There can be indignation about it, but remember, 10 months before an election, every opportunity is going to be an election platform. That's how it's going to be. Rahul Gandhi, in my personal view, can never be faulted on lacking empathy, anger, ferociousness as far as these issues is concerned. And hopefully we'll see much more of this on the road to 2024. Anshul and Karan, a pleasure. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with me here on 5 Live. We're taking a very quick break. On the other side, there was something that the Prime Minister mentioned in his speech yesterday in the Lok Sabha that has become a very hot talking point. He took a pot shot at Indira Gandhi for ordering the Indian Air Force to bomb Aizawl in Mizoram, then part of Greater Assam, in 1966. I'm going to decode it and tell you whether Indira Gandhi was really wrong or did she not have a choice.
It took a viral video for 2 people to be arrested after 77 days. How did the situation spiral out in Haryana so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Fauziya ji, I promised you, ek din aapka beta aayega.
Yeah, the promise is fulfilled. Thankful to you.
Fitness certificate ke bagair bridge reopen karna, ye kiski jawabdehi, sir? A 3-time MLA is beaten up in Imphal almost to death.
Till today, my tears can't stop. I'm eagerly waiting for my husband's recovery.
The beating heart of every story is on News Today. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. only on India Today TV.
राजद्रोह पर ये अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहां लोकतंत्र, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड, तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मान्यवर लाए।
Air quality today. In Delhi, 136. In Mumbai, 63. In Kolkata, 86. In Bangalore, 69. In Chennai, 120. In Hyderabad, 96.
आपसे विनंती है, जल्दी माइक बंद मत करो साहब, मेरा एक विनंती है। क्योंकि आज लास्ट डे है और इतने लोगों को इस सदन से सस्पेंड किया गया और प्रिविलेज कमिटी को रेफर किया गया, 6 लोगों को किया गया और वहां पर आदिर रंजन चौधरी जो अपोजिशन लीडर है उनको भी सस्पेंड किया गया। सर, ये प्रजा लोकतंत्र में एक ऐसी बात होती है और डिबेट में छोटे मोटे विषय आते हैं और एक दूसरे के विषय में कुछ कहते हैं, तो अगर वो बहुत अनपार्लियामेंट्री है, किसी को दुखी करता है बहुत, तो उस वक्त आप कह सकते हैं ये अनपार्लियामेंट्री है, ये ठीक नहीं है। लेकिन वहाँ जो हमारे आदिर रंजन चौधरी साहब को निलंबित किया गया है, वो फ्लिम्सी ग्राउंड, उन्होंने इतना ही बोला, नीरव मोदी, नीरव मीन्स शांत, साइलेंट, अरे मुंह, इसीलिए नीरव मोदी बोले तो इसके ऊपर आप सस्पेंड करते हैं।
It happened there, sir. It happened in the other house.
अरे अदर हाउस सर, I am pleading with you, Vice President of India and Chairman of this House, because you have to protect the democracy.
In yesterday's speech to end the no trust vote centered around the Manipur crisis, the Prime Minister provided a lengthy defense of his government's Northeast policy while also listing the decades of folly and failure regarding that part of the country, courtesy successive Congress governments. But it was one particular thing the Prime Minister mentioned that has become a furious talking point now. The Prime Minister invoked the 1966 Indian Air Force bombings in Mizoram, then part of Greater Assam, that were ordered by then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Few people even know about that operation, but the Prime Minister did use it to support his claim that the Congress's policy on the Northeast has swung between extremes, either being inert and indifferent or deploying massive force as Indira Gandhi did in March 1966. First, let me tell you what happened in 1966. Indira Gandhi was just 6 weeks old as Prime Minister of India. She had taken over after the unexpected death of Lal Bahadur Shastri in Tashkent in January that year. India had just fought a bruising war with Pakistan the previous year, 1965, and it was less than 4 years since India's calamitous defeat at the hands of China in the 1962 war under Prime Minister Nehru. This was a country in crisis that wasn't just nursing a post-war economy, but was vulnerable to the continuing manipulations of both her foreign adversaries. It was in this scenario that a violent separatist insurgency by the Mizo National Front broke out, a rebellion fully funded and armed by then East Pakistan in 1966. As the fledgling Indira government watched, an emboldened rebel chief hoisted an MNF flag, Mizo National Front flag, in the city of Aizawl. Remember, Mizoram wasn't a state back then, it was still part of Greater Assam. In Aizawl, they hoisted an MNF flag, practically declaring it a separate sovereign state. Worse, the MNF had captured key positions in both the city of Aizawl as well as Lungle, with a signature application of brutality and violence. The Indian army wasn't positioned to arrive in Aizawl in less than a day, and it was unlikely that a ground attack would go unchecked by the well-armed MNF that was now scattered through the hinterland, expecting a ground response by the Indian army. It was in this scenario that Indira Gandhi took the controversial decision to scramble the Indian Air Force, a small number of even then vintage Tufani fighters and slightly more modern Hunter jets were deployed to conduct airstrikes on the MNF positions in Aizawl. Larger transport aircraft were also loaded with explosives and used to bomb rebel positions in Aizawl. Now, two of those pilots who flew some of those missions would go on to big political careers. You know their names, Rajesh Pilot and Suresh Kalmadi. But what followed these bombings and the subsequent arrival of the army was 2 decades of an insurgency in Mizoram that saw a great deal of violence and death in that beautiful state. Peace would be achieved only 2 decades later with the Rajiv Gandhi Laldenga Accord of 1987. Now, the bombings of Mizoram were the first and the only time that Indian frontline air power has been used against its own citizens on our territory. The bombings are now seen through 2 prisms. The BJP, as clear from the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, sees the bombings as a symbol of Congress folly in the Northeast, as a decision that became necessary thanks solely to successive Congress governments letting the Mizo issue fester, failing to nip it in the bud, leaving it vulnerable to outside interference, being pushed into a corner by lack of action, and then being forced into this heavy response when there was no other way out. Mrs. Gandhi's handling of Bhindranwale later is used as a reference point to prove that her instincts in 1966 similarly failed her in the airspace over Mizoram. On the other hand, those who believe Indira Gandhi and the Congress have nothing to apologize about feel that this was decisive action. Indira Gandhi, after all, was less than 2 months old as Prime Minister when the insurgency exploded in her government's face. Was the difficult decision of lethal force on our own territory imposed on her? And is it really fair to blame her for a situation that was already at boiling point by the time she took over? What I'm trying to say, viewer, is that it will always be easy to sit back and pass judgment on decisions to use military force. The more into detail one goes into the controversial deployment of the armed forces, the more clear it becomes that there are no blacks and whites, only shades of grey. As with so many things in military history, both of the things said about Indira Gandhi's bombing of Mizoram in 1966 can be seen to be true. That her actions were the inevitable climax of her party's Northeast policy over years, and also that her actions displayed decisiveness in a situation where not acting is as controversial as issuing those orders. Now I want to get an expert view from 2 people who not only know about the operation, but have looked at it very closely from all of these prisms that I'm talking about. I'm joined by Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur. He's a well-known Air Force veteran and someone who's looked particularly closely at Air Force history. Abhijit Iyer Mitra is a senior research fellow in the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies. One of his tweets has gone viral where he has said that it was wrong for the Prime Minister to call what Indira Gandhi did a blunder. Abhijit, I'll quickly come to you first because I hear we might have a weak line with you, with your permission, Air Vice Marshal. Abhijit, explain to us why you think the Prime Minister shouldn't have highlighted what Indira Gandhi did as a blunder.
So Shiv, it's very clear. I think we've been very consistent about this position throughout, that sometimes when internal security situations flare up to a point, you have to use massive force. It isn't, I'm not getting into the politics of it. I'm just talking about the application of force out here. Now, remember what the situation in the ground in Aizawl was. The Mizo National Front had surrounded the whole of Aizawl. It had been completely cut off. The attempts at, resupplying Aizawl with the Mi-4s or the Mi-8s, I forget which one, at that time had failed because the Mizos were directing fairly accurate gunfire at those helicopters. And you had to soften them up using air power, which is what was done. Because remember, the Mizos were going around killing people on the ground. Government officials were being killed on the ground at that point of time. And something had to be done. It was an emergency situation. You could not land troops there because the same way they were shooting resupply helicopters, they were going to shoot down, troop helicopters as well. And that was a risk not worth taking. It was a proportionate action taken at the right time to safeguard the territorial integrity of India. And I don't understand how an action taken to safeguard the territorial integrity of India is a blunder.
Okay. Air Vice Marshal Bahadur, how do you see it? Because, looking at history is always a difficult proposition, especially through the prism of politics. The Air Force was carrying out orders at a very, very difficult time. India had been at war just a year before that as well. How do you see it, sir? Was it a difficult but necessary decision, or, could Indira Gandhi have done it some other way?
Thank you, Shiv, for getting me in here. Staying clear of politics, as Abhijit rightly said. It's very clear that it was a situation that had to be handled decisively. The point is, let's go back a little beyond before 1962 also. I mean, we got independence in 47 with myriad problems on our head. Basically, economics, lack of money, the refugee crisis in the initial stages, etc., etc. But let's take ourselves back to the government of the 50s and the beginning of 60s. It was a huge ask. So let's not restrict just to 62. And thereafter 65 war.
Yes.
And in 65, the decade of the 60s, remember, we were living from, it was from ship to mouth. The PL 480, Shastriji actually asked for gold to finance arms purchases in 65 war and to get out of the economic situation. He asked that from the citizen. So in that condition, here was a declaration of independence and the hoisting of the flag, as you brought out in the history of that. A decisive action had to be taken. So on the 5th of March, actually first initially, 5 para, and I think 6, they were flown by Me Force from Kumbigram towards Aizawl. The helicopters had to come back because they were shot up badly. They came back. And next day, thereafter, when they went in, and the Dakotas also went in to drop supplies and arms to the besieged garrison, they were escorted with Tufanis. And the Tufanis strapped the area around where the MNF posts were, and so did the hunters. So it was 29 squadron from Tesco and 37 squadron too, with the hunters that flew in. If the Prime Minister, or let's take it, the government of the day, had not taken that decision, then we would have been in big problems. And that lasted just 2 days incident. As far as we know, it was just 2 days, the 5th and 6th. And 7th onwards thereafter, since they dispersed into the hills, the army caught up, removed the insurgents from the posts, and the normal process of anti-insurgency started. So there was no choice, and it was good that point the decision was taken.
So it was a correct decision being taken. Abhijit, I know, I don't want to get embroiled in all the politics of it, but, since it did come up as part of the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, there are those who will say that Indira Gandhi's decision and her action, was a symptom of the politics over the Northeast. And, many have also used the example of 1984, the Bhindranwale episode with Indira Gandhi as being a reference point, saying that, like later in 1984, when Indira Gandhi allowed the situation to get so bad that she finally had to take decisive action in the form of Operation Blue Star. Similarly, with the disclaimer that her government is only a few weeks old, etc., it was basically the same thing again, letting a situation get so bad that hard action is imposed on you.
I would disagree with that, Shiv, and I'll tell you why. So remember, in 1984, Bhindranwale was a creation of Indira Gandhi and Gyani Zail Singh. Both of them actively pushed Bhindranwale because they wanted to get votes away from the Akalis. That was a careful, calculated maneuver that had taken several years. What happened in Mizoram was a case of neglect, and it was spawned by something called the Mautam, which is the flowering, 50-year flowering of the bamboo. Now, bamboo flowers every 50 years out there as a self-defense mechanism. And what that leads to is, because there's too much bamboo seed, there's a sprouting of a huge number of rats. Now, what happens is, once the rats have finished eating the bamboo, they start eating all the grain and crop. This wasn't the first time. 58, 59 was when it happened. This wasn't the first time it had happened. You had a massive famine because of it in 1862. You had a massive famine because of it in 1911. So every 50 years, round about 50 years, it happens. And 65 was when the next Mautam, 58 was when the next Mautam happened. Now, when this Mautam happened, People died. Now, remember, like the Air Marshal said, we were desperate. We were living at that time. In fact, this was one of the episodes that led to the Green Revolution, the urgency of the Green Revolution, which started in 1968 with the IR-8, with the improvised dwarf rice and things like that, that Norman Borlaug introduced. But this was one of the crucial factors. So what happened was, you were already living hand to mouth or ship to mouth, as the Air Marshal said. And on top of that, you had a rat plague. Now, our famine was because of inadequate production. What was happening here was that you had a rat infestation exacerbating the situation. In spite of that, to the government's credit, only 100 people, approximately 100 people died. Now, 100 people in terms of a famine isn't a particularly bad management of resources. Was it an optimal management of resources? No, but people tend to forget. In those days, we were a very, very poor country. We did not have money to spend on preemptive famine fighting and things like that. And also, we were living in a situation where we had fought 2 wars, 62 and 65, like the Air Marshal said, and the expenditure on the treasury had been massive.
Yes.
So, you know, this wasn't so much a case of neglect at all. You know, I would say it was generally, in terms of Indian neglect, this was one of the less neglected situations.
Very, very interesting perspective there. And, you know, I expect nothing less from the both of you. Air Vice Marshal Bahadur, very, very final comment from you, running short of time. You know, the Air Force is a supremely professional force, but through the benefit of time, hindsight, and, you know, looking at these, you know, these difficult times in the rearview mirror, you know, are historians within the Air Force, veterans like you, conflicted about the use of air power against you know, our own citizens? Because that's what this was finally, technically. These were rebels, these were people who were killing other Indians, but is there a conflict in anyone's mind, sir?
No, because we are very sure of the government of the day, no matter which political party, that the political party takes all points into consideration before giving or passing an order to the armed forces. So, and any government, whichever party is in power, knows that it should use minimum, if not zero force against its own citizens.
Absolutely.
So if an order comes, the government has thought through this situation. Please remember, we have not used it in JNK, we have not used it in Naxal area, we have not used it in Assam, we have not used it in the other part of the northeast, where insurgency to a certain extent is still on. And hence, what I feel is that there is no dichotomy or any doubt in any soldier, sailor or airman, that an order that comes is very legitimate and the government has thought through everything.
I think that that kind of clarity is a good note to end this on. I am definitely wiser, and I hope my viewers as well are. Air Vice Marshal Bahadur and Abhijit, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time here on India Today, on an issue that most people don't know very much about. I must confess I didn't either before I did this show, but hopefully we're all walking away with a greater perspective on something. Like many of those visuals we just showed you from 1966, these are all shades of grey. Thanks so much for watching. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita Nandagopal is next. The big showdown over Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension and the big after effects of a fiery Parliament session. That's next.
संगठित अपराध के लिए एक नया प्रावधान हम इसके अंदर जोड़ रहे हैं, जो अंतरराज्य गैंग और संगठित अपराध है, इसके विरुद्ध एक अलग प्रकार की कठोर सजा का प्रावधान। गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। हमने तय किया है कि सेशन कोर्ट के जज ड्यू प्रोसीजर के बाद जिसको भगोड़ा घोषित करेंगे, उसकी अनुपस्थिति में ट्रायल होगी और उनको सजा भी सुनाई। दुनिया में वो कहीं पर भी छिपके सजा सुनाई जाए। मान्यवर, इससे बहुत बड़ा फर्क पड़ने वाला है और वो सजा के खिलाफ अपील करना है तो न्याय की शरण में आए, अपने आप को भारतीय कानूनों के शरण में
ग्रुप से बैठकें की हो, हर कदम उठाने का प्रयास किया हो, जहां एक और सारी जानकारी सदन को दी, वहीं पर एक शांति का प्रस्ताव भी रखा। लेकिन कांग्रेस ने शांति के प्रस्ताव पर भी सदन में भी अशांति फैलाने का प्रयास किया और मणिपुर में भी अशांति फैलाने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ रहे। श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी का लॉन्च एक बार फिर फेल और फ्लॉप हो गया। जब वो सदन में कुछ नहीं बोल पाए तो सड़क पर आकर वही गाली दोबारा निकालने का प्रयास किया। अभद्र भाषा का प्रयोग, अपशब्द कहना, झूठ बोलना एक आदत सी कांग्रेस के नेताओं की बन गई है और ये इनका अहंकार और घमंड इनको घमंडिया गठबंधन को बनाता है। क्या कोई भारत माता का सपूत अपनी मां के टुकड़े टुकड़े की बात सोच सकता है? भारत माता की हत्या की बात सोच सकता है? ये वही सोच सकते हैं जो टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के समर्थक हों, मध्य रात्रि उनका समर्थन करते हों और बाद में टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग को अपनी पार्टी में शामिल करवाते हों और अब उनको बड़ी बड़ी जिम्मेदारियां देते हों। मणिपुर और महिलाओं की इनको चिंता नहीं, मीडिया की सुर्खियों में बने रहना चिंता है। कितना खराब से खराब बोले ताकि मीडिया की सुर्खियों में बने रहे। श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी भारत माता की मृत्यु की कामना करते हैं, इस तरह की बोलबानी। और यही नहीं, ये लोकतंत्र और संविधान की हत्या की बात कर रहे हैं। मैं तो कहूंगा इनके मन में जो है उनके कृत्य में भी नजर आता है और कहीं ना कहीं वो शब्द जो है, जो भाषा है, वो साफ दिखाती हो चाहे देश के बाहर है या देश के अंदर है, देश को बदनाम करने वाली है। अगर श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी आप सदन में तो 10 मिनट भी नहीं रहते, आप आए, भाषण दिया, आप चले गए। बांसवाड़ा तो आप चले गए लेकिन भीलवाड़ा नहीं गए। क्या वहां की बेटियों की हत्या, वहां की महिलाओं के साथ रेप होना, क्या आपको राजस्थान की महिलाओं की कोई चिंता नहीं? आप भेद मणिपुर में और राजस्थान में करते हैं, आप भेद मणिपुर में और बंगाल में करते हैं, आप भेद मणिपुर और बिहार की महिलाओं में करते हैं। और अगर मणिपुर की मैं बात करूं तो नफरत के बीज किसी ने बोए थे तो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी के परिवार ने, इनकी पार्टी ने बोए थे। पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जो आज जो नफरत देखने को मिलती है वो किसी और की दी हुई नहीं, नेहरू गांधी परिवार और कांग्रेस पार्टी की है। जब ये जवाब नहीं दे पाए सदन के अंदर कि कैसे अपने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए नेहरू जी, इंदिरा जी, राजीव जी, फिर मनमोहन जी, सोनिया जी, राहुल गांधी जी, ये एक के बाद दूसरे ने पूर्वोत्तर को जलने के लिए छोड़ दिया। अरे श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी, देश को जवाब दीजिए। 1962 में पंडित नेहरू जी ने तो असम को टाटा बाय बाय बोल दी थी। माई हार्ट गोज आउट टू असम, टू द पीपल ऑफ असम। आप तो उसी दिन छोड़ के बैठ गए थे। आपके लिए देश का कोई टुकड़ा चला जाए आपको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। अक्षय चिन्ह का एरिया चलेगा आपको तब भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा। आप हिंदू चीनी भाई भाई करते रहे और अब भी जाकर आप राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में उसी चाइना से पैसा लेते और देश को जवाब नहीं देते हो। अब मैं 1966 की बात करता हूं। मिजोरम में किसने बॉम्ब फेंकवाए थे, किसकी दादी थी? श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी, जवाब दीजिए देश को। मिजोरम में बम फेंकवा के हजारों लोगों की हत्या किसने करवाई थी? क्या आप इंदिरा गांधी जी के निर्णयों को लेकर अभी नहीं बताओगे? जब आपसे आज मीडिया ने सवाल पूछा तो आप कन्नी काट के परली तरफ निकल गए। इतिहास गवाह है, यह मणिपुर में नफरत का बीज बोने वाली कांग्रेस पार्टी है। मिजोरम में 1966 में बम फेंकवाने वाली उस समय की कांग्रेस की सरकार और श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी जी। और मैं अगर बात करूं 1997 की, तो 1 साल तक मणिपुर जलता रहा। किसकी सरकार थी, किसका समर्थन था? और यही नहीं, 2011 में राहुल जी, आप तो तब सांसद थे, 2-2 हजार रुपए लीटर पेट्रोल बिका। मणिपुर में कितने महीने बंद रहा मणिपुर, जलता रहा। और इन सालों का अगर आप हिसाब लगाओगे कांग्रेस के शासनकाल में, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के कितने राज्यों में कितने हजार लोग मारे गए, उस खून से किसी का हाथ लथपथ है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी का हाथ लथपथ है। यह खूनी पंजा जिसका जवाब आप नहीं दे पाते हो, ये निर्णय आपके जो देश इतिहास को भूल नहीं पा रहा, क्योंकि नफरत के बीज आप लोगों ने बोए थे। नॉर्थ ईस्ट बम, बंद और ब्लास्ट के लिए ही जाना जाता था। बम, बंद और ब्लास्ट के लिए नॉर्थ ईस्ट जाना जाता था कांग्रेस की सरकारों में। लुक ईस्ट पॉलिसी थी आपकी, देखते रहते थे। मोदी जी ने आके एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी चलाई है। जितने पिछले 60 सालों में आपके प्रधानमंत्री जितनी बार नॉर्थ ईस्ट नहीं गए, उससे ज्यादा नरेंद्र मोदी जी नॉर्थ ईस्ट गए भी, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के विकास के लिए कदम भी उठाए। आपको तो 75 साल में कोई ऐसा नहीं आया जिसको भारत रत्न आप वहां से दे सकते थे। भारत सरकार नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत रत्न भी वहां पर देने का काम किया, पद्म श्री से लेकर पद्म विभूषण तक देने का काम किया। लेकिन आखिरकार आपको तो नफरत के बीज बोने की आदत है, राजनीतिक लाभ उठाना है। आपका हाल भी श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी वैसा ही है जैसे बिन पानी मछली तड़पती है ना, आप भी बिन सत्ता के वैसे ही तड़प रहे हो। कुछ भी बोलते हो देश के खिलाफ, भारत माता के खिलाफ। इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य क्या होगा। और जब अमित भाई ने यहां पर बताया, गृह मंत्री जी ने, कि कैसे आजादी के बाद 2014 तक कोई फेंसिंग नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मणिपुर में नहीं की गई थी, पूरा बॉर्डर खुला होता था, 40 किलोमीटर तक अंदर आने देते थे। तब तो आपका कोई नेता वहां खड़ा होकर नहीं बोला। हमारी सरकार ने फेंसिंग भी शुरू करवाई है, करवा भी दी, अब आगे भी जारी है। और यही नहीं, जिस तरह से आपने टिप्पणी की।
Okay, so this is Union Minister Anurag Thakur lashing out at Rahul Gandhi and questioning him over the comment that he made not just in Parliament but also repeated it soon after now in that press conference, saying that this is unparliamentary language that's been used by Rahul Gandhi, and the fact that he's repeated it shows that he doesn't care for the people of Manipur. We'll track the latest that comes in on this face-off. Let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in. And let's get you more details that are emerging from Amit Shah's big announcement of changes in the CRPC. The amendment bill that was introduced in the Lok Sabha today, now it's emerged that the Home Minister also in that overhaul of the criminal laws has mentioned a new provision that's been added for sexual intercourse by deceitful means. Essentially what this means is in fact that Home Minister Amit Shah said that if anyone gets into a relationship, a physical relationship by deceit, by using a fake identity, that has now become criminalized. Let's play out for you what the Home Minister said first.
गलत पहचान प्रकट कर जो यौन संबंध बनाते थे उसको अपराध की श्रेणी में पहली बार नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार लाए। गलत पहचान प्रकट कर जो यौन संबंध बनाते थे उसको अपराध की श्रेणी में पहली बार नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार लाए।
All right, so that is the statement that came in from Amit Shah. There's obviously a lot of speculation on whether this is a provision essentially to tackle love jihad. Let me bring in Anisha Mathur also on this broadcast. Anisha, explain to us what really this provision is. What has the Home Minister said really? Is there a punishment? How will they identify? What is the deceit here?
Well, Akshata, while we are speculating on what it may mean, let us look at the actual text of the proposed bill. What this provision says is Section 39 in the proposed bill, that is the Nyaya Sahita, which is the new IPC, says that sex on promise to marry or sex by deceitful means can be punishable at a maximum of 10 years, which basically means that whoever by deceitful means, and I'm reading out the provision here, whoever by deceitful means or making a promise to marry a woman without any intention of fulfilling the same has sexual intercourse with her, such intercourse not amounting to rape will be punished by an punishment of maximum 10 years imprisonment. Now, what does deceitful means mean here? The examples they've given is that by promising employment, the example that the proposed bill is giving is that by hiding that identity. So it could be a lot of things, because we've seen in the last several years cases coming out where there is a promise of marriage rape cases, particularly, which has come to the Supreme Court, to all other courts as well. So this could mean hiding your identity, this could mean giving a incorrect identity, this could mean hiding the fact that you're married earlier, it could mean a lot of things. But of course, politically, the questions that are being asked is this going to be with regard to religious identity, or could it be any other fraud that is played on a woman with regard to compelling her consent for sex?
So it's not just physical relationship, but other means as well, like form of employment, as Anisha pointed out. But thanks for giving us that clarity, Anisha, and joining us here on 6 p.m. Prime. So those are the details really about this new provision that's been mentioned in the CRPC bill that's been brought about by Home Minister Amit Shah. No doubt it's going to lead to endless speculation on whether this is an attempt by the BJP to tackle love jihad. But let's get you some of those details. So the highlights really of the bill that was tabled by Home Minister Amit Shah, that was passed in the Lok Sabha as well, because the opposition wasn't present in the House. A number of highlights that have come to the fore. Primarily the fact that now the kind of punishment for rape cases has also been increased. The new bills essentially propose changes in punishment for rape. There will be provisions for the death penalty for the rape of minors. Union Home Minister Amit Shah said that the centre will also introduce the provision of capital punishment in mob lynching cases, importantly. There's a lot of talk about really what happens with the sedition law, because the Home Minister did refer to that as well. It's going to be completely repealed. But before you think that there's no sedition law in place, it's essentially been tweaked. He's introduced 3 bills aimed at overhauling the criminal justice system. Provisions under the sedition law proposed to be scrapped. Sedition has been changed to act of endangering sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. Currently, sedition draws a punishment of life imprisonment or with a jail term which may extend to 3 years. Now, the new provision changes the 3-year punishment to 7 years. Life imprisonment also continues to be in place.
राजद्रोह पर ये अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहां लोकतंत्र है, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मान्यवर लाए।
Now, there's a controversy that's also erupted, interestingly, on the renaming of the IPC, the CRPC. It's been given new names, Hindi words. And Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has objected to these words as well. He's in fact slammed this, calling it a bid to impose Hindi once again. Remember that IPC and CRPC has been renamed as Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin says that this reeks of linguistic imperialism, and he's claimed that the BJP has no moral right to even utter the word Tamil hereafter. Even as the BJP has made several attempts to say that there's no question of Hindi imposition, you've got M.K. Stalin once again raking up this issue, saying that the fact that you've changed the words of IPC and CRPC to Hindi terms itself shows that there is an attempt to impose Hindi on the people of Tamil Nadu and across the country. Let's see also how the BJP reacts to this particular controversy. Shilpa Nair is joining us with more details on this. Shilpa, you've got the DMK, MK Stalin once again crying foul over the renaming of the CRPC and the IPC, saying that this is another example of Hindi imposition.
Well, that's right, Akshita. In fact, the move by the union government to rename the IPC and CRPC and giving it Hindi terms, that of course has not gone down well with the DMK Chief Minister and DMK President MK Stalin has hit out at the BJP saying that this is nothing but a recolonization in the name of decolonization, and also saying that the entire move reeks of linguistic imperialism. And joining me is DMK spokesperson A. Saravanan. So many thanks for speaking to us. How do you look at the fact that these bills have been brought in by the union government, and also the fact that IPC and CRPC, they've been renamed and they've been given Hindi terms?
See, we have been opposing the Hindi imposition of the BJP. Now they have found a new way to impose Hindi. It was an Indian penal code. Now they want to change it to Bharatiya. I don't know. I'm not able to pronounce that. I think this is going to be, if at all, I don't think this will be allowed to be implemented. If at all this is implemented, this is going to be the bane of all the lawyers across the country. So our leader, Mr. MK Stalin, has opposed it. Says this is recolonization in the name of decolonization. It's like unbelievable that such an important bill, which is totally changing the entire criminal justice system, has been done without inputs from the stakeholders, especially the lawyers, the jurists, and several other people. This is not just about naming or renaming. There is more to it. They are bringing in new laws. They say they have done away with sedition, but the draft act, section 150, says speak something against the unity and integrity of the country, you will be put to prison. For how long? Life imprisonment. So much of sweeping changes without as much as a consultation.
So that's the reaction that's just coming from the DMK. Thanks, Shilpa, for getting us the reaction from the DMK. They're saying we can't even pronounce the new term right now because it's so loaded with Hindi. We don't know what it means. What is the point of putting a Hindi term for things like CRPC and IPC when the people of Tamil Nadu will not get it? So they're accusing again the BJP of Hindi imposition. All right, let's get you highlights from Parliament. Last day of the monsoon session, and once again a stormy day, because in the Lok Sabha you had the opposition boycotting the last day of proceedings. Why? Because of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension. They're seeing red over this and questioning what was the need to suspend Adhir Ranjan over his comments on the Prime Minister. A massive protest took place in Lok Sabha. It was raised in the Rajya Sabha. Let's get you all of those highlights.
क्योंकि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी जिस दिन मणिपुर के मुद्दे पे बोलना चाहिए था.
Comments expunged and suspended from Lok Sabha. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is facing fire for his comments on Prime Minister Modi during the no trust motion debate in the Lok Sabha on Thursday. Congress has now gone all out to express their anger over the move, staging protests across India. Led by Rahul Gandhi, Congress staged a protest in the Parliament premises in support of Adhir Ranjan. MPs holding up placards boycotted the last day of the monsoon session in the lower house, joined by their India allies. The controversy echoed in Rajya Sabha, where Congress chief Kharge defended Adhir.
वो मेंबर हमारे अधीर रंजन चौधरी साहब को निलंबित किया गया है, वो फ्लिम्सी ग्राउंड, उन्होंने इतना ही बोला, नीरव मोदी. नीरव मीन्स शांत, साइलेंट. अरे मुंह, इसीलिए नीरव मोदी बोले तो इसके ऊपर आप सस्पेंड करते हैं.
In Kolkata too, dramatic scenes unfolded as Congress workers hit the streets against the Speaker's decision. Adhir meanwhile has continued to defend his Nirav Modi remark, saying he has no intention of hurting any sentiments.
मणिपुर के मुद्दे पे आप नीरव बैठे हैं, चुप्पी साधे हुए हैं, मिस्टर साइलेंट बन गए हैं. इसका मतलब ये नहीं मोदी जी को मैं अपमान करने की कोई मेरा मकसद नहीं.
India MPs too rallied behind Adhir, calling his suspension a shocking attempt to silence the opposition.
This alliance, which is cornering them, which brought in a no-confidence motion, continues to say, yes, we know we did not have the numbers, but we wanted to bring the Prime Minister to the Parliament. Having done that, it is the frustration that is speaking out loud, and it is under that pressure coming from the government that the LOP has been suspended.
The government treasury benches have been behaving in an undemocratic fashion. Even the leader of the opposition has been suspended from the Lok Sabha, whereas the MP who went to attack him has been spared. And actually, the democracy is being jettisoned in both the houses.
मुझे सख्त अफसोस है कि एक अच्छे मेंबर को इन्होंने आखिरी दिन सस्पेंड किया, बहुत अफसोस की बात।
Meanwhile, the BJP has backed the suspension move, accusing him of constantly disrupting the house.
वो तो एक ऐसे रूप में लाकर अधीर जी को खड़ा कर दिया कि उनको दल का नेता तो बनाया है, समय बोलने का नहीं दिया है। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कांग्रेस ने उनकी कितनी बेइज्जती की है।
मैंने बोला माफी मांगो, कम से कम खेद प्रकट करो, रिकॉर्ड में है ये। उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। इसके इतना ही नहीं, जब भी कोई बोलते हैं कम से कम 10 बार हर बार उठते हैं, डिस्टर्ब करते हैं। ये इनका हैबिट बन गया है।
Adhir's name, remember, was added in the last minute to the speaker's list, a point that the BJP and even Prime Minister Modi constantly raked up.
सबसे बड़े विपक्षी दल के नेता को बोलने की सूची में नाम ही नहीं था। अधीर बाबू को क्या हाल हो गया। ये तो कल अमित भाई ने बहुत जिम्मेवारी के साथ कहा कि भाई अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, और आपकी उदारता थी कि उनका समय समाप्त हो गया था, तो भी आपने उनको आज मौका दिया। लेकिन गुड़ का गोबर कैसे करना, उसमें ये माहिर है।
The monsoon session may have come to an end, but the controversy over Adhir's comments and his subsequent suspension rage on. Bureau Report, India Today.
Stormy end to the monsoon session. Some would say it was fitting with the theme of the entire session, essentially. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we get to a very interesting report, drawing from the highlights of the Prime Minister's address when he spoke on Operation Blue Star. We'll get you details of the circumstances that led to that operation. Go back in time, go back in history.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली तक चली है, पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया।
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Viluppuram judge, where this case was happening, he has written to speeden up this case and for completion, wherein this case is now transferred from Viluppuram to Vellore on administrative order. Any matter, wherever the case is being contested, it is on merits, and the judgment is going to happen on merits. And what is the reason to shift the case from Viluppuram to Vellore for no reason at all? So there are many such incidences which has given a shoddy image on the entire process of judicial process. I think now the damage control exercise has started, and we hope the justice is delivered soon.
This is a welcome move by the Honorable High Court, and people are feeling very happy that justice still prevails. So I think next to Senthil Balaji, in line, Mr. Ponmudi should be dismissed. But we don't expect that to happen because Mr. Stalin is very adamant to carry on with Senthil Balaji and Mr. Ponmudi.
राजद्रोह पर कि अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहाँ लोकतंत्र है, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं मान्यवर। गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मान्यवर लाए हैं।
Welcome back. Now, there's been a big debate over what the Prime Minister said in Parliament yesterday. And one point that really stood out is also his attack on the Congress on the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. The Prime Minister put the focus on Operation Blue Star, going into great detail of all that former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi got wrong.
An operation that struck the holiest of Sikh shrines almost 40 years ago. Operation Blue Star aimed at clearing militants holed up inside the Akal Takht, the highest seat of Sikh temporal authority in the complex of the Shri Darbar Sahib, the Golden Temple, deeply wounded the Sikh soul. A wave of protests ripped through the entire Sikh community. Many returned government honours and positions of influence. Fast forward to 2023.
कौन था उस समय? इंदिरा गांधी। अकाल तख्त पर हमला हुआ है तो अभी भी हमारी स्मृति में है। उनको मिजोरम में उसके पहले ही आदत लग गई थी और इसलिए अकाल तख्त पर हमला करने तक वो पहुंचे थे, मेरे ही देश में। और यहां में उपदेश दे रहे हैं।
India's Prime Minister recounts the army attack on the Akal Takht in his reply to the no trust motion on Thursday.
Prime Minister issued this critique on the floor of Parliament. It was a rare critique of its kind of Operation Blue Star in several ways. The texture of PM Modi's mention of the attack on the Akal Takht was filled with heavy criticism of the then Congress government for using the might of the armed forces on the most sacred site of a community. Prior to PM Modi, heads of government have usually avoided critiquing Operation Blue Star as openly as he did in the Lok Sabha.
For the record, the BJP has been a vocal critic of Operation Blue Star. Most of that criticism, however, has been voiced outside Parliament.
The worst form of desecration, if ever carried out, of the Golden Temple is to be talked about. It was by late Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi. Tanks rolled on to the Golden Temple. The walls of the Golden Temple literally came crumbling down. Can we ever think of any worse form of sacrilege or desecration?
In 2005, then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, himself a Sikh, issued an apology for the massacre of Sikhs that followed the assassination of Indira Gandhi in October 1984. But he referred to Operation Blue Star as a tragic event in the context of Indira Gandhi's determination not to change her Sikh bodyguards.
4,000 people were killed in this great national tragedy that took place in 1984. I have no hesitation in saying that what happened, the death of a great Prime Minister who had served our country with the greatest distinction in peace and war, her death at the hands of her own bodyguards was a great national tragedy. And what happened subsequently was equally shameful.
But Prime Minister Modi's direct comments on Operation Blue Star in Parliament have been received positively by the BJP's former allies.
प्रधानमंत्री साहब का ये बयान बहुत अहम है, पर हम ये चाहते हैं कि ये जो साका नीरा तारा का ऑपरेशन हुआ है इसको पार्लियामेंट में पास किया जाए और उसके ऊपर खेद प्रकट किया जाए ताकि ये बात सही हो सके।
The complex legacy of Operation Blue Star continues to haunt the Sikh community.
The wounds of the past remain, but perhaps an open dialogue can pave the way for a deeper understanding and healing of that dark phase. Amit Shah for India Today.
That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. I'll see you same time Monday, but on the other side of a short break, I'm getting you a special broadcast as we count down to Chandrayaan 3's soft landing on the moon.
के 352 में स्पष्ट है कि जो सदन का नेता है, सर्वोच्च नेता, सदन का सर्वोच्च नेता प्रधानमंत्री है, उसके बारे में तुम कभी भी कोई टिप्पणी करोगे, अभद्र भाषा का उपयोग करोगे, जानबूझकर करोगे, अपनी टीआरपी बढ़ाने के लिए कि मेरी पार्टी मुझे नेता प्रतिपक्ष बनाए रखे, तो निश्चित रूप से वो संवैधानिक सिस्टम का, वो देश की मर्यादाओं को तार तार करने वाला होता है। बार बार उनको कहा गया माफी मांगे, सॉरी फील करें, बाकी भी मांगे, वो माफी भी नहीं मांगे। कोई भी मंत्री बोलता है तुरंत बीच में खड़े हो जाते हैं जब उनको पूरा टाइम दिया जाता है। उनकी पार्टी ने उनको टाइम नहीं दिया बोलने का, कहीं कलकत्ता से फोन आ गया होगा किसको नहीं बुलवाना है, इसलिए कांग्रेस दबाव में नहीं दिया। फिर भी सोचा नेता प्रतिपक्ष है, उनको टाइम दिया जाना चाहिए। आधे घंटे का टाइम गृह मंत्री जी के कहने पर, रिक्वेस्ट करने पर, पार्लियामेंट अफेयर मिनिस्टर के रिक्वेस्ट करने पर संसदीय हमारे लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ने समय दिया, और उसके बाद फिर इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां करना अभद्र कि किसी भी ऐसे भगोड़े, किसी भी ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी का नाम प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जोड़कर ये कहना कि आप में उनकी फोटो दिखाई देती है, तो वो देश के कहीं ना कहीं दुनिया भर में देश को शर्मिंदा करने वाला सब्जेक्ट होता है। तो ऐसे लोगों को निकाला ही जाना चाहिए।
प्रधानमंत्री अभी तक ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं, ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं कि मणिपुर अब तक नहीं गए। मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न कि मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को क्यों नहीं बर्खास्त किया, जिस मुख्यमंत्री के 3 महीने के कार्यकाल में लगभग 6 लाख गोलियां, लगभग 6000 हथियार पुलिस थानों से लूटकर निहत्थे लोगों पर आज गोलियां बरसाई जा रही हैं। ऐसे व्यर्थ मुख्यमंत्री को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने क्यों बर्खास्त नहीं किया।
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and we're focusing on India's moonshot, on India's pride, Chandrayaan 3. We're getting closer and closer to the time when all of us utter a prayer for Chandrayaan 3 to make a soft, safe landing on the moon's south pole. But our ISRO heroes have achieved so much in the last few weeks that we felt it deserved the special broadcast to bring to you some of the highlights of Chandrayaan 3's special journey so far.
Closer and closer to the moon. Chandrayaan 3 soaring through the space. Here is Chandrayaan's stunning view right now. We count down to our historic date with the moon. India's moonshot.
So let's begin our special journey to the moon. Chandrayaan 3 is currently on its way to the south pole of the lunar surface, and once there, the rover will touch down, hopefully in the manner that we've just demonstrated, in which case it's a successful soft landing. And once that's done, what's next? You're going to have a rover actually roam around the surface of the moon, clicking photographs, sending extremely crucial information, evidence to our scientists back here in India, which will help them in going ahead with their studies on the lunar surface, on whether there's water on the moon, and many more details that they're looking to find from the craters that are there on the moon's surface. This is just a glimpse of what's going to play out come August 23rd or 24th. The date is yet to be finalized by ISRO. But remember, Chandrayaan 3 very successfully has launched itself into the lunar orbit and sent us some stunning images of what the moon looks like up close and personal.
It's getting closer and closer to the moon. Chandrayaan 3 is soaring through the stars, and how? As the date of landing on the moon's south pole nears, ISRO has been constantly giving us updates on Chandrayaan's space journey. Here are some of the stunning images released by the Indian Space Research Organization. The first is of planet Earth just moments after takeoff. And the next is the latest image clicked by the lander showing the moon's surface. This picture of the moon has got India excited, as it gives us a glimpse of how close Chandrayaan is to the nail-biting moment of the soft landing on the moon on 23rd or 24th August.
Chandrayaan 3 is going very well until it lands on 23rd. There will be a series of maneuvers. So everything is going fine now. Satellite is healthy.
It goes round, it takes the orbit, and the timing has to be decided. So what happens is that when it moves out of the Earth's orbit, it goes from the Earth's closest orbit, then takes the larger orbit, and then moves out. Then when it goes into the lunar circle, then takes a larger orbit, then the smaller orbit, and then when it comes into the innermost orbit, then the time is chosen, and also the exact spot of the landing. There's nothing to worry about. Absolutely not. The landing will happen after a week or so.
On 5th of August, Chandrayaan 3 was successfully inserted into the lunar orbit, and now every week performs a new maneuver to get closer to the moon. Meanwhile, Chandrayaan 3 has got some company in space. Russia has sent up its first moon lander since 1976, the Luna 25. Chandrayaan 3 is due to run experiments for the next 2 weeks after landing, while Luna 25 will work on the moon for a year. As Chandrayaan 3 date with the moon gets closer, a billion prayers continue for a safe, soft landing. But for now, it's all going as per plan. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's recap for you what happened a few weeks ago. I'm sure all of you witnessed it live, but in case you didn't, let's take a look once again at that picture-perfect launch of Chandrayaan 3. This was easy for our ISRO scientists. It's what they're best at launches. And what took Chandrayaan 3 to the level that it is at right now, the lunar orbit? Well, kicking off things from Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh was what's referred to as the Bahubali of India, the Bahubali of ISRO. What am I talking about? Take a look at this report.
3, 2, 1, 0.
India shoots for the moon, carrying hopes of billions of Indians. Bahubali rocket LVM-3 rocket lifted off with Chandrayaan 3, aiming to land a rover on the moon's surface. The takeoff was picture perfect, every technical milestone achieved.
यह भीमकाय रॉकेट आसमान को चीरते हुए अपनी भयानक दहाड़ से चारों ओर कंपन उत्पन्न कर रहा है.
And as Chandrayaan 3 separated from the rocket, scientists and space enthusiasts gathered to witness history and broke into applause.
We are excited, elated by the success of this because it was so much important for us to put it first in the orbit. Without that, there is no further travel to moon possible. So that way, it is really exciting for us.
The journey is estimated to take more than 40 days, with the spacecraft potentially reaching the moon around August 23rd or 24th.
It was perfect, and all the propulsion stages worked very nicely, and the intended orbit also was achieved, and it was a perfect mission.
If ISRO pulls this mission off successfully, India will join an exclusive list of just 3 other countries that have managed a soft landing on the moon: US, former Soviet Union, and most recently China.
It's a moment of glory for India. Also a moment of glory for you and I, all of us who have been part of the history in the making. And while Team ISRO has done the entire country proud, India has reaffirmed its leading role as a global player.
India's second lunar mission was launched in July 2019, but it was only partially successful. Even today, its orbiter continues to circle and study the moon. But the lander rover failed, crash landing during touchdown. Chandrayaan 3 comes 13 years after the first moon mission in 2008.
So as far as the journey of Chandrayaan 3 is concerned, we've told you all about what's going to happen next, what happened earlier. What are the mission objectives? What is so special about this project for ISRO? And what does it really do going forward for our space missions? Shivarur runs you through all the details that you need to know about Chandrayaan 3 in this next special report.
It's the pride of the Indian space program and the most ambitious space mission ever embarked upon by India. Much to be proud of as far as the Chandrayaan 3 is concerned. This space mission is a follow-up to 2019's Chandrayaan 2, the rocket that's going to be taking the Chandrayaan 3 into space and towards the moon, of course, is India's very powerful GSLV Mark 3 rocket. The total cost of this program, the Chandrayaan 3, is about 615 crore, which might sound like a lot, but compare it with similar missions by other countries and it's absolutely nothing. Compares very, very favorably, making it one of the most economical space missions of its kind. Now, 3,900 kilograms is the net weight of the spacecraft, the Chandrayaan 3, and it carries up to 7 payloads. Now, the Chandrayaan 3 program is going to be very busy after blast-off. There's much to do on the journey to the moon and also once it reaches there. But broadly speaking, the 3 main mission objectives include: 1, of course, demonstrate a safe and soft landing on the lunar surface. The second, of course, is to demonstrate a rover roving on the moon. That rover will, of course, come out from the lander vehicle. And finally, to conduct in-situ experiments on the lunar surface. So these are the 3 basic mission objectives of Chandrayaan 3. There's a good reason why the Chandrayaan 3 program is aiming for the moon's south pole. Never before done as far as a moon mission is concerned. And here are some of the key reasons for that. Number one, the south pole of the moon offers an undisturbed record of space's origins. Now, this is very essential to some of the experiments that will be conducted. Reason number two, it is an untapped source of essential resources, which could mean something for humankind's future. It is said to hold ice molecules in substantial amounts, very crucial to the in-situ experiments that will be conducted by Chandrayaan 3. The craters are cold traps and could contain certain fossil records, which of course will be of great interest to research and scientists. It's got a different geology than equatorial origin, which of course is important because a large part of the equator, which has seen many moon missions before, has been quite extensively studied. This will be a rare one to the moon's south pole. So many new things to look out for.
There's nothing quite like witnessing a launch firsthand, and a handful of our reporters were lucky enough to be there during the launch of Chandrayaan 3 when it took to the skies from Sriharikota. And from the ground, they explained to us what the entire procedure is going to be looking like after speaking to ISRO chairman Mr. Somanath as well on Chandrayaan 3's journey.
Behind us is a model of the rocket GSLV Mk2, and the LV-M3 will resemble this model only. And on either side of this rocket, the columns you see, those are S200 solid state boosters, and in the center part where it is written GSLV, that is the liquid stage, and on top of it we will have the cryogenic engine C25. Over that particular pod with the Indian national flag, that is a heat shield which will be carrying Chandrayaan 3. This is a module which will have a propulsion module, a lander module and the rover.
The launch vehicle will first orbit Earth before entering moon orbit. At the final lunar 100 km circular polar orbit, the propulsion module carrying the launch module with the lander and rover will be launched through vehicle injection. Then the separation of the launch module from the propulsion module will take place. The propulsion module this time also has one scientific payload as a value addition. It will become operational post-separation of the lander module. The propulsion module, equipped with spectropolarimetry of habitable planet Earth or SHAPE, will then work for future discoveries of smaller planets in reflected light. It would also allow scientists to probe into a variety of exoplanets which would qualify for habitability or for presence of life. The lander module in the meantime will orbit closer to the lunar south pole.
The main aspect of this this mission is to do a soft landing on the lunar surface, and this is the second attempt of ISRO. Here also ISRO has made it very clear that this time they are going for a failure-based model. They are calling this a failure-based model because whatever information that was gathered from Chandrayaan 2 has been incorporated to it. The issues with Chandrayaan 2 was called as error accumulation, which led to crash landing. It is not a failure. So all the lander module has to do is take a picture, compare it with the data that has been fed already into it, and it has only do final corrections to avoid any object that is 30 centimeters or bigger for a soft landing. ISRO claims that as all other parameters have been successful, it is only going for a soft landing, post which releasing the rover on the lunar surface.
Soft landing of the lander happens when it lands intact on the lunar surface that prevents damage to the spacecraft. This will ensure survivability of instruments on board the spacecraft. This has so far been successfully achieved by only 3 other countries: USA, Russia and China.
And the very important aspect is that ISRO this time has given the lander a lot of space of deciding on its own, because the Chandrayaan 2 was designed to only land in an area 500 meters into 500 meters, but right now it has been extended to 4.5 kilometers to 2.5 kilometers. In that area, the lander can land. So all these parameters have been set. The main aspect of Chandrayaan 3 is for a soft landing on the moon's surface, because every other parameters ISRO has succeeded.
After successful landing at the South Pole, the lander will release the rover. During this mission, the rover will make qualitative and quantitative elemental analysis to derive the chemical composition, infer mineralogical composition of the South Pole lunar surface. This is critical for mineral and chemical finding as well as for future manned moon mission Gaganyaan of ISRO. Chandrayaan 3 is all set to ensure that this sky is not our limitation. The mystery of the universe awaits beyond this for exploration.
Now, India's space journey and the Chandrayaan journey, of course, are merged together. We've seen the highs and unfortunately the lows of the Chandrayaan mission as well. Chandrayaan 1 was a huge success. Chandrayaan 2 essentially aimed to do what Chandrayaan 3 is currently doing, which is to have a soft landing of, in fact, the lander and then the rover to roam around the surface of the moon. It didn't quite happen because there was no soft landing that was achieved. It was a hard landing, which means Chandrayaan 2 was a partial success and a partial failure. Chandrayaan 3 has learned lessons from that, or so the ISRO scientists claim. Fingers crossed that that's exactly what we see, this kind of a soft landing come August 23rd or 24th. But let's take a look really at how we've progressed in our space journey via the Chandrayaan mission.
3, 2, 1.
The clock ticked, and at exactly 2:43 p.m. on 22nd July 2019, India took a giant leap to the moon. For the second time, Indian Space Research Organization created history by the successful launch of Chandrayaan 2.
L110 engine started. अभी अनाउंस किया गया कि L110 जो कि हमारा दूसरा मुख्य रॉकेट है, उसका इग्निशन हो गया है, उसके दोनों इंजन प्रज्वलित हो गए हैं.
This was India's second mission to the moon after the successful voyage of Chandrayaan in 2008.
Ignition sequence normal and liftoff normal.
GSLV Mk3 blasted off to space carrying a Land Rover, orbiter and a lander with a speed of 11 kilometers per second from the Satish Dhawan Space Research Center in Sriharikota.
It is the beginning of a historical journey of India towards moon and to land at a place near South Pole to carry out scientific experiments to explore unexplored.
Within minutes, Chandrayaan 2 was successfully placed into the Earth's orbit. As the space vehicle beamed back a perfect report card, Indian space scientists at Mission Control erupted with joy.
7.4 kilometers and the velocity was nearly 140. So the Vikram lander has successfully completed the rough braking phase.
The mission was expected to take 48 days in total to land its rover Pragyan on the south pole of the moon, roughly on 14th September 2019. But then, on 10th September, days before the final landing on Moon, ISRO announced that it had lost contact with lander Vikram. ISRO scientists were disappointed. It was an emotional moment. Chandrayaan 2 suffered various delays and revisions a decade after the successful maiden Indian moon mission Chandrayaan 1. In October 2008, ISRO successfully launched Chandrayaan 1. On 22nd October 2008, Chandrayaan mission with a lunar orbiter and impactor was launched using PSLV-XL from Satish Dhawan Space Center at Sriharikota.
Ignition sequence normal and lift-off normal.
It was a big boost to Indian space exploration history. India researched and developed indigenous technology to explore the moon with Chandrayaan 1. 2 weeks after its launch, it was inserted into lunar orbit on 8th November 2008. On 14th November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. India became the fourth country to place its flag insignia on the Moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Though Chandrayaan 1 was planned to survey the lunar surface for 2 years, but after a successful year of transmitting data and detecting presence of lunar water, it stopped communicating on 28 August 2009. 312 days of Chandrayaan 1 was a celebration of ISRO's hard work and indigenous technological advancement in space exploration. Nearly 7 years later, NASA, with a ground-based radar system, relocated Chandrayaan 1 in its lunar orbit. Today, its orbit varies between 150 and 270 kilometers in altitude every 2 years around the Moon.
That's all we have time for on this special broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today, and we promise you to continue getting you every single update on the Chandrayaan 3 mission. And of course, for that big moment come August 23rd or 24th, as of now it's estimated to be on 23rd August at 5:45 p.m. That's when you'll see this soft landing taking place on the South Pole of the Moon. And you can trust us here on India Today to get you every single live update from the ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru. That's all we have time for. Thanks very much for tuning in.
I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, lagawing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. The Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament shamelessly, laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated. It has been destroyed. It does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur.
Congress is not saying any word. They are not ready to raise the issue in the floor of the assembly. So Congress and CPM is there is a tacit understanding to cover up the corruption charges against Pinarayi Vijayan and her daughter, and his daughter. So Bharatiya Janata Party in Kerala, we are going to launch a strong fight against this understanding. Congress and CPM are the same coin from same side of one coin. So we are strongly opposing the dirty move by the LDF and the UDF.
So they were trying to legalize this black money and they were trying to make it as white money. But unfortunately the finding of the settlement bodies that is very clear that they have not given any solution. So we think that it will come under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act. So the concerned agencies has to initiate cases against the concerned persons, including the Chief Minister, under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
पलकों पे
नियम के 352 में स्पष्ट है कि जो सदन का नेता है, सर्वोच्च नेता, सदन का सर्वोच्च नेता प्रधानमंत्री है, उसके बारे में तुम कभी भी कोई टिप्पणी करोगे, अभद्र भाषा का उपयोग करोगे, जानबूझकर करोगे, अपनी टीआरपी बढ़ाने के लिए कि मेरी पार्टी मुझे नेता प्रतिपक्ष बनाए रखे, तो निश्चित रूप से वो संवैधानिक सिस्टम का, वो देश की मर्यादाओं को तार तार करने वाला होता है। बार बार उनको कहा गया माफी मांगे, सॉरी फील करें, बाकी भी मांगे, वो माफी भी नहीं मांगे। कोई भी मंत्री बोलता है तुरंत बीच में खड़े हो जाते हैं जब उनको पूरा टाइम दिया जाता है। उनकी पार्टी ने उनको टाइम नहीं दिया बोलने का, कहीं कलकत्ता से फोन आ गया होगा किसको नहीं बुलवाना है, इसलिए कांग्रेस दबाव में नहीं दिया। फिर भी सोचा नेता प्रतिपक्ष है, उनको टाइम दिया जाना चाहिए। आधे घंटे का टाइम गृह मंत्री जी के कहने पर, रिक्वेस्ट करने पर, पार्लियामेंट अफेयर मिनिस्टर के रिक्वेस्ट करने पर संसदीय हमारे लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ने समय दिया, और उसके बाद फिर इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां करना अभद्र कि किसी भी ऐसे भगोड़े, किसी भी ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी का नाम प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जोड़कर ये कहना कि आप में उनकी फोटो दिखाई देती है, तो वो देश के कहीं ना कहीं दुनिया भर में देश को शर्मिंदा करने वाला सब्जेक्ट होता है। तो ऐसे लोगों को निकाला ही जाना चाहिए।
इस देश में मणिपुर से भी गंभीर समस्या पहले भी आई, लेकिन हमने मिलकर के रास्ते निकाले हैं। आओ मिलकर के चलें, मणिपुर के लोगों को विश्वास देकर के चलें, राजनीति के खेल करने के लिए मणिपुर की भूमि का कम से कम दुरुपयोग न करें। वहां जो हुआ है वो दुखपूर्ण है, लेकिन उस दर्द को समझ करके दर्द की दवाई बन करके काम करें, यही हमारा रास्ता होना चाहिए। खुद को जिंदा रखने के लिए इन्हें एनडीए का ही सहारा लेना पड़ा है, लेकिन आदत के मुताबिक घमंड का जो आई है ना, आई वो उनको छोड़ता नहीं है, और इसलिए एनडीए में 2 आई पिरो दिए, 2 घमंड के आई पिरो दिए। पहला आई 26 दलों का घमंड, और दूसरा आई एक परिवार का घमंड। कांग्रेस को परिवारवाद पसंद है, कांग्रेस को दरबारवाद पसंद है, जहां बड़े लोग, उनकी बेटे बेटियां भी बड़े पदों पर काबिज हो। जो परिवार से बाहर है उनके लिए भी यही है कि जब तक आप इस इस महफिल में दरबारी नहीं बनोगे तो आपका भी कोई भविष्य नहीं है। यही उनकी कार्यशैली रही है।
Only 10 months to go for the big fight of 2024, and already there's a sense of deja vu in the air. I'm Shiv Arur. This is the Democratic Newsroom, where every week I and my colleagues here in the India Today newsroom kick about some of the big action points of the week. And what else but the big no trust vote, Modi versus Rahul, and all of the familiar eruptions that are happening in our political space. We've seen the angry speeches in Parliament. We're now seeing the angry press conferences, the mocking, the jeering, the sloganeering. Everywhere you look, it's political heat, and that's how it's going to be on the road to 2024. The question we're asking today on Democratic Newsroom: we've talked about who's won the no trust vote. We've dwelt on what the perception battle has looked like. But is 2024 being set up to be another Modi versus Rahul? Is it going to be Modi versus Rahul 3.0? I'm going to start with Rajdeep. And Rajdeep never tires of talking about his favorite subject, Modi, Rahul, and all the political animals in our country. Rajdeep, angry speech in Parliament, lots of finger pointing, jabbing at the camera, anger during press conferences, and I'm sure there are going to be many more. Is this Modi versus Rahul 3.0 that's shaping up in your view?
Before we start, I want to tell the viewers of Democratic Newsroom, this week we had two mini Democratic Newsrooms. And
both went viral.
Both went viral because what is happening is if I say something over 2 minutes, someone is clipping 20 seconds. And I'm getting killed both ways. You know, Shiv Arur is the one responsible because he has the easiest job here. He's chosen not to make his opinion
Today
clear.
I will give my
opinion. So I'm going to reverse that. Shiv Arur, tell me. You know, okay. Tell me, Shiv.
Give your opinion first, then I'll answer.
Look, there was a lot of anger.
Yeah.
On both sides. There was, in fact, in my view, there was way too much anger and too little focus on both sides right through this debate. So to that extent, as a political observer, I was disappointed because I thought this debate would lead to three things. One, it would lead to accountability in the context of Manipur. You cannot get away by saying, oh, Chief Minister is cooperating with us, that's good enough. That's not good enough. Or by harking back to Mizoram 1966. We are in 2023, for God's sake. The Congress is not in power. When the Congress was in power, the Congress is accountable. When the BJP is in power, it's a double-engine government. BJP is accountable. So I didn't see enough accountability. Two, I didn't see enough empathy. You know, the fact is, you've got a state which is badly divided. It's grievously divided. So you've got to be showing greater empathy for just what Manipur has gone through.
But did Rahul Gandhi do enough to, you know, make the most of it is the question.
And empathy
because he was the lead actor.
Empathy from whom, Rajdeep?
Empathy from our members of parliament. Empathy from our political leadership. Empathy from Manipur government in Imphal. Empathy from the centre here. Empathy from the opposition. Look, I think, you know, we need to start understanding you cannot get into whataboutery when you have something that's happened in Manipur. Someone's going to tell me, oh, look at Bengal. Sure. What's happened in Bengal is unacceptable when there's a rape of a woman in Bengal, but don't compare it to an ethnic divide of the kind that's happening in Manipur, where weapons are stolen from a police station.
Exactly. What's happening in West Bengal or Rajasthan does not amount to 6,500 FIRs being filed in Manipur, gang rapes of such kind, weapons being stolen at large. So there should be accountability and empathy in the parliament on both sides. You have the BJP accusing the Congress of Rahul Gandhi of making a fiery speech and walking out, blowing a flying kiss. How serious was he in the parliament? You have the Congress accusing Prime Minister Modi of speaking about Manipur in a fleeting reference and then laughing in the midst of it. So really, who is showing any kind of empathy?
Nabila and I are on the same page. That doesn't happen too often.
I don't necessarily agree on this because I feel that Home Minister Amit Shah put the focus on Manipur. He gave you all the details. He spoke in great detail about it. He's the Home Minister.
But he dodged the key question, Akshita, which is that the chief minister's role. He says
No, he
chief
did
minister is
speak about
cooperating. I mean, that's not good
didn't
enough.
dodge.
Sorry,
Rajdeep,
that's
he
not
didn't
good
dodge.
enough. You are now creating a
How is it
situation
dodging? He spoke about
because
it.
a chief minister here is facing a serious accusation
He
of
spoke
siding
about
with
that.
one community.
Did he not speak about the
No,
chief
he's
minister?
not.
He
He's
did.
defended the chief minister because he knows that it is a chief minister whose role is under the scanner.
Okay,
You
I
can't
have
just what is the defense he has beyond
Look,
saying
we can
he's
choose-
cooperated? That's not a good enough defense.
The beauty of a democratic
And now
newsroom.
he's going to speak.
The beauty of a democratic newsroom as vibrant as ours is that we started off on Modi versus Rahul 3.0 and we've ended up on Manipur and accountability, which I think is fabulous because that was the root of the discussion in Parliament. But like Rajdeep said right at the start, we've already done 2 democratic newsrooms on Manipur, on accountability. Both of them have gone viral. If you want to see Rajdeep's views on that, please go and refer to it. Rajdeep, you are not allowed to repeat your views from the last 2 episodes. I want to keep the focus now on Modi versus Rahul. Whether you think that's a less serious issue or not, that so be it. But now we're talking about these 2 people. Okay? Rahul Gandhi is projecting himself not as one among Team India. He is projecting himself as the protagonist, Rajdeep, the lead actor, the Jananayak as the Congress is projecting him. So, you know, where does this leave Team India then?
Look, I said it and I'm going to say it now for the last time. Rahul Gandhi missed an opportunity, in my view, to put the government on the mat, and the government missed an opportunity to give the people of Manipur a genuine sense of comfort. This is my view, that there isn't enough accountability on one side and there isn't enough attempt being made to ensure point by point where the government went wrong.
Wasted opportunity then?
Well, you see, if the no confidence motion was about encircling the government has actually managed in a way to pass the buck onto the opposition, blaming it for what the opposition's failings are.
No, let's put the focus again on Modi versus Rahul, as Shiv has been saying.
It's all yours now. I'm out of it. I'm out of it.
You've not been mentioning one comment on Modi versus Rahul. Between the two, in Parliament, when they spoke, whose speech stood out for you more?
No doubt Modi is a fabulous orator.
So
There is absolutely I choose Modi. No doubt. When it comes to
performer.
No, whatever it is, but he's captivating.
Okay, content.
It's amazing to watch Prime Minister Modi speak, and I'm not the only one saying it. You would agree with me.
No, but he already said it.
I said, look,
Rajiv sir always says it.
You know, the thing that stands out about both Mr. Modi and Shah, when they come to Parliament, they come prepared.
Yeah.
In fact, Mr. Shah goes to the extent of doing the old style one, of actually flagging off particular pages, reading out from notes. So he comes prepared. You see, if you're going to do a 2-hour speech, you can't wing it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Even Mr. Modi, you'll see his speech. Now, we could argue, and I would argue that it took him the 93rd minute to use the word Manipur. But if you see the speech, he was determined to make this a speech about 2024 Lok Sabha. His was not a speech about Manipur. He had decided, okay, you have a no confidence motion on me. I'm going to use the occasion as a platform
and why
to
not?
tell you why. Good luck to him. So I say, look, he's a consummate performer. I'm not so sure about his oratory, but he knows where to hit with, who to hit when.
So are you saying...
He's a pugilist.
Are you saying 40 minutes you can wing it, the Prime Minister didn't wing it? Are you then saying the Prime Minister's speech was better?
Of course I am. There's no doubt about it. Look, but this looks, that's my problem. You see, we in the media are going to judge it as our moderator is Modi versus Rahul. I'm judging it by the big picture. My big picture is Manipur better off today compared to 4 days ago because of this debate? I say no. I say I found as a citizen of India, I found no attempt made by our MPs, barring a few. I actually thought Gaurav Gogoi, Amit Shah, a couple of others actually focused on the real issues of Manipur. And I would have liked to see more speakers. If you are having a no confidence motion on Manipur, please tell me all that you think can. Nobody gave me a roadmap for the future. I don't want to know about 1966.
No, but Amit Shah tried to get a resolution, by all the MPs.
Yes.
That seemed like some kind of forward action. The opposition treated it with the same kind of contempt and suspicion that they're treating everything.
There's too much of name calling on both sides. But you tell me, Shiv, you follow defense closely. Should we be comparing in 2023 what happened with the Indian Army in 1984?
Please
or what happened in 1966? What's your view?
Not only will I give you my view, my
5:30
p.m. show today was about Indira Gandhi's decision, where I have said that it is there are no blacks and whites in such decisions. There are shades of grey, and that Indira Gandhi had no choice but to take that decision. I have a clear-cut view on it, sir.
Excellent.
So to be honest, I think
I'm finding that I'm getting more and more support for a change.
No. Sir, I don't take sides. I am a case-to-case basis kind of person when it comes to facts. Now, let me once again.
I just have to say that the opposition has done its part by asking questions and the right questions. What we saw was one suspension after the other. You have either of the opposition leaders, many of them, in the latest was Adhir Ranjan. It started with Sanjay Singh. So suspension saga continued right from the monsoon session. But where is the structure when it comes to suspending an MP? You ask a question and you raise a voice, you're suspended. I agree that there is some kind of decorum inside the parliament, but we don't see the BJP netas following the decorum entirely to the T. So, but I also agree at the same time that the opposition walking out of the parliament was the most stupid thing to do. How can you just walk out of the parliament?
Stupid.
You are elected representatives. You are conveying the message of the people who voted you to power. You've got to sit there and weather it out. Ask the right questions until the end. You see Amit Shah, you see Modi themselves sitting in the parliament. Why can't you?
It seemed to show that Manipur wasn't really the purpose of this no trust vote. It was about scoring a point against the Prime Minister, which is okay. No. But then there should be some integrity about that. They trooped out of parliament right before the Prime Minister spoke.
Shiv, the point is there is no trust between the government and the opposition.
There is no trust.
That's the sad reality. And I actually was privileged to see parliament in the 1990s for two reasons. One is because it was coalition government, so no confidence votes were very exciting because it was actually about who would win, whether the government would fall or not, which this was not about. This was about the perception game, not about who is going to win in terms of the numbers in parliament, because that was decided. The other part is the quality of speakers. You see, now we are, sorry to tell the younger generation, you're in this age of Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. You're looking
so are you. In fact, you are more on it than us.
You're looking to go viral. And therefore, isko maine punch diya.
So, but no one is more viral than you.
No, my point is, speakers are not coming to parliament to make well-considered speeches. They're coming to make parliament to see which soundbite will go viral or which element. I don't think Vajpayee ji or George Fernandez or the great speakers of the 1990s were looking at virality. They were natural speakers and they grew up in the crucible of parliament. Today's politicians do not come to parliament with their homework done, many of them, and thereby seem ill-prepared. You mentioned the opposition. The one thing I think the opposition could have done is prepare yourself. Prepare a strategy. Think of what you're going to say. Spend some time. That's what I think is missing, along with the no trust. Makes it a little disappointing, actually.
Now we're in a battlefield where it's the Modi government versus the NDA. Rajdeep, and I'll bring the both of you in on this as well. Today's press conference by Rahul Gandhi had him calling the Prime Minister shameless, saying that he was giggling in Parliament. Rajdeep, am I wrong in wondering or being reminded of 2018, 2019? Everyone remembers Rahul Gandhi's angry press conferences every day where he was taking very personal pot shots at the Prime Minister. If we're talking about Team India and, localizing the elections, Rahul Gandhi is busy making it Rahul versus Modi, which is what the alliance does not want.
No, he may be trying to do that, but I don't think it's creating that narrative at all. Today's press conference, if you look at, he was trying to be emotional. In a sense, I got that, he was trying to make amends for what he did in Parliament. The 40-minute speech that he gave there, 10 minutes he wasted about Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Self-transformation.
And you're someone who's been to Manipur, right? You should have used that experience. You should have spoken about that experience, not about anecdotes, but facts. You should have put that forward to counter Amit Shah, to counter the Prime Minister. You should have done that today. In hindsight, should have done that. He still didn't. So all the anger, all the emotion is great. You're trying to take on a narrator with emotion. That doesn't
Let me be honest, 1 second. Nobody has taken more pot shots at Rahul Gandhi than the BJP has. All right? And let's be honest, this is the same ask that I would want of my own Prime Minister. Get to the point. Don't go into history, geography and all of that. You may want to refer to it, but get to the point. Manipur is a burning issue. I'd want you to give answers, not references.
No, but why can't the Prime Minister did come to the point, but by that time the opposition had left.
Opposition leaving is a different thing. Prime Minister still continued to speak.
Look, we agreed that ideally the opposition should have listened to the Prime Minister, whether he spoke about Manipur 92 minutes or minute number 1. My limited point is you've got a strange situation. Rahul Gandhi is not the greatest parliamentarian. Over 20 years, almost 20 years now in Parliament. Do you recall any great speech? Do you recall any great speech by him? I don't. Number 2, in the last session, 16th Lok Sabha, he actually did not put up a single question during question hour. His attendance is way below that of his other
50%.
congressmen. The same thing with Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi has spoken in 9 years 30 times in Parliament, most of them ritualistic words for someone who's departed or otherwise. Very few major speeches. Manmohan Singh spoke 70 times. So you've got a Prime Minister who seems to also not treat Parliament seriously enough, and you've got an opposition leader who doesn't seem to be, cut it when it comes to Parliament. So you're asking me Rahul versus Modi? You know, the sad truth of it.
No, but BJP wants it to be Rahul versus Modi. I think the country knows it's not Rahul versus Modi.
It looks like even Rahul wants that.
Rahul wants it, and Rajdeep, keep Parliament aside. I feel Rahul Gandhi as a politician hasn't got that vigor to take on Modi.
Imagine he did.
That's what it comes down to. Forget Parliament for a second.
Rahul Gandhi
Look, at the end of the day, the fight will be about rally versus rally, press conference versus press conference. Even there, Rahul Gandhi, can he take on a Prime Minister?
No, but Akshita and Shiv and Nabila, here, let me ask you all the question. Let me play moderator. Who's making it Rahul versus Modi? Are the politicians making it? You are
Rahul is making it.
You are in television studios or in on the digital platforms. Are we looking for a presidential style contest in a parliamentary democracy? 543 MPs.
Sir,
did you ever listen to any of the other MPs? Why didn't you listen to other MPs?
No, Raj.
Why didn't you listen to Asaduddin Owaisi?
No, we did.
Speech?
I listened to Asaduddin Owaisi, I listened to Mahua Moitra, I listened to Gaurav Gogoi, I listened to all of them, sir. But my simple limited point is this. It's not us creating this narrative. It's every political party involved. It's everyone on the ground. You ask them who's the face of Rahul Gandhi. Will they say Mallikarjun Kharge or will they say Rahul Gandhi?
Well, he is the Gandhi side, and inevitably he's going to be the face. But let's to some credit to Rahul Gandhi, he said it very clear that he's not contesting or he does not want to be the prime ministerial candidate for
but he's never said that he wants to be.
His party has also said the same thing, that Rahul will not contest. But they also know, that Rahul Gandhi is the man who brings the traction for the Congress. It's only when Rahul Gandhi speaks, every eyeballs are going. Otherwise, nobody cares about what other Congress leaders are speaking. That's the unfortunate truth.
Yeah, but like Manish Tiwari spoke very well, I thought. On China. But the thing is, Rahul Gandhi is actually, let me be fair to him, he's not bad in impromptu conversation that he seems to have out on the street.
And even this time he said,
there's an element of naturalness. He's reaching out to people. Parliament is different. It requires a different style. And I think like a batsman, you've got to realize your limitations. If you're a leg side batsman, please don't play the cover drive. Only because the people around you are saying, no, you're the best cover driver. You're not, right? So I would actually say there's a lesson in it for Rahul Gandhi. If you're going to come to Parliament to do this major speech after 6 months out of Parliament, come better prepared. Don't just wing it. To Prime Minister Modi, show some humility. You're the Prime Minister of the country. You don't need to spend 90 minutes, continuously throwing barbs at the opposition. I know the opposition has not also been fair to you. You could argue they've thrown venom at me, I'm returning it. But you're the Prime Minister. You possibly will be the first 3-time consecutive Prime Minister since Jawaharlal Nehru. So I expect more of the Prime Minister.
My simple point is it's a no confidence. So what is the Prime Minister speaking about? He's talking about how the no confidence is not of the people, it's of the parties in Parliament.
But it was around Manipur.
Making it political?
It was about Manipur.
Did he not speak about Manipur? He did. The opposition walked out. That's their problem.
90 minutes I spoke on everything else but Manipur.
The Prime Minister was dragged to the Parliament because of the no confidence motion. He otherwise refused to come and address. He refused to come and address.
But did he not
a no confidence motion was almost the last option.
What I would have liked in an ideal world, this was the monsoon session of Parliament. On day one or in the first week of Parliament, both sides should have got together, had a discussion on Manipur, possibly as an adjournment motion, and passed a joint resolution.
But who stopped
Amit Shah proposed that.
But you've done it right at the very end because you forced the opposition to go for a no confidence motion.
That may be down to trust deficit between government and opposition.
Amit Shah was willing to speak last week. He had written a letter to all parties saying, let's have a conversation. They weren't willing to have the Home Minister speak.
But why not the Prime Minister address the situation? Why not the Prime Minister? It's a situation where you have thousands of people who are struggling. You have more than 150 people who've lost their lives. Why can't the Prime Minister address the issue?
But I'm sorry, but Shiv, if there's a conversation and if the opposition truly wanted a conversation,
excusing the fact that why should Prime Minister speak? Why shouldn't the Prime Minister speak?
One at a time, yeah.
Why shouldn't the Prime Minister speak? Why are we discounting the fact that the BJP has been trying to escape that Prime Minister, saying that Prime Minister Modi will not speak, it will be the Home Minister? Why couldn't the Prime Minister speak earlier?
Okay.
My simple point is this, that on day one, as Rajdeep said, if we were going to have that conversation, it could have started with a Home Minister's statement. The Home Minister, as he spoke for 2 hours, gave in great detail what's happening in Manipur. This could have happened on day one of the monsoon session. And then you would have set the stage for 2 weeks of great conversations, of great dialogue, of back and forth on how to solve the issue. And yes, then the opposition could have had their dialogue saying, bring the Prime Minister here as well. And then the advantage is on the opposition.
The trust deficit that you talk about, Rajdeep, works both ways. It works both ways.
Look, I think, for example, in the Rajya Sabha, an entire Rajya Sabha, the House of Elders session, barring the Delhi Services Bill, has gone completely to waste your and my taxpayers' money, and bills being passed, important bills like the data protection bill, with the two sides not having any discussion, repeated adjournments, because why? The opposition insisted the Prime Minister must come and speak on Manipur. I don't think that's, to my mind, Rajya Sabha, once there was a vote of no confidence, they should have got together and said, look, the Prime Minister is going to speak in the Lok Sabha. We will discuss other issues. The problem is, it's all become about scoring points over each other. It's about mistrust for each other. And it is with one eye constantly on, how do I... on one-upmanship.
The opposition basically knew that the Prime Minister won't come, so they tried to wash out the house.
You haven't spoken. When he speaks, they say, no, you're not speaking about Manipur. When he speaks about Manipur, but you started at the 96th minute. When he starts speaking in the 96th minute, they say, sorry, you're wearing an orange kurta. This is a ridiculous shifting of goalposts, which makes many people wonder whether this is not about Manipur. This is not about accountability. This is about, as you, Rajdeep, rightly said, it's become, because of this trust deficit, about political point scoring. There is a level of aggression that is going to only increase now as we get closer to 2024. But I am still wondering, it's a question that we unfortunately didn't have time to go into greatly, is Rahul Gandhi projecting himself in such a big way front and center? How does that fit in with the Team India strategy of trying to localize this election? Because Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party seem to be...
It's our obsession around Rahul Gandhi.
It's the... excuse me. Sorry.
Shiv, with due regard.
Is the Congress party not projecting Rahul Gandhi as the boss who's going to take on Modi?
Shiv, my limited point, and I think I said it the other day also, Democratic newsroom sooner or later also has to start asking more harder questions to the government.
We did yesterday, sir. Come on.
Accountability of the government. I mean, every time it boils down, you see, look, let's assume Rahul Gandhi has lost 2 elections. He's not been able to prove himself as a vote catcher. But on Manipur, it is the government and the Home Ministry and the government in Imphal who have to answer the question.
I have to wrap it up because we're already out of time. Sorry, guys. But all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we are a democracy. Politics only works if you are in power. It's about power. All the wonderful, wise things that the opposition says are going to mean nothing if they don't construct a real fight against this government. So in that context, does it make sense for this to become another Modi versus Rahul? The narrative has already become, even the Prime Minister was talking that about his third term, etc. Everybody, including you, Rajdeep, have written columns about how 2024 is a foregone conclusion. I have to wrap.
Let's end with something humorous.
Okay.
I sometimes wonder that if there is a Democratic newsroom in 2034, Mr. Modi is 84, Rahul Gandhi is about 64, you and I are aged, and we'll be still discussing who gave the better speech, Modi or Rahul.
I can guarantee you we'll be doing it here on India Today. All of us will still be here. And that's the nature of the game. Democratic Newsroom, thank you so much for watching.
India Today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, lagawing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. You know, the Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament shamelessly, laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated. It has been destroyed. It does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur.
राजद्रोह पर ये अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं, कंप्लीटली। यहां लोकतंत्र है, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं मान्यवर। और इस कानून में इसके साथ साथ अलगाव, सशस्त्र विद्रोह, विध्वंसक गतिविधियां, अलगाववाद, भारत की संप्रभुता, एकता को, अखंडता को चैलेंज करना, ये सब को कानून के अंदर किसी न किसी दाएं बाएं तोड़ मरोड़ कर जोड़ते थे। इसका कोई स्पेशल प्रोविजन नहीं था, टेररिज्म की व्याख्या ही नहीं थी। पहली बार अब इसकी व्याख्या हो रही है और जुड़ी संपत्ति को कुछ करने का अधिकार।
The Congress party considers Karnataka as an ATM machine to fulfill its electoral ambitions, and in a very short span of less than 3 months, the state is unfortunately witnessing its most corrupt regime ever.
Mr. Surya, contractors are saying 26 months of non-payment, 26 months, which includes your government as well.
There was, because of the code of conduct and the last few months before the completion of the bills, these were all there. The new government could have immediately sanctioned these bills and cleared the bills. The grouse is not against the previous government, the grouse is against this present government, because this present government has the responsibility to clear the bills, which they are not doing. And on that place, they are harassing the contractors, demanding a ransom. This is extortion.
प्रधानमंत्री अभी तक ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं, ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं कि मणिपुर अब तक नहीं गए। मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न कि मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को क्यों नहीं बर्खास्त किया, जिस मुख्यमंत्री के 3 महीने के कार्यकाल में लगभग 6 लाख गोलियां, लगभग 6000 हथियार पुलिस थानों से लूटकर निहत्थे लोगों पर आज गोलियां बरसाई जा रही हैं। ऐसे व्यर्थ मुख्यमंत्री को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने क्यों बर्खास्त नहीं किया?
चौधरी को निलंबित किया गया है।
को पावर्ड बाय न्यू हीरो जूम, गो बिग गो जूम। को पावर्ड बाय policybazaar.com, हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड। जी, there's only one।
कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पार्लियामेंट में 2 घंटे 13 मिनट भाषण किया। उसमें अंत में 2 मिनट उन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की।
A day after Narendra Modi's fiery speech in Parliament defending his government against the opposition's no confidence motion, Rahul Gandhi hits back at the Prime Minister.
कल प्रधानमंत्री
The Congress MP on Friday branded the Prime Minister a petty politician and accused him of mocking India in his 2-hour speech.
मणिपुर में महीनों से आग लगी हुई है, लोग मारे जा रहे हैं, बलात्कार हो रहा है, बच्चों को मारा जा रहा है। और अगर आपने देखा होगा कल, तो प्रधानमंत्री हंस हंस के बोल रहे थे, मुस्कुरा रहे थे, जोक्स क्रैक कर रहे थे, हंस रहे थे। ये उनको शोभा नहीं देता।
A combative Rahul also alleged that the Prime Minister was fueling the Manipur fire instead of trying to douse it.
It will take the Indian Army 2 days to put an end to the nonsense that is going on in Manipur. The Prime Minister refuses to stop the fire. He wants Manipur to burn.
Prime Minister in his speech had accused the Congress of politicizing the Manipur issue and running away from the debate, referring to the walkout by the opposition.
इनसे अपेक्षा ज्यादा नहीं कर सकता है। मैं आज बड़ी गंभीरता से कहना चाहता हूं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट की इन समस्याओं की कोई जननी है तो जननी एकमात्र कांग्रेस है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोग इसके लिए जिम्मेवार नहीं हैं, इनकी ये राजनीति जिम्मेवार है। कांग्रेस के प्रति
The Prime Minister also lashed out at Rahul for his Bharat Mata jibe, which the Congress leader repeated on Friday.
पता नहीं क्यों कुछ लोगों को भारत मां की मृत्यु की कामना करते नजर आ रहे हैं। दरअसल जो इनके मन में है वही उनके कृतित्व में सामने आ जाता है।
For the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the parliament. It's an insult to those words. Whatever I said that is wrong. I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact.
While Congress allies don't want 2024 to be a Modi versus Rahul battle, the no confidence motion has probably ended up doing exactly that. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, we gave you a lowdown of what really happened through the monsoon session. Ultimately, what a discussion was supposed to be on Manipur eventually became a talking point of Rahul Gandhi versus Prime Minister Modi's direct face-off. I have with me joining us on the panel today, Dr. Shama Mohammed, a national spokesperson of the Congress. We also have Sanju Verma, who's a national spokesperson of the BJP. Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party MP of the Rajya Sabha, who was suspended early on in the monsoon session. Thank you very much for joining us. Sanjay ji, aapko आवाज आ रही है?
आपकी आवाज बहुत इको कर रही है.
All right, if I could ask.
इसको ठीक करो.
ठीक है, मैं अभी आपके पास आऊंगी, but I'd like, could you please fix his line on that? All right, Shama, let me start with you. What we saw here in the last few weeks, the monsoon session was mostly a washout, we could say safely, because there was no fruitful discussion indeed that came out on the Manipur issue. The opposition moved a no-confidence motion on the Manipur issue, but it was shameful that we saw the opposition leaders itself walking out multiple times while the government, multiple representatives of the government were trying to make a point.
Okay, so let me ask you, what is the point what the Prime Minister made? It was, I was upset, I was sad that such an important issue like Manipur, where women were raped, where there are 6,000 FIRs, where more than thousands and thousands of people are homeless, many houses burned down, more than 150 people killed. The Prime Minister of India for an hour and a half was mocking. He was laughing in Parliament, he was making jokes, and all the members of the Bharatiya Janata Party were laughing along with him. Is that what you call a speech? Is that what you call what is right? I mean, we are all pained at what is happening. We want this to stop. We know that 3 days ago, if they're saying that there is peace, 3 days ago, a gunman got into a house and killed a father and son, shot dead. They're saying it's the cookie who killed the Metis. My own leader, Rahul Gandhi ji, said today that when he went there, when he was going from a cookie area to a Methi area, the Metis have clearly said, don't bring the cookies. When you're going from the Metis to the cookie areas, they said, don't bring the Metis. The divide is huge. The Prime Minister of India, after that 1.5 hours, spoke for 3 minutes. This is what you call the Prime Minister's Samvedanshilta, what he feels for the country, for the people. What was that? I mean, I thought he would speak immediately and say, you know what, we need peace. All over the world, when there is internal strife, there's such a problem. The Prime Minister comes out, presidents come out, chancellors come out and say, we want peace. The Prime Minister of India came out after 80 days when a video went viral where 2 women were paraded naked, one was raped, and one was the wife of a Kargil war hero who clearly said, you know what, I was at the battlefield of Kargil. I was at the front line, but what I faced here is worse than that battlefield. We heard it from our army jawan. Was the Prime Minister of India there to console him? Was the Prime Minister of India to say a single word to him or to another jawan's wife?
We agree that this was, Manipur was at its brink.
I'm asking you that.
We agree with you that Manipur was at its brink, but what good would come out when the house is a complete washout? On both ends there is sloganeering, especially from the opposition's end. You could have come together to pass a resolution towards Manipur, unanimously done something together, collectively, for the sake of Manipur, but we saw nothing less than politics that played out even from the opposition side. You refuse to discuss the issue unless and until the Prime Minister is present.
India, in the history of that's what is the problem, because the Prime Minister did not speak outside Parliament. We wanted the Prime Minister not just to speak in Parliament, we wanted him to speak before. Since he refused to speak, we said he should speak now. Everybody speaks on it. And in the history of India, wait, shut your mouth. In the history of India, a no-confidence motion, the Prime Minister of India, all no-confidence motion sits for 3 days and listens to the opposition. You know that. That is what is the history of. Why is this man, why does he just walk in like a hero 5 minutes before, like this guy, and then starts mocking Manipur?
All right.
Shame on the Prime Minister
Let me bring in Sanju Verma on this. Sanju, this was a jibe that was given by the opposition right from the start, that Prime Minister Modi is no Bhagwan. He is an elected representative himself, the Prime Minister of the country, and he is responsible to be in the Parliament and address the House.
Nabila, am I audible? Because, there's some problem with your audio.
Please go on.
Okay. First and foremost, this Congress panelist saying, shut your mouth, when all I said was that, I need my time. It just shows that she's frustrated, desperate, just like her leader, Rahul Gandhi, who has been booted out twice by the electorate in Lok Sabha 2014 and Lok Sabha 2019. So this madrasa bred bigot needs to zip it and you shut up. Okay? Shut up now, lady, and listen. Nabila, I will just say this. Look at the entire sequence of events in the last couple of weeks. First, they said Prime Minister needs to make a statement. When he did so outside the Parliament, they said it was just a 36-second long statement. Fine. Then they said that we want a discussion under Rule 267 and not Rule 176. Then, when Amit Shah said that on the 11th of August, I, beseech the opposition, we will answer every query of yours. We will have an exhaustive discussion. They chose not to cooperate. And if you notice, Amit Shah very categorically and exhaustively laid out all the steps. More than 50,000 people evacuated, buffer zones created, more than 14,898 people arrested, 9 of the key culprits accused of gang raping, that those 2 cookie women, they have been arrested, more than 1,100 FIRs made, more than 100 tons of food and fuel distributed to the cookies and mighty communities via NH38 and NH39, 36,000 armed forces personnel deployed there to ensure peace and tranquility. But I just want to ask one thing, Nabila, because on your show, I'm sure that the BJP also has FOE. While Justice Chandrayaan has said that don't compare Manipur with any other state, I agree with it. But on your show, I want to ask, why is it every senior leader of BJP has condemned what happened to those 2 cookie women, including myself? I say nothing less than capital punishment. But look at the sheer hypocrisy of the Congress. Not once the lady called Priyanka Vadra, who said, "Ladki hu, lad sakti hu," who can fly to Hathras, when there was a gang rape in Karoli, Rahul Gandhi ke muh mein dahi jam gaya. When there was a gang rape in Jodhpur in Rajasthan, Rahul Gandhi ke muh mein dahi jam gaya. When a minor was raped in Bhilwara and again raped inside the hospital premises, Rahul Gandhi ke muh mein dahi jam gaya. When there were 2 sisters who were gang raped in Alwar in Rajasthan, with one of them 7.5 months pregnant, give me 10 seconds. Neither Rahul Gandhi, nor Sonia Gandhi, nor Priyanka Vadra even showered crocodile tears. So we don't need lessons on morality and women empowerment from a shabby and shoddy Congress party.
Absolutely agree with you on that. Sanju, agree with whatever you said, but to compare it at a time when Manipur is at the brink, when we're looking at over 150 deaths, 6,500 pending FIRs, lakhs of weapons that have been stolen that can be used against the army. It's a dire situation, a civil war-like situation in the state of Manipur, which is part of India. And instead of discussing the very situation in a state which is under your rule, we hear you shifting goalposts, speaking about Rajasthan, speaking about West Bengal and everything else except for the actual issue at hand.
You did not allow me to complete. You've raised a valid concern,
I allowed you to complete.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm the last person to shoot and scoot like the opposition, which wanted a discussion but did not have the decency to wait for the Prime Minister to complete his speech. They staged a walkout. And by the way, Rahul Gandhi, who kept saying Manipur, 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 I barely saw him during discussions. Gaurav Gogoi, who moved the no confidence motion when Om Birla asked at the end of Prime Minister's speech, do you want to reply? He chose not to reply. This is the kind of callous behavior showcased by the so-called top brass of the Congress. But I just want to say one thing to you, Nabila. I'm not going to sit here and say that Manipur is just an ethno-religious conflict, or it is a legacy issue, or it is a issue of infiltration from Myanmar. It is a cocktail of various things, including the war on narco-terror and the war against rampant poppy cultivation, which the Modi government has undertaken. But I want to come to the root of it. If you notice, in every discussion on Manipur, there is one thing that the opposition says without fail.
Nabila, this is going on too long.
I'll come to you, Shama.
Can I finish? Remove N. Biren Singh. I want to ask you, Nabila. Amit Shah on the floor of the House said that Article 356 has never been generously used by the Modi government. Under Vajpayee and Modi together, it has been used on 9 occasions, whereas Article 356 was used 7 times by Nehru, 6 times by Rajiv Gandhi, 49 times by Indira Gandhi, 10 times by Manmohan Singh, and 11 times by P.V. Narasimha Rao, 83 times. So we will not use Article 356. We will ensure that N. Biren Singh is held accountable and he's cooperating with the centre. So
how are you ensuring that the Chief Minister is held accountable? You have not asked for his resignation. He resigned and then tore the resignation saying, I will continue. He's clearly mishandled the entire situation in Manipur and still is unable to take responsibility for it. We've not heard one word of an apology or a statement where he's actually taken responsibility, neither from him, neither from you. No one from the BJP has taken responsibility for what has happened. The mishandling of Manipur, there's no one who's taken responsibility, and that's the fact. Stay with us. I will cut across to Shama. Shama, isn't this lost opportunity? You had the biggest opportunity to rake this up in a positive manner, at least that would trickle down as some help for the people of Manipur. But instead, we saw the entire monsoon session being a complete washout. At a time when you had to stay in the parliament and ask pertinent questions to the people in governance, you staged a walkout. You staged a walkout.
You are not here as a panelist, Nabila Jamal.
We had to do it because the Prime Minister, or just tell the lady to... Nabila, I can't have a discussion like this.
Please
so
go on,
Article
Shama.
350... Nabila, we walked out because the Prime Minister... Shut your mouth. Now,
Shama,
the Prime Minister...
please.
The Prime Minister
Can we please get to the conversation? Ms. Sanju, please give me a moment. Go on, Shama.
You asked me to speak, Nabila. That's
yes,
why
please
I'm
go
speaking.
on. Please
now,
go
what is
on.
Wrong? I didn't speak when she was speaking. So Article 356 was there in Uttarakhand in 2016. For what? They changed chief ministers when elections happen. Yedurappa in Karnataka. They changed Rupani in Gujarat. 3 chief ministers in Uttarakhand. But when there is strife and they know that their own MLA Haukip said, you know what he said? Please tell Biren Singh to rein in his Meiti militias. And he also said, this is a BJP MLA, if Mr. Narendra Modi did not see that video, or if the video did not become viral, the Prime Minister of India would not have spoken. It's not us. 8 or 10 of the BJP Meiti MLAs have gone to PMO and said they have lost faith in Biren Singh. Let's understand one very important thing.
They've also pulled back from the alliance. The Cookie Alliance has pulled out. We know all of that. We know all of that. But where was the strong footing from the opposition apart from sloganeering, shouting and screaming inside the parliament? There wasn't a proper, a comprehensive debate or a discussion that would actually trickle down as help to the people of Manipur.
Nabila, you did not interrupt.
It was more or less political positioning for the India bloc.